that's interesting. Usually I'm loud. Oh wait, it's because I have the wrong music, isn't it? I've got the wrong music. Well, look, okay, you know how I didn't have the butterfly clip for the longest time? This was in storage. We should not be having this problem. Okay, we're good, we're good. I'm sorry, I just saw the frames be like less than I want them to be. But chat, this was in storage, right? I had to have this stored away with my Wayfinder. Which, you know, like, I mean, it's a good thing that Aqua didn't store away her Wayfinder. That would have made a much more complicated plot for Kingdom Hearts 3, which, as you know, is, like, it's already complicated. It's more than complicated enough. But yeah, I'm back, I'm here. We even got some Boyd coffee. I mean, kind of, right? It's a clear bug, so... Oh god, don't let Bad Empanada see this coffee, okay? If Bad Empanada comes through, he's gonna make fun of my coffee again. He always does that. What's up with that? Why, Bad Empanada, if you're watching, I just want to know one thing, okay? Why are you a super meanie butt, right? About coffee, of all things. It's the weirdest thing. What's up, Max Idol? What is up, everybody? We are so back. We are so back. We are so beyond back. Wait, did I just say, like, I got my butterfly back and then not actually put it on? That's, you know, a crime against nature. So I know people have been asking about the butterfly clip. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, my setup's a little different now, right? And this should be, long term, this should be better, right? Because like right now, I'm looking at one screen, and there's another screen over there, right? But I don't exactly know what to put on this screen and what to put on that screen, right? It has to do with which way I want to look, right? And I get that this is the old Bosch setup. Like looking like this, I should have my hair in a bun. If I'm gonna be like streaming with a profile like that, I need to have a bun, right? Because that's the only I'm convinced. Yeah, I got 2 monitors, right? So part of what I bought when I moved in here, because this is an unfurnished apartment, right? It doesn't come with anything. It's just a room, and you know, some closet space and a mirror, and the room by itself is just a room, right? It's unfurnished, right? So I had to buy a bed, which luckily the person moving out was glad to sell to me, so that she didn't have to carry it with her. I bought a desk, which I didn't actually own before. I just have a standing desk, right? Which by itself won't really do much of anything. It stands on the floor if you don't have a desk to put it on. It's really like a desk extension more than anything. And a monitor, right? So she didn't want to take her monitor with her, and I was kind of like, Holly People has 2 monitors. I feel like Irene Geller should have 2 monitors too. So now I do. Now I have 2 monitors, and I'm like overwhelmed. I'm like, my ADHD is running wild, right? If I really want to match Polly's setup, though, I gotta match Polly's sound setup too. I think that's what I'm lacking, right? We're still a little deficient in the microphone department. Only 3 to go till peak streamer. Do people wait, Klobitz, just tell me if that's real. How much do, you know, like if money is no object, how many monitors does a streamer have, right? If I'm XQC, okay, how many monitors am I looking at? What's up, Geek Prime? Now we're streaming with gas, yeah, kind of. I mean, like, there's a few things that, like, I feel like I'm a little too low in this setup. I don't know. 4 is optimal. Yeah, I could see that. I could see having like 2. Yeah. If they're those ones that are like mounted on the wall, you know, you could have 2 coming. I'd be like Lane. So at that point, it's got to be at least three. So I'm still kind of low. Okay. Well, like I'm not concerned about getting more monitors at this point, although I do have one on my throne. The one thing, if you end up looking at the throne and want to get me something that's going to improve the stream for everyone, because that's the kind of stuff that I put on my throne, right? I don't really have anything that is just for me. Everything involved in my throne is like, you want to build the stream, you want to make the stream better, you want to make my sound better, you want to make other things. But I would put video games on there if I could, but I can't figure out how to do that, at least not from Epic, which is like, that's the game I've got my eye on now. I didn't realize that Epic Games actually sells Kingdom Hearts like 3, like it's a little weird though, because if you buy Kingdom Hearts as like a, wait, why do I not have any music on? Oh my god, I'm all over the place today. I'm all over the place, and I'm more of a talking head than normal. You have two monitors and you don't want to ever go back to a single. I mean, like, it's a lot to carry. I actually technically have three, but one of them is like not really a monitor, right? It's like a some kind of mutant TV thing. It looks like a monitor, but it doesn't act like a monitor, and I can't set it up like a monitor because believe me, I have tried. And it wouldn't work, but now I have two functional monitors. That's what's really important. NCC time, exactly. Everybody, let me know how my frame rates are, right? If you notice any like you know, any pausing or anything like that, let me know, right? Because that would be a frame rate problem. In this new place, we are talking about possibly going to a new internet service provider, so I can use that information. I don't think that my internet is slow, though. I think that the Wi-Fi is inconsistent. But from what I've seen, the internet itself is plenty fast for me. I don't need that much, right? Just like, what? Like 30 download and 20... No, not even 20. I need like 10 upload, really. I mean, obviously more, speed is better, but like I'm not hard to please when it comes to that. But one thing that I do need is like stable internet. So, we're coming through an Ethernet connection today. My second monitor is a leftover 17-inch monitor from my old work security cam setup. Wait, that's like a Five Nights at Freddy's setup, Natalie. Natalie, are you monitoring? I gotta ask, right? Are you monitoring currently any animatronics? Do you have any experience? Really, more than that, Natalie, I gotta ask you. Do you have experience vetting possibly cursed animatronics? Like, let's just say that out back I found like somebody left an animatronic. It was old, broken, kind of heavily used, right? Would you be able to bring it in and perform tests on it to ensure that it's not actually secretly a cursed animatronic instead of just like a normal animatronic, right? Like, I don't want any animatronics with people's souls in them, for instance. Like, that's one example of how an animatronic could become cursed. Sadly, no, that sounds cool though. I don't even know how many people have played through all these games. Yes, I also do know that the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's turned out to be donating some of that Five Nights at Freddy's money to like right-wing causes. So I guess they kicked him out though. It's like the notch effect. You got two 27-inch IPS monitors. Wait, I think I got one of these is 27 inches. One old 1080 60 hertz, and one 440p, and one, oh my god, you're outclassing me, Spark. This new monitor is a 75 hertz, which sounds pretty fancy to me. I don't know how many inches. When you say inches, are you talking about like a cross? Yeah, it must be a cross, right? How much would this be? Like, this is at least 24 inches, maybe 27, and then this other one's more like 24. Yeah, I think I got like 27 and 24 here. But yeah, I mean, new setup. I mean, it's a little bit scuffed for the moment. You can tell I have no makeup on today, so I'm coming to you all natural in my exercise getup of all things. Diagonal. Wait, diagonal? Can route traffic through your electric system to allow the cable connection. Oh, what? Wait, Globits, you gotta tell me more about this. Okay, so if you have something to tell me, you can, I feel bad because, like, I get whispers, but I don't really, check them super reliably. One thing that I do check pretty darn reliably, though, is the Discord, so I should probably... It's always good to mention the Discord. And when I mention the Discord, the monitor isn't 155 hertz, it's 170. It's more powerful. It's more powerful, not less powerful. I thought you were going to say, oh yeah, I overestimated the power of my monitor, but actually you kind of underestimated it, it sounds like. Boom. There we go. That's the Discord if you're not in there already. If you've got some advice for me, like, that I can't understand just from chat, then feel free to either, put it in stream suggestions. There's a bunch of channels in there, right? Depending on what the suggestion you have is. My main monitor is a cheap refurbished HP 21-inch you bought back in 2017. You can route I'm trying to understand this. I think I've heard this before. You can route traffic through your electric system to allow cable connection anywhere in the house. Interesting. So I would just have to get what, like a modem? Or since there's already a modem, maybe I'd just get a router or something like that? Yeah, because my whole issue is that I think it's because, like, my room is at the end of a hallway, and all the way on the other end of the hallway, that's behind, like, a wall, is where the router and modem are, right? And so when it comes to Wi-Fi, like, the speed is fine. Like I said, I don't need a lot of speed. I've worked with, hotel Wi-Fi before. If anybody remembers that, right? I can't use Discord. I'm old and it confuses me. Related, those damn kids need to get off my lawn. Yeah, I mean, I can understand it's a little bit... The biggest confusing thing about Discord, right? Because Discord is mostly... If you've ever used a bulletin board, right? I think that's the old school a forum, right? So most of what Discord is like, text channels that you can post in, right? So if you've got a video that you're like, NCC needs to see this video, then you take that video, you copy the link, you explain why I need to see this video, and even better, if you want to go one step further, you can put timestamps on it to say, like, this point right here, that's what NCC needs to watch on stream, right? And then you can, I should stop calling myself NCC, honestly. I'm trying to get away from that. That's what Twitch Poll calls me. Chat, I recently got confused with Twitch Poll. I had somebody say on stream that I was the... I'm not gonna say who either, because I think they just got bad information, and I don't have anything against them, right? But, like, I'm like the like worst example of Twitch Poll. Kind of the strongest fighter against Twitch Poll, but okay, like, listen to your mods that don't know anything. Anyway, we're not gonna do drama today. I'm not about drama. I'm not starting drama. That's why I'm not telling you who this was, because, like, honestly, I think it was probably an honest mistake. You listen to your mods, and sometimes your mods don't know shit. Luckily, my mods know a lot, so I'm good on that front. I'm not gonna get bad advice like that. And if it doesn't pass the logic test, right, then I tend to check it out, even if I do get some advice like that. I don't understand Discord either. Okay, so yeah, like I said, most of what it is like a series of, just like a forum has sections, right? Like, so there's like sections to the forum, and then inside those sections there are forums, which are called channels here, right? Text channels, right? You'll know it because it has like a hashtag sign next to it, right? That's basically a forum, right? And then the other thing that it has is these little things that look like the forums, only they have the universal symbol for speaker, for sound, right next to them. And that's a voice channel, right? So if you go into the voice channel, you'll basically be able to, if you've got a mic and you've got a sound source, you'll be able to talk in there. Sometimes it's better to use headphones though, because, you know, the sound can bleed into your mic and then everybody's like, there's an echo, where's the echo coming from? The echo's coming from you if you don't have headphones on half of the time. But you can go in there and have a chat, and we have different forums. We have like a general forum, we have like a gaming forum. So for instance, if you wanted to play games, a game, Rocket League, you know, some kind of multiplayer game, Apex Legends, something like that, with other people in the community, right? You could go into there and you could use that as your voice channel to communicate, instead of you having to use like the games like in the in-game chat, right? Which can sometimes be nice, because some of those. Okay, I gotta ask you, do you hear that? Do you hear that? Is that audible? Did that come through the mic? I don't understand Discord and pretend it has something to do with my age and hide. Well, I mean, like, look, I understand that. Like, that's why, like, some people use Twitch and they love that and they don't really use anything else. Some people use YouTube and they love that and they don't want to have anything to do with Twitch because Twitch is weird and confusing. And, you know, like, it's just like, oh, hear what? That's what I want to hear. That's what I like to hear. I didn't hear it, but my headphones are crap. No. Is what audible? Oh, good answer. That means no. That's a no. Okay, so there was a giant airplane that just flew over my new place. Okay, and it was very loud to me, but it sounds like it was not so loud to you. So that's a really good sign. Off the bat, that's a really good sign. I don't know what sound you're talking about. You see, you would know. It was a very loud, it was a very low flying airplane. Because I think I'm a lot closer to one or more airports now than I was. I'm in the danger zone. That's right. I've got. Wait, what are their names? There's Maverick. I got Maverick flying over me, and the Iceman. And who are the other Top Guns? I don't know Top Gun that well. I know I've probably seen it at some point. I know my dad had it. The danger zone. That's what that's the only thing I care about with Top Gun. Goose. There's goose. There's a goose. See, I gotta see this now. I didn't know there was a goose. I'm kind of. I don't know if anybody's this old school, but I'm kind of partial to geese. Like I'm a fan. Okay, I am a fan. But anyway, yeah. What do we have today for you? We have Andrew Tate. New information has come to light about his. Really? You don't hear that? Because that is some Top Gun shit right there. If nobody hears like a rumble... A goose bit you? Oh yeah, definitely don't mess with geese, for sure. For sure. Although, honestly, like, I grew up around Canadian geese, and I never got bit. But maybe it's the other kind of goose, like the white goose, like the goose from the Untitled Goose Game. Like, that goose seems like it might be trouble. I don't know. I wouldn't mess with that goose. Canadian geese, it's like if you get too close to them, they walk away, they fly away. They're not trying to start any trouble. But yeah, I know. I've heard that other geese. Wait, swans, right? Aren't swans like really mean too? You don't hear it at all. Oh my god. Okay, so I gotta just ignore it. I just gotta pretend it's not there, because if it's not there for you, it doesn't matter. Andrew Tate did everything right, and they indicted him. That's right. The most perfect phone call from jail. From jail to ask about possibly, allegedly bribing. Oh, I gotta get some lipstick is what I gotta get. Where did my lipstick go? That's what I'm really missing here, right? Is some lips. No thriller in Manila, but yeah, he calls and he says, like, can we get that Romanian politician that I know? Can we bribe that Romanian politician to get me out of jail? He didn't know that you don't plan illegal activities from a jail phone. So yeah, we're talking about Tate and we're talking about Trump. And if there's a connection between these two, I think it's this. They both commit crimes that you would think... They both commit crimes that are so obvious that it's unbelievable to me that a criminal would think that they would do them in the way that they were done in such an obvious manner and not get caught, right? Power couple, yeah. Hope he names the specific politician. Well, he always talks about how Romania's... Wait, it's so weird, right? He's like, well, we'll see it, right? We'll see it today. But there was a quote from him where it was like, politicians, the West is so corrupt. The West is disgusting and gross and corrupt and bad, and Romania's better, which is weird because, like, I mean, I don't know, is Romania part of the West? I mean, maybe. What's the dividing line of west to east? What is it, like, somewhere like? Is it like Poland? Is that when it starts being east? Anyway, whatever. So like Romania, I'm not sure about my geography here, right? But Romania's better, not because it's not corrupt, but that because corruption and bribery is accessible to him, Andrew Tate, right? The West is corrupt because I can't bribe an English cop. But Romania is beautiful because I can bribe whoever I want. And it's like, here's the thing. If you can do that, if you've got that kind of deal and you're a criminal, I mean, I would say, like, not that I want to give people advice on how to lead a life of crime, but maybe don't say that out loud. Maybe don't say that on public. Maybe don't say that on social media, right? Because if a country is corrupt, the only way that you can get them to, like, stem that corruption is to expose that corruption. And when you, oh my god, we got an ad break coming up already, that's right, and it's only giving me 1 minute and 30 seconds to know that the ad break, wait, it's already in progress? Some of you just got sucked out into an ad break and I can't even talk to you. I'm gonna wait until that ad's over. Okay, it was giving me warnings. It was giving me warnings. Wait, can I... Maybe I can customize this somehow. No, I do want ad notifications, that's for sure. Okay, well, so I just lost part of the audience. The part of the audience that doesn't have Persona 2 emotes by their head. What were we even talking about? We're talking about corruption, and we're talking about Andrew Tate's view of corruption, which is a little bit counterintuitive in that he finds it corrupt when you can't bribe a politician in order to get around the law. Tell me you heard that. Tell me you heard that at least. Or don't. Or tell me you didn't hear it and I'll be even happier. You're not getting an ad for some reason. That might be because you're subbed. Did not hear. Okay, good. Like, no, I'll stop paying attention because it was like shaking my house. Like, right? That's, I'm most worried about cutting videos in this atmosphere. Right? Okay, so the ad break is over. If you just experienced that was the what? That was the first quarter of the hour ad break. We've got a third quarter of the hour ad break coming up at you in 30 minutes. If you don't want to also experience that, there are several ways that you could go about getting rid of that. One is, say you have Amazon Prime, right? Hook that up to Twitch, because that is a free sub for you to use on the streamer of your choice. And if you use it on me, no more ads, right? Another way to get rid of it is to pay $5. It costs $5 on desktop, I believe, $6 on iPhone, and you can get out of ads that way. You also get emotes, you know, with any of these subs, right? And the third way is a little bit less sure, but I get that some people don't have an Amazon Prime and they don't have $5 extra to be able to sub with. My best advice is to just be active in chat. If you're active in chat, you'll be more likely to get a gift sub, because those happen sometimes, and they usually happen to people that are somebody's like looking to give a gift sub, and they look around and they say, oh look, that person doesn't have a Persona 2 face by their name. Let me give them a gift sub so that they don't get caught in the ad break, which is gonna start in it's gonna happen again in 30 minutes. So you have a sub, but for some reason, oh, you don't see your emote? Oh, interesting. Wait, oh, so you're not able to use my emotes? That's really weird. Yeah, because it definitely shows you as having a sub here. Okay, but I gotta do my best to ignore the airplane sound, because apparently you can't hear the airplane sound either. So that's a good thing though. But yeah. The big thing about Trump and Tate is that they commit crimes in a way that's so obvious that it's hard to believe that they don't know that they're gonna get caught. But that's assuming that they don't know that they're gonna get caught, right? I'm gonna hypothesize something. Maybe I'm going out on a limb here, right? But this feels to me like a social media strategy. This feels like a social media strategy to me. Oh, you can use them by typing them, you just don't see them in the menu. Okay, that's Twitch's fault. That sounds like Twitch's fault, right? So, yeah, so here's what I think. Okay, I think it's a social media strategy. I think it's a way to appear as if you are fighting the power by basically doing things that are going to get you in legal trouble. And then when you get in legal trouble, you say, it's the corrupt system! It's the Matrix! It's the deep state, right? They're coming to get me. And if you don't like them, then you need to support me, right? That's the only thing that makes sense, is that they do know that they're committing crimes. They do know that they're going to get caught, and they want to get caught. Because when they get caught, they can say, look at me. Look at me fighting the system. Look at me fighting the Matrix. I am Neo. I'm your only hope, okay? If I go away, you're all effed, right? And so it motivates their communities to come out and support them. So yeah, that's my best guess on that. We've also got some ReactGate. That's right, ReactGate happened, what, a year ago? Was ReactGate, the initial ReactGate with JSXC, I think was like a year ago. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I am talking about a time when Hasan watched a video by a creator named JXC and almost immediately went to the bathroom. Like, chair was visible. It was a chair stream, right? Or it was at least like a chair segment, right? So he goes to the bathroom and it like takes him longer than he expects, which, I mean, like, that can happen. That can happen, right? And like, I'm not just talking about like through some kind of like a bathroom mishap, which could also happen, but I'm also talking about like, you know, you go to the bathroom and then you realize, oh crap, I don't have coffee. Let me go make some coffee. And you think that you can just pour some coffee, but maybe like your roommate drank the rest of the coffee. So, you know, you gotta make coffee, and then like, you know what I mean? Like, stuff can happen, right? So I think that's what happened with Hasan. He streams for like 8 to 10 to 12 hours a day, right? So like twice by max, right, is what Hasan streams. So it's kind of like understandable that he's gonna leave the chair at some times, and it's gonna create those moments, right? So when JXE saw that not only has Hasan like watched his video on stream, wait, actually, JXE pronouns. Let me make sure am I getting JXE's pronouns right? Does anyone know? At least he didn't talk to the empty chair, as if it was Obama. The chair wasn't empty. Wait, who did that? Some Republican, right? Sometimes the bathroom takes a minute. Yeah, I was gonna say, you could have the bathroom take a minute. It happens when Ethan Klein gives you all that frozen pizza. Ooh, that's dodgy. I mean, hopefully it got frozen before it got, before it went bad. Back in the day, it was Eddie All. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm using the right pronouns. But yeah, JXE JXC's video got watched by Hasan's chair, essentially. Maybe Clint Eastwood. Oh, it was Clint Eastwood who talked to the empty chair. So, JXC's video got watched mostly by Hasan's empty chair. Maybe he came back at the end of it, but basically, JXC used this as an attempt to clout chase. I'm gonna say it, right? I don't think that JXC lost any views from Hasan watching that video. I don't think there were any Hasan viewers, right? Because you gotta know who JXC is and, and who Hasan is, right? If you're looking for audience overlap, you're not gonna find a lot of audience overlap between, like, Hasan and people who are, like, friends with, like, Mahler and Sitch and people like that, right? So, I gotta call it out. JXC, to me, looks like a right-winger. I could be wrong. I haven't watched a lot of JXC's content. Maybe JXC's content is just completely nonpartisan, right? But I wouldn't expect there to be a large audience overlap, because if you got a large audience overlap with Sitch, if you've got a large audience overlap with Mahler, you're probably not going to have a large audience overlap with Hasan. So I thought that JXC was just using this as a chance to get his name out there. And get his name out there, he did. Obviously, the Vosh Clout Network, they hate the fact that Hasan has escaped their orbit. Hasan doesn't have to talk about them. Hasan doesn't have to, Hasan can pretend they don't exist. And generally, Hasan does not want to deal with debate bozos, right? He has some characteristics, right? There's some big problems with Hasan that are also problems with, like, Vosh, Xander Hall, etc. But their social media game, I think, the whole debate me bro thing, is something that he just doesn't want to be a part of, so he opts out of. And so the Vosh Clout Network jumped on it, and they were like, poor little JXC getting their videos watched by Hasan by the chair. And anyway, so yeah, the React Gate has happened again. This time it has something to do with XQC, which I'm not entirely sure about. Because this is the part of the story I'm missing. Maybe somebody can fill me in here. XQC, how is he involved in this, right? Because I know he is involved in this. Is XQC criticizing Hasan? Is that what's going on? Yeah, EFAP. EFAP is like the group that JXC's in with Mahler and Sitch and a bunch of right-wingers. So, I mean, like, I don't know much about these creators, but the vibe that it gives me is kind of like the fandom menace, right? The vibe that I get from them is like cultural critique along anti-SJW/Gamergate lines. I mean, I could be wrong, right? Allegedly. There's a VOD upload channel of XQC. I'm dodgy on names. Yeah, I mean, look, I wouldn't expect me to have a large audience overlap with XQC, because I don't bite my toenails on stream. Not that there's anything wrong with that, okay? Just so everybody understands. Not that there's anything wrong. If you like to if you're flexible enough to put your toe into your mouth and bite off your toenails on stream, I commend you. That's an amazing and unique ability, and I'm so happy that you have that. I do not have that, right? I am not quite that flexible. I don't find my toenails tempting as far as seeing what they taste like. I don't, I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't put my foot in my mouth a lot either, right? So, yeah, I don't have a lot of overlap with XQC. But obviously, I think we've watched XQC debate Hasan once or twice. No idea what XQC is up to these days. Is he still gambling? No doubt. I mean, he loves the gamba. Mudahar tweeted that it was ridiculous that React content takes up space on his feed. Oh, on his YouTube feed. Interesting. So Mudahar, we're talking about some ordinary gamer there. You might recognize that name. I don't know if you've watched any of their videos. Again, these are all people that I wouldn't expect myself to have a lot of overlap with. I think she got a lot of clout after Hasan said She is friends with Nazis and Bosch. Xander Hall and friends defended the fandom. What? Wait. Xander Hall used to be against the fandom. That's right. Does XQC even speak English? Oh my god. Yes. But if you find XQC a little bit hard to understand, you're not alone in that, right? I oftentimes have to roll it back to understand what XQC is saying. So it spawned a lot of people talking about a lot of things about React Contact, especially streamers that have fan VOD channels. So that, you just zeroed in on it, Lynn. You just zeroed in on it. That's the key issue, right? And we've run into this like with White Nervosa before. So what transformative content is, like, it has there's several boxes that you need to check for it to be transformative, right? And one of the main ones, the one that I like to concentrate on, is, does this piece of content substitute for the original content, right? So in other words, if I were to, and so in that case, right, a chair stream would kind of fit that, right? If I put on a Xander Hall video right now, and I go to the bathroom, and I come back when it's over, and then I upload that segment, that's kind of just a Xander Hall video, okay? I mean, my chair's there, my room's there, my ambiance is there, maybe my lights are on. Hopefully my lights will be on in the future, because I definitely want a better looking background than this, but that's where I would draw the line as far as it's not transformative content. Another thing that could be not transformative content is if you watch something and you don't really pause it, you don't really say anything about it, you're not adding anything to it. So in other words, if Xander Hall has a 30-minute video and I sit here and just go like, whoa, damn, wow, oh my god, right? And I don't even pause it, right? And his video's 30 minutes and my video's 30 minutes, and every bit of what he did in his video is contained in my video, you could potentially watch my video instead of Xander Hall's, right? And I think that might actually let, you know, our good friend, the Vosh Sysadmin, actually have a legal route to you know, attack my channel, right? YouTube might take that claim more seriously. The actual thing that happened was more like this, though, right? Xander Hall has like a, you know, 30-minute video. Irene Geller reacts to Xander Hall's video, and her video ends up being 1 hour and 30 minutes, right? So, Xan fans, you got two choices. Which way, Western Xan? Which way, Western Xan fan? You could watch Xander Hall's original video, right? Or you could watch, which takes 30 minutes, get it all in 30 minutes. Or you could watch No Comment Chick, who we hate. You could watch her video. It takes 1 hour and 30 minutes. Which way, right? It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious a Xan fan, a Xan viewer, somebody that's coming to see Xander Hall's content is gonna watch the shorter version of the video, right? So that's why Vosh's sysadmin had no legs to stand on, and YouTube told her exactly where she could stick that. So I'm not even against, like, you know, uploading an entire video of someone. Now I will say, like, realizing that laziness doesn't actually exist. I will say that, like colloquially speaking of how we talk about laziness, that is lazy, right? In that, I'm gonna give you a better video if I cut out the fluff, if I cut out the filler, and I lead with the killer, right? If I take the most interesting part of the video, you know, which is, you know, usually gonna be something that I said, right? Because if I'm watching a Xander Hall video, let's be honest, like, I'm a lot more interesting than Xander Hall, okay? So going back to this is just a thought experiment. I could use any streamer as an example, you know, any streamer that I react to as an example. But yeah, so you know, I lead with the killer. So you see in the beginning, like, you know, something exciting, that you're gonna have to watch through the video to be like, why did she say that? Where did that come from? What is the context of that, right? And then you cut out the filler, like anything that Zan just drones on about like quails or something. Are you interested in that? Probably not. You don't want to know about Xander Hall's quail farm. You don't want to know about Xander Hall's extracurricular activities with Vosh and Diva Mama going to the shooting range, right? These things aren't that interesting, so I would cut that out, right? So yeah, I mean that's my take on it. You're to see that Hasan actually is a little bit more stringent with that, and he's opened the door to possibly copyright striking, and it's the first time we've ever heard Hasan talk about copyright striking people, but not just people who upload his content, because he wants people to upload his content. People who upload his content and make him look bad. So if you upload a Hasan video where it's just the chair, you might get a strike. If you upload a Hasan video where you show like him watching the whole video, you might just get a strike. So that's his take. And then we've also got Sam Seder talking to, I don't know, do you all remember Emma Vigland debated Tim Pool? There was somebody in the studio with them, and that was Actual Justice Warrior. Wait, maybe there was more people. Were there more people? I remember Actual Justice Warrior. I don't know if Patriot, what's that one, the cartoon artist? He does have an accent and he speaks quickly. Yeah, I mean, that's just his style. I imagine if we're talking about XQC again, I imagine if you're an XQC viewer, you probably get used to it. Just like you get used to, like, listening to what I say. Sometimes I don't speak super clearly, but if you watch me a lot, you'll kind of, like, know what I'm saying. I'm sure the same thing is true for XQC. Is usually highly edited. VOD channels aren't. Okay, so you're right. So there are some channels that upload the Hasan VOD. I don't know if he's mad at them. Because, like, look, when we're talking about a VOD, right, understand this, right? A VOD means this entire stream, right? So, for this stream, it would be me reacting to Trump, Trump's legal troubles, me reacting to Andrew Tate's legal troubles, me reacting to Hasan's ReactGate, and me reacting to Sam Seder and Actual Justice Warrior debating, right? So if you were, say, concerned about, if you're like Sam Seder's, if you're the content manager for Sam Seder, right? You're not as worried about my VOD substituting for your video as you would be if I just like went to the bathroom, didn't react to it at all, and then uploaded that segment. That segment could get in the way of your, oh my god, wait, I gotta be on this. Okay, we got like what, 9 minutes. Thank you, Buffy Geek. Yeah, we got a thread too. Here, I'm gonna put it in chat. Yeah, I mean, I would think that maybe VODs are less of a concern, but I mean, theoretically, if they're time-stamped, I guess they could substitute for the original piece of content. There we go. Message pinned. That's my Twitter thread, okay? If you're still on X, if you're still on Twitter, I would massively appreciate you going over there and jailbreaking my thread, because I don't know if you know this, but when you post a thread with a link, and that one has a link in it, Elon doesn't exactly like to share that content. Elon doesn't like to give that reach, right? Because that could potentially take somebody off of X and onto YouTube. And that's a bad thing, right, for Elon. So what happens with threads like that is they just don't get shown to anybody unless they have a certain number of likes to them, unless they have a certain number of retweets, right? Once it gets beyond that, then Elon will show other people, but before that, there's not really It just like it's like I make a Twitter post and it goes down the drain. Elon has no idea how the internet works, clearly. I mean, I don't even know what Elon's agenda is, right? There are some people who have hypothesized that he just wants to destroy the platform. And it sounds kind of tinfoil hatty, because that's $44 billion. Yeah. But I'm starting to believe it. I'm starting to really entertain the possibility. Yeah, his moves really do not make sense. There's some thought that he wants to turn X into the everything app, and what he's really trying to do is kind of corner the market on internet banking, right? So Elon Musk was involved with PayPal along with what is his name? Peter Thiel. There's like a whole gang of like PayPal dudes, right? That were involved in the beginning of PayPal, and Elon was not a founder, I don't think, or not a real founder, and he bought the status of founder, but he was involved in PayPal early on, and it does seem like a lot of those people are trying to turn an app into a bank, and maybe that's what Elon wants to do. Maybe he wants it to be WeChat. Twitter is surprisingly resilient though, right? Oh, also, another reason to maybe, in fact, let me get this again. I'm gonna hit you again with this Discord link, because one of Twitter's competitors, excuse me, is called Blue Sky, right? And we do have a channel for Blue Sky on there, and what I mainly the main function that channel is serving right now is to get other people in the community to follow you, right? So if you're in there, if you're in the Discord, post your Blue Sky link. If you have Blue Sky, post your link, and other people can follow you, and we can have a little bit of an NCC BS KY, yeah, NCC BS. It doesn't really flow off the tongue as easily as NCC Twit, but we could have that, right? If you don't have a Blue Sky account, you can go in there and you can ask for a code, because I think we've definitely got some people with some codes. If you've got a code and you don't have anybody to give it to, look in that thread, or look in that channel on Discord, like the Blue Sky channel, and you might find some people that really need an invite. So you can help each other out there. That's another reason to join the Discord. Anyway, I have edged you all for, yeah, like literally officially long enough, because like the music ended. Let us now proceed. Wait, no, you know what? I want to lead with Trump, but I know that more people are here for Andrew Tate. I'm pretty sure most people are here for Andrew Tate. So we're gonna start off with let's see what's the latest on Andrew Tate.
Lately, we've been covering.
Okay, so for anybody who wants to know who this is Willie Mack's show. Now, when I talk about the commentary community, I mean, Willie Mack is like a commentary bro. I don't know that much about him. I just tell you that to say that I don't necessarily stand by everything that Willie Mack has said or done. I don't know that much about him. I do have my reservations about commentary channels in general. I don't know if any of those apply to Willie Mack. He's, kind of doing the right thing here. And I especially like the fact that that's a heavily male-leaning audience, and there are probably a lot of Tate fans in that audience. So this is a commentary bro making content, exposing Andrew Tate to an audience, a lot of whom probably think that he did nothing wrong. Probably think that it's the Matrix. The Matrix came for Andrew Tate, and we have to support him, right? Willie Mack is kind of going to blow the lid off of that and expose that guy. So I'm glad he's there for what he's doing in this, but I don't necessarily sign off on every single thing that he's ever done. And once again, yeah, so it's not giving me the update, but you are about to have another ad. If you're on Twitch, you're about to see another ad. If you don't have that little icon by your name, that little Persona 2 face by your name, you will be subject to the ad break. The ad break comes twice an hour, at like the 15 and at the 45 now. And it's like, you just basically miss like a minute and a half of the stream every time. If you don't want to have that happen to your viewing experiences, there's some ways that you can take care of that. If you have Amazon Prime, you can hook it up to your Twitch account and get a free sub off of that, right? Twitch lets you have a free sub. Any kind of sub will give you access to our emotes, will get you out of the ad break. It comes with a lot of perks, and you'll be able to see some kind of videos that aren't available to other people in terms of the highlights, especially, right? So there's benefits to membership. And so if you don't have an Amazon Prime, you can pay $5. It's just $5 to buy one from Amazon on desktop. I think it's $6 if you're on iPhone. I don't know what it is on Android. Somebody tell me if you end up getting it on Android. I'd be interested to see what it is, right? The third option is if none of those work for you, you don't have $5 and you don't have a Amazon Prime subscription, you can possibly get gifted a sub. It is known to happen, but it is more likely to happen if you're more active in chat. All right, let's go.
The Andrew Tate charges, showing he's been selling classes on.
Android charges $6. Okay, so Google and Apple both take their cut.
Trafficking, money laundering, and even admitting to manipulating a 16... Lately, we've been covering the Andrew Tate charges, showing he's been selling classes on, trafficking, money laundering, and even admitting to manipulating a 16-year-old into working for his cam business when he was 26 years old. But yes, even with all that, it somehow gets worse. The Tates have done nothing but lie and hide evidence saying that there are no charges or claims of abuse.
Are they accusing you of using violence or...
No. These are only some of the files and transcripts on the Tates. Does this...
Buffy Geek, thank you for the gift sub to Bipedal Meat Bag. Bipedal Meat Bag will no longer be... Yeah, it's coming up in a few minutes here, so I try to let you know before it happens so that you got the option to opt out of it. Yeah, 1 minute and 30 seconds will be the next ad break.
Look like no evidence? New evidence has emerged showing that the top members of the War Room are also trafficking women, with another one of them being charged as well. It quite literally is a cult.
So DICOT, you see that, you're going to see that acronym a lot. My understanding is that is like a Romanian law enforcement organization.
And I'm not using that word lightly. Chat logs from the War Room have leaked showing that he is still in the webcam business, explaining exactly how he manipulates women to fellow members, saying she's broke, can't go home, and can't leave the house. Man, I almost sound evil. They continue to lie to their fans.
Almost.
And saying that they're only being charged for things that happened in 2021.
We have been accused, like my brother said, of nothing prior to 2021 or 2022. So all of our old videos, old life had nothing to do with this.
When the court documents are set.
What's going on with his hair in that piece of content?
Citing incidents from 2016, 2017, 2018, all the way up until they were arrested in 2022. He had seemingly tried to buy off a Romanian senator, calling her from jail.
Okay, so I'm getting some feedback that my audio is too low. I'm gonna pump it, but just let me know if I clip. Like if I start sounding like a Ben Shapiro edit, right? Let me know. I'm gonna turn up the gain, turning it up, turning it up, turning it up, turning it up. Oh yeah, there we go. Right into the red. Okay. And back down. Okay, so yeah, thank you for the feedback. If ever there's an issue with the audio, if ever there's an issue with the video, if ever there's an issue with the stream, feel free to let me know. I will never be upset with you for pointing that out. I will always be grateful for your feedback, because that lets me make the stream better for everybody.
Saying, so make it clear to them. You will get lots of votes when Tate says you took their side. He has a former Romanian police inspector, Luana, beat the woman when they wouldn't work. Maybe you're not listening because I'm killing you if we don't.
Okay, so this is a really messed up, thing that's going on here. So when Tate talks about how he's innocent and stuff, one of the things that he'll mention is the women that have worked for him that are not pressing charges. that are not making allegations against them, right? And two of these women are in this conversation, right? So I hate to use this term, right? I'm sure you've all heard of this. It's called bottom bitch. And it's the idea when somebody is profiting off of a bunch of sex workers, the first sex worker that they profit off of is called bottom bitch and has a special role in their enterprise, right? And one of these women is that. Another one is a former cop, right? So this is kind of like Tate's muscle being applied to PI, right? Is somebody that's been inducted into his organization through the boyfriend method, allegedly, right? I gotta say allegedly until the guy is convicted, right? But yeah, you can see these kind of threats going on, and this kind of intimidation and this sort of atmosphere of fear that all this stuff takes place in, right? Going on in these in these chat logs.
Make money. Hit yourself in the mouth until I arrive because I'll give you another 10. He's been charged with rape, physically assaulting the woman. The prosecution claims he would torture the girls by having his bottom bitch beat them in their newly acquired breast implants by lifting her arm to break the operation after.
This is terrible. So in the vulnerable state of having undergone, augmentation surgery, right? They're harming them in a way that's not easily provable or traceable by basically making them do stuff that's gonna break the stitches. This is truly horrible.
Which she stated that she's not stupid enough to hit her and leave traces. And yes, I will repeat this just like I have in my past 2 Tate videos, it somehow gets worse. As they allegedly have Twitter and Instagram employees in their cult, banning and botting people who criticize them. This is coming from a War Room whistleblower.
We have many Twitter employees, we have Instagram employees, TikTok employees. When we want to, we can delete an account. Whatever the perceived attack is on the Tate brand,
this literally sounds like Fight Club, right?
That the marketing, the post, the tweet, the thread, whatever is purporting. We counter that with our Tate bots. We get big accounts to slander the person that's making that thread.
This is a real rabbit hole, so buckle up, because Andrew Tate is not the man he says he is. He can't even groom himself. Unlike me, a real man who uses Manscaped. Manscaped is the...
Okay, I gotta give some respect for the way that ad is integrated into the video. That's not bad, Willie Mac. Okay, so this is the War Room. This is what we're talking about, right? This is the organization that really puts the hurt. It sounds like it's putting the hurt on. What? When did that happen?
I have now made 2 videos on Andrew Tate going over the charges and the many videos he's posted incriminating himself.
I have to fuck her so she obeys me. I don't give a shit about having sex with beautiful women. I fuck them so they listen to me. So I can get what I actually want, which is not them.
Good sag.
It's a means to an end. Every single Bond girl was exploited. That's exactly what I do.
Well, he's continued to incriminate himself.
And so this is like, if you've ever talked to an Andrew Tate fan, it's frustrating for this reason, right? You see clips like that, which sound like self-snitching. That sounds like an admission, right? And then you turn around and these people will tell you he's never done anything wrong. What are you talking about? And you're like, no, not only has he done, not only is there a lot of smoke suggesting that he's done something criminal, but based on the investigations that he's under, but there's this fire of actual clips of him talking in I don't know what he thinks he's doing here, but he's basically, he's incriminating himself, right? And they'll say, no, that was taken out of context. What context makes this okay? What context makes this okay?
in his War Room group chat where he teaches other people how to traffic women as well, leading to at least one other member being arrested and charged. So what is the War Room? It's Andrew Tate's cult of what he claims to be the most powerful non-governmental body in the world. He describes as the Illuminati, but cooler.
War Room is kind of like the Illuminati, but cooler.
Powerful is the network.
I'm alive.
Are we allowed to talk about anybody else who's in there?
I will never tell you about
What this sounds like is Twitch poll on steroids, right? So, I mean, like, since I've been accused of being a member of Twitch poll, or being, like, its worst, like, like the worst creation of Twitch poll, I feel it's imperative that I talk about this, because obviously some people don't know anything about Twitch poll, and yet you're swimming in these waters. If you're a Twitch streamer, right, and you're covering politics at all, right, anything tangential to politics, right, you're kind of, you know, embedded in Twitch poll. And when we talk about Twitch poll, we're talking about kind of a network of discords, right? And most of those discords, it starts off with like streamers Discord. So somebody that, you know, streams politics, does debates, you know, is part of Twitch poll, they're going to have their own Discord, right? And that's kind of the entry level, right? Below that is a network of what I would call splinter discords, right? So you got the streamers Discord, and then you got people that kind of get to know each other in that streamers Discord. Maybe they're in VC one night and they're like, hey, why don't we make our own Discord, right? And you know that person that's always talking shit, what's her name? I think it's like no comment, something like that. Yeah, look, we're gonna do something about her, right? So they go off into these splinter discords and they you know, they kind of plot. So in other words, like some of the really dirty stuff, you wouldn't expect to find it in, like, you know, the Dylan Burns server, for instance, right? You're not going to find this dirty stuff going on in the Wix server. You will find some sus shit going on in the Chud Logic server, but he kind of keeps his, you know, hands off of it, right? But I mean, like that one of the channels in there gives you an idea of what this world is like, because there's a deeper level, like I told you, of like splinter discords, right? And those splinter discords, like what Andrew Tate is describing here with the War Room, which is a Discord, right? That is a Discord server. That sounds like Twitch poll's splinter discords, like on steroids, right? So, you know, it's bad. I'm pretty sure a lot of harassment is organized through there, although I gotta say allegedly, right? Because, you know, I'm not in these servers. I just kind of know how it works. I've seen some screenshots. I've seen some things. I've been around a little while, right? So I kind of know how this works, and I want other people to understand how it works too, because there's a lot of people that come onto Twitch and you want to stream politics. You want to, you know, develop a community, right? You don't want to play this cloak and dagger game that Twitch poll is playing. Understand though, it is being played, right? And if you become inconvenient to them, right? In other words, if you criticize the wrong person, you will very likely be targeted in one of these splinter discords, right? This is Destiny's talked about this. This is not something that I'm making up. This is not tinfoil hat hours. This is not me putting, you know, like you know, pegs and like thread and, you know, doing the Office meme or anything like that, because like I don't really know, you know, the specifics of any of this. I just know the, you know, kind of like the larger structure, right? But this is what Andrew Tate's talking about, you know, real life harassment of people, right? And there's definitely threats of that go on in Twitch poll. I haven't seen any evidence of real life stuff happening. It could, but Andrew Tate is talking about like ending people. Like Andrew Tate is talking about like just some. So well, you're gonna see anyway.
any of the members, but let's put it this way: I'm still alive, right? So, and there's been serious attempts on my life. The War Room is the most powerful network on the face of the planet today, bar governments.
Are you trying
bar
to keep
a nation
up?
state? The War Room is bar a nation state wanting you dead. The War Room is the number one enemy you wouldn't want. You.
I also gotta remind you that, like, you know, this is him bragging. This is him trying to puff up, like, you know, how formidable the War Room is. maybe he's exaggerating somewhat, but I mean, I've seen this kind of stuff go on at a much lower level. So the fact that something like this would go on, that something like this would go on with his, War Room Discord is not, like, in other words, nothing that he says here is something that I can say, that's not happening. There's no way that would happen. I don't know.
Coming after you, because they will get you. We are that good.
Now, I used to think he was just being hyperbolic here, but it's not just a meme. It's dangerous, especially if you're a woman they target. Now, if you're a new member of the War Room, it's just another way for them to siphon $5,000, $7,000 out of you.
The War Room now, it's like when you join it, you're going to be paying the $5,000, but you're not just going to be paying for that. They say that's only your admission ticket. You're only paying to get access to these people. You're not paying to be respected and all that stuff. What you're supposed to be doing is pay for more stuff. As soon as you join, they're asking you, it's like, you got to pay now for the 5 fundamental courses, which I think is like $3,000 with a discount or whatever. So $5,000 USD plus $3,000 discounts.
$8,000 just to get started, and they will continue to gouge you for thousands more. But if you actually stick around long enough and make the money, that's when you'll be allowed in the more advanced courses. In one of the War Room group chats, Andrew Tate is giving step-by-step instructions on how to manipulate girls, using his own as examples. In one of the leaked messages, he explains how he would isolate girls from their family by lying. He writes, update on the 2 girls living together. The girl that moved lost her support network at home. Cemented her move, talking about staying forever, can't wait for me to come back, etc. So I had to tighten the screw. So I said somebody from her hometown told me that she worked in a sex club. I literally totally made this up from the sky. He then shows the text accusing her at 10:40 and then ghosting her for 20 minutes as she panics. He says, started calling her a liar and threatening to kick her out. But the real goal here is for her to agree to never go anywhere without me, not even her hometown. He then shows his messages with her. You are never going back to Timisoara without me. Understand? And she replies, yes, I understand. He then posts more text messages showing how he's broken this girl down, all through lying, I might add. Andrew, please tell me that this is a joke, because I really don't want to believe that you mean what you're saying. I'm freaking crying alone in a room, and you think I'm not serious? Where am I now, Andrew? Here? Why? Because I am serious. I've left everything and everyone behind. For who? For you.
So this is one of his victims, right? This is one of his victims, and we're talking about the lover boy method is allegedly what he uses. And that's a method by which he convinces these girls that he's interested in them, but he acts really controlling. And, he's separating them from their support networks, first of all, making them afraid to go back home, making them afraid to leave, and setting this bar of how they have to act in order to be with him, which unfortunately, some people are vulnerable to this, especially somebody that's been cut off from their support network, right? You can tell that this person, he is mind effing this person, right? By yelling at them and being like, I'm not interested in you. You're not doing the right thing. And like kind of causing her to like supplicate herself. Like, where am I now, Andrew? Here. Why? Because I'm serious. I've left everything and everyone behind. For who? For you. Yo. This is bad.
Andrew then writes in the War Room, I need her working, not visiting friends in her hometown. So I'm putting nails in that coffin, saying my people are talking bad about her. So Andrew Tate is admitting and teaching how he gets a girl to fall in love with them, systematically tears her apart from her family and friends, all for the purpose of bringing her to Romania so she works on webcam for him. That is textbook human trafficking according to Romanian law. And if the girls didn't work or didn't pull in enough money after...
It's eerily similar, I'm reading chat here, to the Dennis system that's another system, like the Loverboy system, Loverboy method. It's from Sunny. Oh, okay, from a show. I thought you were talking about it in real life. From It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Dennis isn't far off. He just has some boundaries, not many, but some. Yeah, this is wild.
After they moved in, the Tates would have Georgiana and Luana.
But understand, like, the War Room is functioning to teach men his method, right? So after paying what I understand to be about $8,000, right, for courses, the men who apply those courses and start into this cam business, will then be brought into the war room, right? That's the Discord that he's talking about, right? And so they're getting advice, they're sharing information, they're bragging about, successful, like women that they've like inducted into their organizations, right? They're kind of doing what Andrew Tate is doing, and that's one of the things that they do. The other thing that they do that they talked about before is critics of Andrew Tate, people that might get in the way of Andrew Tate, people that are saying things that are inconvenient to Andrew Tate are also dealt with in the war room. That's the part that reminds me of Twitch poll, right? That's the part that reminds me of these splinter discords, right? Is we're talking about people's smaller accounts being maybe mass reported. We're talking about them having people that having contact with people who work at different social media platforms to help get people that are inconvenient banned. And then we're talking about at the higher levels, right? These people being slandered and a lot of hate directed their way. So that's the part that really sounds familiar to me. Getting fin-domed by a daddy Tate is a real alpha Chad move. Yeah, and a lot of these guys are. I'm gonna even guess, Landphobe, that most of these guys that buy his courses, that's all they do. They give him $8,000, or they give him $3,000, they give him $5,000, right? And they never really apply this, because this stuff is not okay, right? This is I would think that most people, even if they want to be like Andrew Tate, like they couldn't go through with some of this, like the kind of cruelty that you have to be okay with to use Andrew Tate's methods, like are something that I would hope that most people are not afraid of. Deranged Discord Andy's all over Twitch poll. Paulie, did you know that I'm a Twitch? Apparently, I'm a Twitch poll Andy too. No, not really. Just like I was just talking about some of the information that goes around, right? And that's the worst thing that can happen, right? Is when you're accused of being part of something that you've spent your time on Twitch fighting, right? That's kind of that's pretty bad how that kind of turns around. I mean, they've weaponized, they've mobilized all kinds of accusations about Polly, about me, about a lot of people, about anybody that stands up to Twitch poll, right? But the worst kind of thing is that then when they turn around and like blame you for the things that they themselves are doing, like that's. But yeah, we got deranged Discord Andy's in Andrew Tate's war room too, apparently. But yeah, like I was saying, I would guess that most of these people that pay for courses, right, aren't going to go through with this lover boy method. They're not going to establish a cam business. This is some cruel stuff, right? I think it kind of takes a special person, and not in a good way, to be able to do the Andrew Tate method to these women, right? When they get somebody, though, that reads through it, that understands it, and that applies it, right, they bring them into the war room, because that's kind of, I don't know what you want to call that person, like an operator or something, right? They are operating, in some really shady stuff. And somebody that does that could also be relied on to be part of, imagine Andrew Tate is Tyler Durden, right? And this is his Fight Club. And just like Fight Club had somebody working everywhere, and like if somebody was getting in their way, they could screw that person over really easily by just, contacting the right person within their network, right? Andrew Tate seems to have his own network. They're at least talking about, I guess the word is rat effing. I can't say the F word on, because of monetization, right? But this is similar to what Nixon would do to his political enemies, and they're doing this stuff on social media through the Discord. I don't think that, like, at least at the low level, like, this stuff isn't necessarily illegal. I mean, maybe there's some defamation, libel. He literally did say, the informant literally did say slander, right? So, slander is usually a crime depending on where you live. But at the low level, you know, this is just like internet harassment, but it's organized through the war room, and it's weaponized against Andrew Tate's enemies. It's weaponized against anybody who might like blow the whistle on what's going on with Andrew Tate. Gaslighting and projection is, yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah. And Paulie's really been through, I mean, like we've both been through it, but, God.
Their assistants beat them. They're being charged as well. These are transcripts from Tate, the Romanian FBI.
Okay, so those are the assistants that I was talking about. NG, as I understand, is bottom bitch. That is Andrew Tate's first cam girl, or most senior, the cam girl that's been working with Tate for the longest. RL, it seems to be somebody that's got experience in law enforcement. So these are the punishers for Tate, right? For the girls in the business. And again, I gotta say allegedly, he hasn't been convicted yet, right? So this is all under the rubric of allegedly, right? There, like, as much as there is a lot of smoke here, as much as there definitely seems to be fire, I am not gonna overstep and make any legal claims about Andrew Tate, especially given what we just learned about the war room, right? I'm guessing that they're looking for like much bigger fishes than me, like somebody that's really got some reach, somebody that's really got some like social media clout talking badly about Andrew Tate, right? I'm guessing that I'm not on their radar. I'm hoping that I'm not on their radar, but still I'm going to be really careful because I don't want to get a call from Andrew Tate's lawyers or anything like that.
I showing them threaten a girl, saying maybe you're not listening because I'm killing you if we don't make money. Punch yourself in the mouth until I arrive because I'll give you another 10. Andrew Tate would encourage his victims to get breast implants, and if they didn't reach their numbers, he'd make Georgiana pull at the stitches. The prosecution writes, there's no medical documents of the physical violence because the defendants acted cunningly without leaving traces.
So yeah, the one smart thing he does is not leave a, you know, chat trail about this kind of enforcement, right? But yeah, they're like say that you had just undergone augmentation surgery, right? You might be in such a state that even somebody like lifting up your arm will cause the stitches to dislodge, right? So you've just gotten stitches, right? And they're pulling up your arm to make the stitches break. So they're injuring you in a way that looks like a complication of the surgery. They could have plausible deniability. They're not, I mean, they did say those things in the group chat, but as far as this particular method of, you know, causing pain and, you know, it sounds like injury to the women working in the cam business, right? They're being a little bit more careful about saying the quiet part out loud here.
For example, from one of the victim's statements, it appears Georgiana, to avoid leaving traces of violence on the body of one of the girls who recently undergone breast implants, would lift her arms to break the operation, after which stated she's not stupid enough to leave traces. To anyone who's still skeptical about the human trafficking charges, I beg to ask, what else would you call this? He'd manipulate the girls into falling in love with him with promises of marriage. I want to know if you're committed, serious about marriage. He'd then divide them
so like Emery is Andrew Tate.
From their family and friends through lies. I said somebody in her old town told me she worked in a sex club. I totally made this up. I need her working, not visiting friends from her old town. And then when they got nothing left, they move in with him where he traps them inside the house.
So I end up with all these chicks just stuck in their house, sitting there, bored, completely in love with me. And of course, they don't go out. They're not allowed out. You stay in the house. You don't go nowhere. You're not, no restaurants, no clubs, nothing.
Where they would be beaten, tortured by Georgiana and Luana. And he knows what he's doing is wrong. He proudly states in the war room. Another element, since she's moved in, she's been fed, but nothing else. She's broke, can't go home, and she can't leave the house. Man, I almost sound evil. And the worst part is, other members of the chat.
That's the part that gets me. I almost sound evil. No, no, you do sound evil.
Love it. Posting themselves doing the same thing. Bragging about how...
Okay, so we are 3 minutes ahead, I think. 3 minutes out from our next ad break. Once again, if you don't have a little Persona 2 icon by your name, you might get stuck in that ad break. Oh, Lord Fortunes, there's somebody that's not going to get stuck in the ad break. Real alpha males buy subs to no comment chick, yeah, and real like alpha females and alpha NBs and sigma, you know, whatever your gender is, whatever your And Polly just got one too. Thank you, Lord Frutos. Yeah, you're gonna do better. So like I said, you can buy a sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you might as well just hook that up to Twitch, right? Because you basically got a free sub waiting for you, right? And if you're not using that free sub, you're just missing out, right? So don't miss out on that. If you have Amazon Prime, if you pay for that, get your money's worth out of that, and give me some of that money too, by using that for a sub to like a, oh my god, by using that to get an Amazon Prime sub, which is just as good as any other kind of sub. It'll get you the emotes that you're seeing in chat right now. It'll get you out of the ad break, and it'll get you access to special content that you would not otherwise get. Also gets you into a special area of my Discord, which I promise is not a war room. There's no there's no secret, like there's no fight. It's not the NCC Fight Club. I promise. No, it really isn't. But it is a cool place for members, for subs, and for Patreons. In fact, I'm going to be integrating Patreon when I can to get Patreons in there as well, right? So there's that. The Amazon Prime sub. You can also pay $5 if you've got $5. $5 on desktop, $6 apparently on mobile. You can get yourself a sub that way too. And the last way is, if none of those ways work for you, you might be gifted a sub if you're lucky enough, right? And by lucky, I mean active in chat and somebody sees you and takes pity on your state of having to deal with the ads, right? Because nobody wants to deal with the ads. But if you're active in chat, there's some chance that you'll be gifted a sub, and you won't have to deal with that at all. So anyway,
much money they're
chat ate your link. Oh yeah, it does that.
Making from OnlyFans. Fake convo with G. Me pretending I love her. G speaking sense. Posting.
What? Wait, what was that last part? Let me rewind that really quick.
Themselves doing the same thing, bragging about how much money they're making from OnlyFans. Fake convo with G. Me pretending I love her. G speaking.
Wait, fake convo with G, does that mean Top G? Are they talking about Andrew Tate? That's an itch.io? Oh, okay, it's called Paqueret. Down the Bun Boros? Yeah, 1 minute and 30 seconds until that ad break. Links are not allowed on chat, but you can whisper them to a mod. Yeah, that's your best bet. If you want me to see it in chat, you can whisper it to a mod, and the mod can vet it for you. Again, this is part of what I have to do as a target of harassment from Twitch poll, right? Just to make sure that I'm not getting sent any links that are gonna, scrape my IP or anything like that. I have to have the mods vet those for me, and of course you can post them in Discord. But it's unfortunate, right? It's a function of the platform.
It is, other members of the chat love it, posting themselves doing the same thing, bragging about how much money they're making from OnlyFans. Fake convo with G. Me pretending I love her. G speaking sense.
So wait, are they faking a convo with Andrew Tate? Because oh my god. That's terrible. I mean, maybe it works though. This is the thing, right? When you got so many people talking about Andrew Tate, like he did nothing wrong, he's speaking truth, the Matrix, the deep state, all those sussy bakas out there are coming for him, right? Then I guess, you might have, potential victims that are going to be impressed with a fake conversation with Andrew Tate as well.
Posting targets of what woman...
A hard target for Cam or OnlyFans, right? Oh, okay, so this is somebody showing a target, right? Showing a chat conversation they had with somebody that they're targeting, trying to get into their organization, and then putting a poll on Discord, right? Does the war room think that they're gonna be able to lover boy this woman into their cam business, or do they think that it's just not gonna work? It's too hard of a target.
They plan to get next. This is the next target. We'll start the groundwork tonight and keep you all updated. She passed the PhD test. Ready for another masterclass. People are paying over 10K and putting in hours of work a day to learn how to
It's role play. Somebody got way into their copy of 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Yeah, another book that I think they're using is How to Win Friends and Influence People, right? That's like, look, I don't want to disparage everybody who has read that book and gotten some benefit from it, right? But it has become kind of the scammer's Bible, right? So people that are running scams, they're usually utilizing techniques from the. I haven't read that. I haven't read how. I know very little about this book other than I think the PUA artist kind of utilized some of its techniques back in the day.
Woman. It's insane, and yet it somehow gets worse because it's the tip top of the war room where the real crime is happening. I want to introduce you to Vlad Obu, aka Joe Lampton. He is good friends with the Tates and essentially the Romanian version of Andrew. He's seen driving fancy cars and having nice watches. He even runs and sells a course in the war room modeled after Andrew Tate's webcam business. He has been arrested as well, partly because he beat one of his girlfriends because she wouldn't get a third tattoo of his face on her. There were many witnesses. I wonder who else.
This is wild because, like, you know, if you go into my Discord, one of the things you're gonna see is like self-promotion. So in other words, like if you're a streamer and you're in my Discord, you can promote yourself in self-promo as long as you keep it to self-promo. You know, that's totally fine. Most people have something like that. Most Discords for streamers have self-promotion for other people that want to promote, you know, their own streams on here. It sounds like Andrew Tate had somebody promoting a similar business to the one that he runs on I wonder how you get in with Andrew Tate like that.
Makes their girls get tattoos of themselves.
It seems like the worst MLM ever.
On them. I can't quite put a finger on it. And guess what? He's also been charged with human trafficking. Tate prosecutors say the alleged victims were trained by beating or psychological terror until the leader of the group considered that they had become as obedient as dogs. According to Tate investigators, Vlad Obu would have used his public image to seduce several girls through the so-called loverboy method, most of whom were without financial means. Once caught in the net of Obu, the girls ended up in video chat studios opened in Bucharest, Ilfov County. The same county Andrew and Tristan were found trafficking women. Tate even seems to refer to the same organized crime group that Andrew and Tristan Tate have been charged with creating. Tate has reported that 31 people have been picked up and investigated in this operation. It is so much bigger than people realize. I want to bring you back to a line from Andrew Tate because it's about to get real different in a moment.
Bar a nation state wanting you dead, the war room is the number one enemy you wouldn't want you coming after you because they will get you. We are that good.
A big reason why Andrew Tate is so screwed right now is because Date's been monitoring his phone calls without him knowing. Well, Andrew Tate must not be that smart because for some reason he thought his phone calls in jail wouldn't also be monitored without realizing that Tate prosecutors.
We're talking about his phone calls from jail there, right? That's what we're talking about. Is you know, he's been in jail for a while now. While he was in there, he was using the phone. I don't know how. This is the other thing that makes it look like he wants to get caught. He wants to get charged, right? I don't know how else to interpret that. Who doesn't know that if you're in jail, if you're in prison, and you make a call on a prison phone, that call's going to be monitored? How does he think it's not?
Prosecutors could monitor these dialogues. Andrew Tate got in touch with a trusted woman who was supposed to contact George Simmons, who was a member of the Assembly of Deputies in Romania, and a Romanian senator, Diana Sosaka, to convey to them that if they stood up for them in the public space and the Tates are let out, they will be rewarded. Keep in mind that this has been translated from English to Romanian and then back to English, so some things might read a little weird. Tate says, also, Anna, there's a guy called George Simmons. He's a protester or something. He's on Facebook and is always posting about stuff. She says, oh yes, I know. He says talk to him and anyone else like him who doesn't like the corruption in Romania, and understand that if he helps us, he will be rewarded. Talk to him and tell him this case is shit. They're Americans. So
you can hear some people that are kind of getting encouraged to work for Tate on the outside, to do things for him on the outside, and with the understanding that they're going to get some kind of reward when Tate gets out. One could also imagine that, you know, that Andrew Tate's going to deal out some punishment to those who do not cooperate with him. So like on the other side of that, right? And that's one reason not to let him out. That's one reason why maybe, you know, he was he was confined for so long, right? Because if depending on how much information they have on him, right, they know that he's a danger to potentially to his victims. He's a danger to people who don't cooperate with him, right? That there could be some real consequences for him being able to operate in the outside world.
Making Romania look bad. Tate is corrupt. She says also Senator Sasaka. She's also a lawyer and she fought against the COVID restrictions. You remember her now? And Andrew replies, yes, both. He then says put them in and tell them that Tate is corrupt and that is very bad for Romania. It's very bad for the image. These guys are innocent. Look here.
And again, I don't know exactly about Tate, but it sounds like some sort of a Romanian like federal law enforcement agency. I would guess like the FBI.
They're the victims. If you side with the boys, when the boys get let out, they'll make sure you're rewarded for telling the truth. In another wiretap to his cousin Luke, he says, make it clear to them. You're going to get a lot of votes when Tate says you were on his side. How insane is that? He felt comfortable openly saying that he was going to bribe Romanian politicians from a jail cell. Not only that, but a whistleblower has come forward claiming that they have Twitter and Instagram employees in the war room working for them. The interview was done by the news movement, and the whistleblower is the person who helped create and run CobraTate.com, as well as Andrew Tate's Twitter. He's proven that he was part of the war room by leaking messages.
We have many Twitter employees, we have Instagram employees, TikTok employees. When we want to, we can delete an account. For small accounts, we can just mark them and that's it, and nobody really cares. But for bigger accounts, we use a thing called PR marketing campaigns and narrative control, meaning that we have
PR marketing campaigns. So I haven't heard of this before, but
big accounts that side with us. We have many smaller, real-looking, human-like accounts. Whatever the
like, this makes me wonder, like, is this, like, when he says PR, it makes me think that this is something that gets used in industry, right? So in other words, maybe, a business interest that doesn't want certain things said about it on social media. Like, I don't know, when he says PR, that makes it sound like this stuff is not just happening with the war room, maybe.
Perceived attack is on the Tate brand that the marketing, the post, the tweet, the thread, whatever is purporting. We counter that with our Tate bots. We get big accounts to slander the person that's making that thread or that tweet or that post.
When you look at Crabcrawler's account, who was the #1 independent journalist reporting on Andrew Tate, with
Muskbots, for instance,
documentation going back years, his Twitter was banned and is still banned for seemingly no reason. Very convenient. In another instance,
and the other thing about it is that, like, people will allege, like, bots. I've heard people talk about Biden bots. I've heard people, right? So it's kind of this thing where you don't really know, if an account that's, like, say, attacking you for saying something about Elon Musk, for saying something about Twitter, or sorry, X, like, it might just be a stan. Or it might be a bot. There's just kind of no telling.
Since Tate sent people from the war room to go intimidate a journalist at his house, Tate writes, and don't mention my name on Twitter ever again, and it's done. Or sign the contract, or it's just begun. Choice is yours. The guy says fair. Tate replies waiting.
Sign the contract? Is this like an NDA?
Done. Tate then says I won't dox any more details.
Okay, somebody make this make sense to me. Somebody make this make sense to me. Why would Andrew Tate himself be conducting this conversation, given that he's got a war room, given that he's got, essentially like underlings, like soldiers, right? Why would he be the one to have this conversation? Like, again, this just, like, points to, like, doing something that obviously is going to get you, in trouble with the law in order to present yourself as being persecuted.
We leave it here. Tate has done this to multiple people, even bragging about it in an interview in 2022.
I'm that guy. And the guy, and he, as soon as he could feel it, and he felt it because people turned up at his door. Once I had his address, I started I didn't want to get banned from Twitter. Obviously, it happened in the end anyway. Yeah. But at first, I put his street name, then I put his house number. And then when guys turned up at his house,
why is he saying this on a podcast? I don't know this. The Unplugged Alpha, Rich Cooper. Yeah, I don't know this guy, but like he's saying this on social media.
Listen, I had to fly some friends of mine.
It's wild enough that he himself would make the threats that he made over an Instagram DM, right? That's wild. But this is beyond.
From Vegas to LA. Like, I had to spend money on this shit. This took time out of my life. When he looked out the window and saw the SUV, then he starts apologizing on the internet. Like, oh, bitch. Welcome to the real world. Worlds have consequences.
And I don't know, maybe this isn't illegal. Like, I don't know, like, right? I don't know where, I mean, it probably depends on what country, what state this is happening in. Whether this is, yeah, I mean, this is, you know, obviously harassment, but, you know, is it illegal? I'm not sure.
And it wasn't even hard for me to do. Richard, all I did was I sent some messages to a few private groups I'm in and said, look, cash prize, this guy needs to pay.
A few private groups being the War Room.
See, so, you know, I mean, like, you know that, like, when it involves a content creator, right, there's a motivation, right? Somebody's inconvenient for a certain content creator. Somebody's making them look bad, right? They might be able to count on their fans to do, even independently, right? When we talk about stochastic actions, like, that's what this is. The creator goes out and says, this person is a problem, this person is harming me, this person is you know, is bad, right? And the stands go and do this stuff, right? But now he's introduced the notion of cash prizes into this, a bounty, essentially, right? That's going to get more than just stands. That's going to get anybody that wants to make, you know, that can do what he's asking and wants to make a quick buck, potentially could be involved in that, right? That's wild.
It's like a bald version of 4chan. So I ask again, what is the War Room? It's a $10,000 course where experts on trafficking and abuse come together and teach others how to traffic and abuse women. Only payable through crypto, by the way.
And then he says crypto is...
One thing I would say to Willie Mack, if you end up watching this, just use the word allegedly. I mean, I got to use it too, right? Just get in that practice of, like, yeah, I'm not hearing enough allegedly, but, like, you know, it's
the only available...
I want to see Willie Mack get, you know, have to talk to Tate's lawyers.
Payment option.
They trick the woman to leave their family and friends behind, leave them broke, make them tattoo their names on her. If they refuse, beat them, ban accounts trying to document the situation by paying Twitter staff in the War Room to do it.
We have many Twitter employees, we have Instagram employees, TikTok employees. When we walk,
and, like, how would they make those payments without those being traced? He's already mentioned it, crypto.
Too, we can delete an account.
I'm trying to think, do I know anybody else who's been, like, involved in crypto, huh? Any Twitch poll people heavily involved in crypto? I'm not sure.
Doesn't work, dox the journalist. Have members show up to their house intimidating them.
When at first I put his street name, then I put his house number. And then when guys turned up at his house, I had to fly some friends of mine from Vegas to LA. Like, I had to spend money on this shit.
When they finally get caught and are in prison waiting for trial, they try and call and bribe politicians. This group is
he self-snitching? I don't get it.
Actually kind of scary. They're clowns. I want to point and laugh at them, but they're like evil trafficking clowns.
Everyone's afraid of us. And if anyone did piss us off at any point, even if we didn't want to fuck them up ourselves, we can make one phone call and they'd either be in a ditch or lose their any right to stay here.
Okay, so there's where maybe I'm gonna call bullshit, right? Does he make people end up in a ditch? I don't know.
They'd have some visa issue.
He could be BSing that part.
Kicked out the country or arrested for no reason and put in a jail cell for months at a time.
Ironic.
We are basically as mafia as you can get.
I actually can't tell how much he's joking here anymore.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree with Willie here. Don't put it past him for that to be true, right? But I think it's probably not true. I hope it's probably not true. I don't know.
Close your fucking mouth. You're just really fucking dense.
Oh, that's from Meat Canyon. Has anybody ever seen that cartoon? It's like it's a Meat Canyon cartoon, and you know, I should just, like, let that. Let's not see that.
You hate me while you talking, you don't make no fucking sense.
Probably the most.
Anyway, it's a Meat Canyon cartoon. In the cartoon, Andrew Tate's talking to Sneeko and I think Aiden Ross and some of the other people that are, you know, that have done content with him in the past, right? And he's like, I'm gonna teach you all something really special now. It's something I like to call self-love. And they're like, self-love? Yeah, Top G, teach us self-love. And he's like, all right. And he pulls himself in half and he makes two Andrew Tates and they start making out, right? So that's where the image of two Andrew Tates tonguing each other's mouth comes from.
Infuriating thing when it comes to the Tates is dealing with an insane amount of misinformation they put out. Tristan writes, a lot of Twitter detectives trying to solve my case. Think out of context video clips are proof of crime beyond all reasonable doubt? I sit here reading actual charges, and it's a false accuser whose story has been disproven already, and the allegations of stolen TikTok money. This is a lie. Now, I've debunked this before, but I'm gonna do it again because he keeps saying it. The prosecution is not accusing them of stealing TikTok money. If you read the court documents, it clearly states that Andrew and Tristan would traffic women and have Georgia.
My understanding of TikTok money is it's not that good. Like, you'd have to be like a top tier creator to get any meaningful income out of TikTok. Now, you could use TikTok to support your Patreon, to funnel people to, you know, other platforms and stuff like that. I'm sure there's ways to make money off of TikTok, but generally it's not going to be the bulk of your money is probably not going to come from TikTok itself.
And Luana forced the girls into making graphic content using the website OnlyFans. They then forced them to create a TikTok. Oh my god,
I gotta mention again, it's coming up again. So we got another ad break coming up right now. You're gonna be subject to that ad break if you don't have a sub, you don't have a little Persona 2 head by your name, right? You could be subject to that ad break. You can get out of it through a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of it through paying for a sub from Twitch. $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or you can get out of it if you're lucky enough through a gift sub. But again, those gift subs are going to be more likely to come if you are active in chat.
TikTok to help promote the OnlyFans. And him claiming that the girl's story,
unlike literally everybody in chat right now,
has already been disproven, it just isn't true. He's lying again. When Andrew and Tristan Tate were in jail, messages were released by Tate showing the two girls trying to escape his house earlier that year. We know this because he called them using the prison phone. There's transcripts. Yes, put them everywhere and say this girl says she's kidnapped when she is not kidnapped. Luke then asks, you're saying you want me to discredit them and have social media pull hard? And Tate responds, yes, screw them. Luke in the war room then posted a single TikTok of the girls dancing as if that proved anything. It only fooled Sneeko.
They're in the house all the time. This is them. Does this look like women who are being held against their will?
Sneeko, the girls were forced to make TikToks. That's part of the trafficking. And because of Andrew Tate's bots, this news went wild. People still believe this argument. The Tate's war room with...
So yeah, the way that part of the that part of the scam works is that they are the alleged scam. I mean, the girls are forced to make TikToks. These TikToks get them attention, right? Doing stuff that's not TOS for TikTok, and then funnels them to the OnlyFans, which Tate is making money off of. And I don't know if it's this video or the next video. Like, cause right, there's a little description about how Tate gets a little extra money out of these girls through some trickery.
Then take one snippet out of all of these released messages.
He tells them it's a 50-50 split, but it's actually more like a 70-30 split, and you'll be interested to see how that works.
Messages from Tate and frame it as if the girls were making it all up to get a Netflix deal, when that's not what the messages are saying at all. So no, nothing in this statement is true. Nothing's been disproven. They're literally running a smear campaign, and it's only working because the court documents, as well as the articles exposing it, are in Romanian. The BBC is more focused on him being a misogynist.
Yeah, when I got asked by a Tate stan, like, you know, where's the proof, right? I sent them the court documents with the, you know, caveat, I hope you speak Romanian, because, like, they are literally in Romanian.
Than a human trafficker.
Financial success
correct.
with a Bugatti and a cigar, but it comes with a side order of misogyny.
How does having a Bugatti and a cigar come with misogyny?
I feel like it's a little bit more than misogyny at this point.
What are we doing? The Tate's new tactic is to take their own content out of context and then frame it as if they were saying that they love and respect women the whole time. They add this sad music.
They think that you can do it through fear, that you can scare girls, you can intimidate girls. If you're gonna scare a girl and put her on the street, she's just gonna walk off and leave and never see her again. She has to respect you.
Like, assuming she has a place to go, but we've already seen from the screenshots that, like, some of these girls did not have a place to go.
Want to work with you, and that's done through PIMP, positively inspirational and motivating person. It's through positive energy. There's no negative energy in this business.
Somebody help me here. Did you see that? Do I need to roll that back? This is like the worst motivational poster ever, right?
And that's done through PIMP, positively inspirational and motivating person.
Positively inspirational, motivated person. Right? That's what that stands for. That's like saying the principal is your pal. It's principal. I mean, it's a great way to remember how to spell principal, like the principal of a school, versus principal of a loan, principal of ethics or something like that, right? But no, the principal usually is not your pal.
It's through positive energy. There's no negative energy in this business.
He's teaching you the lover boy method of sex trafficking. That's what this video is about. I've already made a whole video breaking this down. It's not a video about teamwork or respecting women just because he adds some sad—
Yo, he's gotta start making motivational posters now.
And music.
That's gonna be his new side hustle.
In that same video, he literally teaches you—
Allegedly,
how to lie and scam them out of money.
Tax is also another important element for controlling your woman.
Check this out.
You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. So you don't need to pay tax to anybody. But you need to tell your girl that you're paying the tax.
Okay, so the payments go through in crypto, so he's not paying taxes, right? But the girls that are, working his cams don't know that.
Girls are lazy and girls are stupid.
It's not just girls, like, right? How many people, one in chat, if you don't entirely understand taxes, if you are scared by taxes, scared of doing something wrong, if you would rather not file taxes, if there was another option, right? One in chat if taxes are a little bit of a challenge to you as well, because
girls don't understand how taxes work.
Girls don't understand how taxes work, right?
So the girl's working with you, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we've made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble.
That's how they got Capone.
She'll sit there and go, okay. Now that allows you to do two things. One, it's another control element. If I work with him...
I used to work a job as a server, taking orders and bringing people their food at a restaurant. And I can remember there were always, there was a lot of different ideas of how or even if tips were taxed. Obviously, if somebody gives you a tip on a credit card, that's going to be taxed. But there were some people in the restaurant who didn't think that you needed to pay taxes on your on tips that came to you in cash, and other people who did, right? It was just like kind of a and nobody there was like a CPA or anything like that. So of course the restaurant's going to tell you to pay taxes, but nobody was sure how that worked, right? From Norway, states calculate our taxes. We only have to control if things look okay. That's how it should be. And the United States could do that, but unfortunately there is a business around doing people's taxes for them. So that is the reason the United States does not make the tax system more simple. I'm originally from Germany. I remember taxes were something difficult, but maybe it's better now. Well, that's awesome if you don't have to deal with that, right? But and I don't know how it works in Romania where he is.
My tax is not a problem. If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. It's a control element. Secondly, it allows you to pay
complicated, dangerous, yeah.
Smaller percentage.
Does this sound...
Okay, so here's what he's doing. He's not paying taxes. When he talks to his girls, he's like, give me... What did he say? I think he said 40%. I think he said 40. No, it can't be 40%. That's ridiculous. He's probably saying something more like 30%. And I'll pay your taxes for you, right? We don't want to get in trouble. So give me that money and I'll take care of the taxes. He's just pocketing that money. He's not taking care of shit.
Taxes are complicated. It's a control element. Secondly, it allows you to pay her a smaller percentage.
Does this sound like the love and respect he talked about in his Twitter video?
Maybe
I will link you to the full video, but 2 days after I posted mine, it was mysteriously taken down. And as Sneeko says,
I've always said this on my stream, if they hide.
Oh my god. So I don't know how much I want to put on a tinfoil hat there and say that this might have been the War Room taking down his Twitter video, but I mean, they did claim to have people working at Twitter.
Then it's the truth. If they have to delete it, then it's the truth.
They then posted a Twitter video that ends with Andrew saying, "We would never keep you against your will," and then linking to freetopg.com.
If at any point you want to leave, you decided you've had enough and you want to go or you want to leave, it's no problem. You can come to us and just say, these guys, I want to go. We can have a water taxi here in 20 minutes, take you in the water taxi, take you to the airport, you can leave anytime you want. So you're not trapped, you're not enclosed, you're very free to leave anything anytime you like.
So just if you need to leave, any kind of emergency, you don't want to be here anymore, you gotta go tomorrow, just let Georgiana know your flight's will be booked, it's all good.
So you're not trapped, you're not enclosed.
Totally normal thing to say. The website is just an email list where Andrew writes to you over and over again that he's innocent. No case files, no facts. It's beautifully ironic that the Tates will sit there and cry about things being taken out of context when they're the ones taking everything out of context. Remember what we said about short form content out of long form videos and ignoring all context? That's all you, bro. You're the one saying how it's about TikTok money when it's not.
Here is the official story. In 2021, 2 years ago, my brother and I formed an organized criminal gang with the intent of moving women to Romania so we could steal money from their TikTok accounts.
When Dicot released the messages of the two girls who were trapped and escaped the Tates, Andrew, Tristan, and the War Room were the ones that took a small snippet of the messages out of context and posted them everywhere. For Christ's sake, they took their own video down and then took it out of context to try and make themselves look better. Here's some other annoying lies they've spread that I just have to point out.
Are they accusing you of using violence or?
No. They are. It's in the indictment. They're accusing them of rape and physical violence. The text says it quite plainly. The Tates also like to claim that the victims are on their side. Of the 7 alleged victims, many of which are totally on our side.
And it's very interesting because the girls who they've identified to add to the file are saying that we're not victims of anything and this isn't true.
The 2 girls that are on their side are Georgiana and Luana, who are also being charged. Again, taking things out of...
And my understanding is those were the 2 accounts in the group text that were, one of them was making threats. That's the bottom... I hate saying this. I hate using this terminology, but the Tate's quote-unquote bottom bitch and somebody with a background in law enforcement, right? So the enforcers, essentially.
Context.
Well, the fact that you're not accused of a sex crime or violence.
Can I say it? Tucker's a retard and
there goes the next ad break.
Should stay far away from this case. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, the fact that you're not accused of a sex crime or violence, which I think most people don't really understand.
Yep.
And they can look it up.
Tucker, you need to look it up. This guy's an idiot.
Are they his version of Ghislaine Maxwell? Yeah, I mean, that is what it sounds like. Allegedly.
I think Andrew and Tristan Tate are going out in a bit of a pathetic way. They now go on all these podcasts and interviews sniveling, acting all confused. It's so beta when less than a year ago they were proud, bragging about what they've done.
I said, no, but you're human.
Matrix is after me. You gotta help me. I'm completely innocent. I did nothing wrong. All I wanted to do is empower young men.
Kafka by the lover boy.
And the Matrix won't let me.
Method. I said, what's that? It's where you pretend to love them. So what, being nice? So I was nice to some girls 10 years ago? Is that my crime? Maybe I did love them. But
does this seem familiar? Like, this is like a streamer tactic. I've seen streamers do this kind of stuff, right? Like, this is like just, I mean, every fallacy that you want to throw in, like strawman's the big one that I'm seeing, right? Oh my God, this is.
We're not together anymore, so what? I pretended? Who said I pretended? Prove I pretended to love. And then what did I pretend to love them to achieve?
I was all about trying to get paid.
How did you make your money? Come on. Like, where did that Bugatti come from, right? That's what you used it for.
Like, my whole
He wants to portray this image of himself as like some kind of successful businessman. What's his business, right? And like, you know, as lucrative as the war room might have been, as you know, successful as the MLM tactics that he allegedly used might have been, it's not all from there, right? His initial business was this cam business.
Use sex as a tool to make women love me so they'd obey me and live in my house.
Yeah, at least it's not on a ukulele, right?
The case against me is that I pretended to love girls to make them do TikTok for money.
Again, the TikTok is the, like, do we understand what like a funnel is? Like a content funnel, right? Like, you've got free stuff out there like TikTok, YouTube, whatever, right? But it points back to something where you do make money. So in this case, you have these girls make TikToks, they get attention, they get noticed, and then from there, these people are funneled into their OnlyFans, right? And that's the thing that you're skimming, it sounds like 70% off of.
I get called a pimp a lot, but the reason I use the term is because I don't see it as a negative term. If you would have taken that deal and taken that money.
What was positive, inspirational, motivating person? That's what that means.
You would have been happy for a week. But 2 months in, when you hear the story of some poor guy who lost his house from gambling, you feel like a piece of shit.
I had these guys selling their houses, life savings, loans, all of it to me. Give me it all. So like, and it's basic shit, right? You know,
it's not a pyramid scheme. It's just an upside down funnel.
You feel bad or no?
Fuck no. To give a solitary fuck.
Did you tell like
I don't give a fuck.
And so would I if I did this stuff. I have a conscience. That's the whole thing about this. They have to attack our morality on a level and just.
If you have a conscience, that's a very strange. Like, I'm just imagining like Jiminy Cricket with a face tattoo. Like that's his conscience.
Destroy art to the point where we don't have a conscience.
No shade on people with face tattoos.
You have to have no conscience to sell your sanity. You have to be a bad person.
This is Jiminy Cricket with a neck tattoo, okay? Let's be real.
I know you don't feel bad at all.
Why the
This is Jiminy Cricket with like brass knuckles and yeah, this is
so bad. Yeah.
So thank you. So I never sold out.
This? Are you seeing what I'm seeing in my mind's eye, chat? Like a very shady version of Jiminy Cricket as his conscience.
And if I had, I don't think any of this would happen. I think this is punishment for not selling my soul.
I f them so they listen to me, so I can get what I actually want, which is not them. It's a means to an end. Every single Bond girl was exploited. That's exactly what I do.
You're not a victim. Look how willingly he's able to cry, lie, and manipulate to try and garner sympathy. It's pathetic. Tristan is out here bragging about making his kids' lives worse.
You have the kid. She knows Tristan Tate doesn't take shit. And I had to, and this is actually good. I wouldn't, I guess, admit this on a live, but I had to downgrade one of the mothers of my kids from the house she was living in. I needed her to understand that you do not fuck with me. And she was living in a 4-bedroom rented house, and I was paying the rent and all the bills, and I pay everything.
I would trust somebody with a face tattoo before I trust Tate, to be fair. Yeah, that's why his conscience is the one with the face tattoo, right?
I said, okay, you know what? You want to fuck with me in that way? That's cool. You have 30 days to get out of that house. Here's your new apartment, 2 bedrooms. Well, what do you mean? Now your child doesn't have a garden to play in. Well, that's your fault. That is not my fault. Take her to the fucking park. I don't take shit. So it's never going to get to that level where they think, oh, well, let me call the U.S. Embassy. And because he's a citizen, maybe I can, because they know the consequence. It's not going to turn out good for them or me or anybody.
This is now my 3rd video on the Tate Files, and I expect more information to keep coming out as the trial draws near, and yes, I expect it to only get worse. So subscribe! I personally liked it better when they were just accused of running a pyramid scheme, but hey, changes fast. I also want to take the time to thank the people that have helped me make this video.
Okay, so I mean that's the story on Tate. Like as much as like I can't give my approval to like everything on Willie Mack's channel. I don't know that much about Willie Mack's show. I know that he's kind of in that commentary, niche, and I don't necessarily have like a great feeling about that section of YouTube as a whole, but I feel like his Tate videos are on point. If you want to see more of those videos, because he's been covering the story, and he's been really, like, to his credit, there's some research that's gone into this, right? There's some even some like understanding of Romanian, right? There's certain phrases and like certain words in Romanian which don't directly translate to English that he's able to kind of shed some light on. So I mean, I feel like his coverage of Tate is pretty good. I would suggest if you want to go deeper, dive deeper into that, maybe look into some of his content. So never let it be said that I'm not promoting the channels that I'm leeching content off of. Speaking of leeching content, chat, I'm going to have to ask you to de-lurk, right? Because we've got a very big choice to make here. What do you want to watch next, right? We've got Hasan's React Gate, right? The whole mess of people saying that Hasan steals content from other people, that he's hurting small channels, all that other stuff. That's one option. That's option one. So 1 in chat if you want to watch that next. Or 2 in chat if you'd rather watch Sam Seder debate actual Justice Warrior. If you don't remember this dude, he was on Tim Pool debating Emma Vigeland a while ago. He's the guy that's like a very like pro cop kind of dude, right? He's a very Blue Lives Matter kind of guy, and Sam Seder just debated him. So you're cooking and lurking. That's okay. Look, like people can lurk. People can lurk. I just have to know that you're there from time to time. Tough choice, I know, right? That's why I'm giving it to you, because I literally can't make this choice. I've got to ask chat. Because, I mean, chat, I don't know if you know this, but you're who I'm here for. 2. We got 2 votes for 2. We got 2 votes for 2. We got 3 votes for 2. If you'd rather see the 2 is actual Justice Warrior and Sam Seder. If you'd rather see ReactGate first, this is your chance, right? You got to get in here right now, because if I don't see a 1 pretty soon, we're just going to go ahead and watch the Sam Seder debate. So if you're 1, we've got 1-1. 3 2s, 1-1. It's 3-1. The first one does sound interesting. Well, we'll get to that too, right? I've got a lot to cover today. A lot to cover today. We're already 2 hours into this, right? It's 3-2. Now it's competitive. All right, I got to get some more votes here. So this is your turn to de-lurk, and you'll help guide the content of this show. Help decide what it's going to be watching, what we're going to be watching next, because otherwise you might end up in a situation where I'm doing content that you're not as interested in next, and you'll have no one to blame but yourself. Whoa, wait, is that right? 4 votes for 1, so it's now 4-3. It's completely reversed. It's 4-3. Any more votes? Stop the count. Stop the steal. Yeah, exactly. 4. Oh my God. I mean, 4 would be some pretty interesting content. I think 4 is the whole Trump thing, and I'm kind of waiting on the Trump thing. If you probably understand why, though. Supposedly Donald Trump is going to be arraigned today, so I'm kind of saving that content for last, just so that we get all the information that we can. Sam is more interesting, but Hasan is more juicy. So we got right now, there's 4 votes for Hasan, there's 3 votes for Sam. Sam's debate, Hasan's controversy. Which do you want to see first? I want to change my vote from 2 to 1. So if you change your vote from 2 to 1, then now we've got like 2 votes for oh my God, I'm so confused now. Which is which? Now I don't remember. Okay, we got 1 more vote for Sam, so there's 3 votes for Sam Seder, and I think 5 votes. Is that right? A pie. Yeah, pie is a good choice. Pie is always a good choice. You know what I'm eating today? Not pie, but spaghetti rice, I guess, right? It's like this little concoction I came up with for, the fact that I don't have a lot of money. to spend on expensive food, right? And one cheap meal to eat is beans and rice. Problem is, beans and rice on their own, they're not that tasty. And, you know, a lot of the sauces that I could put on them, like curry sauce, it's kind of expensive, right? But you know what's not expensive? Spaghetti sauce. Spaghetti sauce is pretty cheap. Okay, so now it's 4 votes for... Oh my god, I'm so confused now. Is it 4 votes? Anybody better at keeping count? Can somebody tell me what the score is now? And can somebody remind me which one it was and which 2 was? Beans and rice are okay, but have you considered lentils and spinach? I do have some kale in there. 1 has won. Stop the count. Is that real news? Is that the truth? I feel, yeah, because 2 was winning, but what is 1? Somebody just remind me what 1 is. Hasan is 5? Okay, so Hasan is winning. Hasan is 1 and Sam is 2. Okay, okay. So yeah, we can watch Hasan work first. Going once. Going twice. 1 is Hasan versus the chair. Yeah, that's right. 3 times. Anybody want to put... Oh, we gotta... Okay, wait. Oh my god. Are we tied now? Sam Seder is 3 or 4. I think Sam must be 4. Vamps's money is on 2, making that 5-5. Can somebody break the tie for me? Somebody out there in chat. I know that you might be lurking. I understand having the phone in your pocket and not wanting to pull it out. I understand being busy. But this is your chance to vote if you've got any sort of feelings at all. Okay, so we got another vote for 1. 1 being Hasan. 2 votes for 1. Okay. Okay. So it's now 7-5. No, it looks like 1 is winning, right? So 7-5. So we're gonna watch Hasan first, then Sam Seder, then Donald Trump, and I'm gonna give you like going once, going twice. It's your last chance to vote. So if anybody still needs to de-lurk and vote, you know, this is your chance. Going 3 times. We're gonna watch some ReactGate. I tried, Sam. I have failed you. It was so close. It was so close, and it kept on switching too. I was kept on the edge of my seat the whole time. Okay, let's watch it on Hasan's channel.
I want to talk about what Austinox got me into again. Austinox can't...
So this is Austinox's fault. Oh my god, we got another vote for 1 and another vote for 2. It was so close. Don't worry, people that voted for 2, this is a short segment, right? This is like a 20-minute video by Hasan. So in other words, it'll take me an hour to get through. No, I'll try to be faster than that. It's a 20-minute video by Hasan, and then we'll watch the Sam Seder video after that. So anybody who voted for 2, you're not gonna miss out. You're just stick around and you will see your content as well. I'm gonna get to both of them. I'm gonna get to all this stuff, right? And I'm not even holding you to a sub goal, although it would be really awesome if we could. Wait, let me just like. Let me just really quickly update that sub goal. We'll do something special if we can get to 110 today, right? If we can get me back to... No, I'm not rating yet. If we can get... I pushed the wrong button. I almost ended the stream prematurely. No, that's what we're not doing today. We're not going to end the stream prematurely. I will put another sub goal on there, and if we hit that sub goal, we'll do something special. But I'm gonna go kind of long today, and it's basically because I haven't been around in a few days, and I wanted to make it up to you as much as I can. So here we go, Hasan.
Help himself, has to get me into trouble, but this is actually informative and pretty good, so I'm going to cover this part of it.
Oh my god, thank you, Vamps. Thank you for the gift sub to Morgan the Fae, who just got out of the next ad break, right? The next ad break, you will not be seeing all those emotes that you're seeing, you will be getting. And I'll also check on highlights for some special content that only you'll be able to see.
Irony is, Austinox himself is an individual entity, okay? He is my editor, but he also works with other people, and this is what he does. He's a human being with his own thoughts and his own opinions, but because we are so conditioned into thinking like, oh no, dude, he's your slave. Everything that he does at your behest. When Austinox is talking about ReactGate or whatever, people get super mad, and then they just start lying. The same lies resurface every single time. Yeah, you should control him better is always the take that people have. This is a good one, though, because this is a positive tweet overall. I'm against streamers uploading reacts of their full videos to YouTube, but there's a separate argument that streamers watching videos helps the original creator. Hasan watched the video back in April, so I asked his creator to see its analytics and what happened since. Alex Novel, Skateballin3, posted a video titled, I tricked the Daily Wire into hiring a leftist on April 19th. After 7 days, it had 3,467 views. His channel had 1,912 subscribers.
Okay, so this is Austinox kind of trying to juice Hasan's previous controversies for some engagement on Twitter, and maybe not realizing that by doing so, we're gonna reinvigorate, we're gonna reawaken those controversies as well.
I saw the video, tweeted about it, and then Hasan watched it on his stream. Hasan watched the video in full with 27,000 viewers and then linked it in his chat. The current discourse is that doing this steals views from the video creator and that those 27,000 views are the views the original video will not receive. So let's now look at the video analytics. The day Hasan watched this and linked Alex's video in the chat, it gained 5,946 views, more than all of its views since publishing. In the week after that, YouTube began heavily promoting the video in the algorithm where it gained 100,535 views in 7 days. Alex gained 5,100 subscribers. Alex's video, which was sitting at 3,400 views before, now has 189,000 views after receiving a boost from one streamer watching it and linking the video. The day Hasan watched the video on his stream is marked with a red line. His channel, which had 1,912 subscribers, now has 17,489 subscribers. Here's when I watched the video. And here's when I watched the video again. Actually, all of Alex Noel's videos saw a small boost the day Hasan watched it, meaning that YouTube began promoting his entire channel, or that viewers from Hasan went on to watch his other videos too. Hasan should not have uploaded his reaction to Alex's entire video on his own channel, so it's a good thing he didn't. Alex uploaded Hasan's reaction himself. A few fan clip channels did too, linking back to Alex's original video, boosting it even further. This is in the comment on whether reacting is transformative and no streamer should act entitled to watch YouTube videos on their streams if creators tell them not to, but a big reason many creators are okay with this is that they see a similar boost on the traffic sent. In short, React streamers arguing that watching videos and linking back to them helps the original creator by sending new audiences clearly reflected here. A larger...
Okay, so Chad, I gotta be honest with you. Thursday is not my normal day for streaming, and the numbers are not great right now. So if I can ask you for one more favor, it's to boost this thread and to bring more people in, right? We need as many people watching the stream as possible, or else I might as well just be a YouTuber, and I think a lot of people would not like that, right? You could talk to me in the comments, but that would be it, right? That's a little different than streaming. So you can help me out there. I would be very appreciative.
Channel like Lamino doesn't need a streamer's boost for a video to do well, but it would likely still help. The ReactGate never ends, but this is good, and it also boosts Alex's channel, so I'm happy to see it. The irony, of course, is that people like Ludwig and many others have talked about ReactGate or how bad reactions are or whatever, which is really weird because one, Ludwig himself is a reactor, and two, didn't Ludwig quite literally do a test where he wanted to blow up a YouTube channel out of nothing? And if I recall correctly, correctly, quite literally tried to get a streamer's attention by linking it. Ludwig did it to Miskiv. Miskiv watched the video, and then he made an entire video about how a streamer reacting to a YouTube video is actually not a bad thing. There's a lot of contention on reactions online. A lot of arguments are made on reactions online. I understand it. There are plenty of videos that you just like play and you don't add any feedback to. A lot of people do this. I have done this as well, something I readily admit. And that comes across as very frustrating for YouTube, some YouTube content creators. Rarely ever the people that are actually being offended. Like the offense is done to another YouTuber, and then there's a couple YouTubers who have made it their careers to talk about React content over.
I'm gonna ask you about this. Speaking of editing, do you notice how Hasan's kind of choppy and stuff? You notice how he's kind of like moving around like a glitch bot, right? That's a technique called a jump cut, right? So what it means is that the editor of Hasan like cut out Hasan's ums and uhs and and all that stuff, like all those fillers, all the stuff that's not interesting. They cut that out to make Hasan talk fast, right? Do you like that? Is that a good thing? Is that something that you'd want to see in my videos? Or are you annoyed by the jump cuts? Some people are. Some people don't like them. Some people it's like disjointed. It's not natural speaking, and some people appreciate the fact that this is going to be a shorter video than it otherwise would because some of the filler is cut out of it, right? So what do you think about that, chat?
And over again. Now, I do not upload full video reacts onto my main channel. This is the only channel that I own and operate on top of the podcast. We have Hasan Gaming, and we have...
Yeah, Zara's mentioning one time we did a lot of jump cuts for me. Some people complained in the comments, right?
The secret channel, the second channel. This is all vlog stuff, okay? I do not upload full fucking videos that I watch.
I mean, my thought is this, right? Based on my demographics, I think that people would rather see a more naturalistic, speaking pattern on my part.
On here. Even if I watch a long video that is really good, like Peter Santinello's videos, okay, I often will add a tremendous amount of commentary, and if I'm going to upload it onto my main channel, I will ensure that it is truly transformative. This video and my reaction to this video on my YouTube channel is absolutely...
yeah, we don't... Automod's weird, Morgan. You probably didn't say anything wrong.
Absolutely within the boundaries of fair use, okay? Because that's what I believe people want to
see. You hate the jump cuts.
See,
okay.
They want to see my reaction.
Oh yeah, did anybody see this video? Somebody put this in my stream suggestions. It's kind of a long video, but it's a guy who goes through Appalachia. So we're talking about like West Virginia, Kentucky. I think there's a little bit of Virginia, maybe North Carolina, right? We're talking about the mountainous parts of these states. Not a lot of people live there, but traditionally it's been an area that doesn't have a lot of economic activity. There's a lot of poverty there. It was late to get electricity. It was late to get internet. It was late to get phones. It's a remote kind of place, different sort of culture. Kind of gets Automod is very strict. Yeah, like that's basically we got Automod on its strictest version. So if there's any kind of shenanigans going on with Twitch poll, if that ever happens again, they'll get caught up in the Automod. But unfortunately, some innocent people and some innocent posts get caught up in that too. So sorry if that's you. But yeah, this is a trip through Appalachia, talking to people who live there and getting a sense of what goes on there, the history of Appalachia, stuff like coal mining, the fight between unions and coal companies. Mountaintop removal, like all kinds of stuff gets discussed here. And it's like a series of videos that's actually pretty interesting, but like I said, it's pretty long, so I never watched that on here, and I wasn't sure if people would be interested. It's basically just saying that I don't really buy the argument that it's fine to watch other people's stuff because it boosts it for the reason that most people come to Hasan and what he's watching is kind of secondary. Lots of people live there, but the population density, overall lots of people live there, population density is very low, and poverty is pretty extreme. The economic status is fairly dire, thanks to predatory exploitations of labor and industry. Yeah, and you know, thanks to the fact that the coal industry just is not, it's not what it used to be, and you know, it's they've got the mountaintop removal, for instance, right? The reason that they do that is that it takes a lot less workers to lop up off the top of a mountain and just suck the coal out of it than it does to actually do, you know, traditional mining, which is very, very hard work and very tough on people's health. The Appalachia vid, yeah.
And the additional commentary that I provide backpacking off of the original work of art. Okay. However, I also.
Okay, so he's talking about when I mean, and if you've seen any of his videos, right? If he's watching a video, a lot of times, if there's like a study that he's familiar with that has to do with something that the video is talking about, he'll show that. If there's a clip that has to do, like, he'll provide like extra context. So what his argument is this, all right? You've got commentary YouTubers, and what they do is they take little clips of videos and they comment on them, right? And they comment on them, they add context, they add commentary, right? The same thing that Hasan's doing. The difference, right, is that the commentary channels will do this through editing, and Hasan's essentially doing it on the fly. So he's, you know, creating commentary on a video in real time, much like I'm doing right now. Hasan going to the bathroom is truly transformative. That's the real transformative. You know, the real transformative is if he has a lapel mic on and he forgets to shut it off when he goes to the bathroom. That makes it totally transformative.
Personally do not believe in intellectual property, and therefore I open up my intellectual property, me watching videos, reacting to videos, whatever the fuck, even my stream across the board. I let people utilize it whichever way they see fit, which is precisely the reason why there is a blossoming, massive Hasanabi Clips industrial complex. A lot of you guys have engaged in it. A lot of you guys probably watch it, and do some of those channels that are not affiliated with me and I have no control over sometimes upload full-blown reacts. Absolutely. Do I like that? Absolutely not. I wish, and because I have no control over them, because I've released my IP.
So he's talking about the difference between a full-blown react, like, right, where, you know, he'll react to the whole video. When he gets it uploaded, he's only putting up the interesting part. But some of these channels will put up the full video, you know, even if there's a segment where he's going to the bathroom and it's just his chair. And they'll do this to essentially be first to market. They want to be the first person to get that video uploaded because they're going to get more views that way, rather than taking the time to edit it and making it a more, you know, a faster paced video that's maybe more concentrated on the interesting part. Main problem with Hasan profiting off of other people's content is that he won't shout out or fairly credit the creator of that video. Buffy, do you know about this? I'm told that the mods on Hasan's stream will sometimes shout out the videos. Oh, by the way, this is Hasanabi, if you haven't heard of him before. If you want more videos like this. Oh my god, we got another ad break and I didn't even warn you. I didn't even warn you. I've blocked Hasan channels on YouTube, hundreds, and he keeps spamming out new channels. That's actually not him. It's actually not him. The only culpability that he has in this is not copyright claiming any of the channels that upload his content. So this one is Hasanabi, right? He's responsible for this, okay? Anything else you see, like Hasanabi Productions, see, that's him again. Hasanabi Reacts, Hasanabi Productions, Hasanabi Productions, Hasanabi Reacts and Clips, right? These are the Hasan Industrial Complex. These are not under his control. Wow, I'm only seeing a few of them. And I'm not seeing... There's one that's really nasty. So if you ever... Hasan reacts sometimes. There's another one. Hasan Reactions. Hasanabi Capital. There it is. Now, if you ever see this one, like, I don't watch this one specifically because that channel copyrights other channels that upload Hasan's content. So in other words, you know, Hasan makes a video, they upload it, right, with minimal edits to it, and then let's say that Hasanabi Productions uploads the video too. That channel, Hasanabi Capital, will actually copyright claim other channels, right? So they're a very bad faith actor, and from what I understand, they might have some connection to Destiny's community, although that's all allegedly. That's not confirmed, but yeah. See, I added context. There we go.
Why there is a blossoming, massive Hasanabi Clips industrial complex. A lot of you guys have engaged.
No, only this channel is his, Michael Seitz.
In a lot of you guys probably watch it and do some of those channels that are not
super shitty that he's literally never promoted a smaller streamer. I mean, we might want to get our resident expert on all things Hasanabi in here before we make that claim, because I'm not entirely sure if that's true or not. From what I understand, at least his mods are promoting the channels that he watches, and I'm not sure that he himself isn't giving them a shout out on stream.
not affiliated.
But again, if I'm like editing Hasan's videos, like the shout out, you know, might be one of the things. If I just want the video to bang and to do good, that might be one of the things that I cut out.
With me and I have no control over. Sometimes upload full-blown reacts. Absolutely. Do I like that? Absolutely not. I wish, and because I have no control over them, because I've released my IP, because I think that's the best way to go about it, I wish that they wouldn't just fucking straight up do a VOD rip, okay? I wish that they would edit parts where there's dead air, or that I'm not actually fucking reacting, or not in my chair, because I had to get up over the course of an 8-hour broadcast where I get up for 1 minute and 21 seconds to pee. You guys have timed me, or maximum 3 minutes.
I mean, you're not entirely wrong though, Rebel Communique. Like, right? That's something to be, you know, aware of and to look out for, right? Like, look, I've got, you know, Hasan's a mixed bag as far as I'm concerned. Like, I do hold him above people like Vosh Zanderhall, like White Leaf people, Debate Bozos, right? I do think he's better than people like that, but you know, obviously, the Hogwarts Legacy thing was something that I massively disagreed with him on, right? There's a lot of times where I feel like he, you know, shows some real fragility. Catboy Collector, I believe, was the name of the stream, right? You know, or sorry, stream. That's a chatter. I feel like Hasan's reaction to Catboy Collector disagreeing with him was way over the top and inappropriate. But, like, you know, it's you know, that's kind of, he's obviously very influential. I've always kind of struck me as a bad look, which the uploading, no one is forcing him to stream for 8 hours.
To let Kaya pee, or
as far as the peeing thing, yeah.
Poo, okay? Before
walking I guess taking the dog out to poo.
Kaya, I did not have any of that. I used to cook back in the day. I had a system where I would keep the video going and I would watch while I was cooking, and I would run into my desk and stop the video when there was an objectionable moment or something like that, when I wanted to criticize something in the video or whatever. One thing that haters don't understand is that it's not even about how much you pause it, and it's about the depth of the commentary added. Some reactors may pause a lot, but you specifically add enough context that even if it was the same length, then the react is 100% transformative. Yes. So that is the reason why the real meme,
it was JXE,
isn't necessarily that I am chair reactor or whatever, as my haters love to complain. The real problem is that I am pause-a-nobby. I pause a video, and so much that even if you were to look at the full chunk of the VOD where I'm watching a video's runtime could be 20 minutes to 30 minutes, but my entire VOD proportion dedicated to that video will usually be around at least an hour. I usually double the runtime, okay? Okay. And here's a great example of this. Yeah. This one has 950,000 views, not even on my main channel. 24-minute Jubilee video triggers Hasan Abi for 2 hours. Liberal teens versus conservative parents. And that's edited. Daily Dose usually edits his videos. So my point is, I don't think people are having an honest conversation whenever they try to like pull me into this. I do think that there are positives to reacting.
Catboy Collector also made the Keppel's Wigglers. Oh, I didn't know that.
Ultimately, my view shared on intellectual property is not universal and is not shared by others. I have a tremendous amount of respect for content creators. If they are uncomfortable with me watching one of their videos on my Twitch stream, I will never do it again, and I will apologize to them personally. If one of my channels, like not my actual channel, but one of the fan channels uploads something that I've reacted to and they don't like it, I think they have every right to claim it or immediately address it, and I will take it down. I will go to the fan channel and tell them to take it down personally, and that's it. I do think that it's ultimately a good thing, especially watching YouTube videos that you are at.
Yeah, Jubilee is absolutely one of the most toxic things I've seen on YouTube.
A lot of commentary too, and that you are urging your audience to go and watch is overall a good thing, and the overwhelming majority of content creators understand.
Thank you for the follow, bipedal meatbag.
Understand that they benefit from it. I am a content creator.
He doubles the runtime. He should take lessons from me. Yeah, exactly. So he can triple the runtime.
Myself, not just on Twitch, but also I make YouTube exclusive content as well. I started off making YouTube.
That's the Irene Geller Baka promise to triple the time of all the runtime of all content.
Exclusive content in the beginning. That's how I started my career before I went on Twitch. And I, from a content creator perspective, always loved when other Twitch streamers react to my content. I do not care if they re-upload it, but that's just me. But the reason why I have that perspective is because I know.
Wait, you love it when other Twitch... He loves me. I mean, what I'm doing, not me, but like, you know what I'm saying, right? He loves... I'm reacting to your content, Hasan. Yeah.
Beneficial.
I got the Hasan stamp of approval
for my channel. And it's
look, I'm going to take the liberty to take a pee break right now since Hasan obviously loves what I'm doing so much. I don't think he'll mind if I just like
beneficial for me. Okay. So just remember that. That is part of the reason why I usually just don't even engage in this discussion and I just keep doing what I'm doing. A lot of people that I know and have reacted to, as a matter of fact, have talked a lot about the React-Gate stuff this time around, whether it be Tier Zoo or ordinary gamers, Mudahar, people that I know, that I've met, that I've hung out with, that I talk to on a regular basis. And while they are also anti-React in some ways, they still personally understand the good that comes out of people ultimately reacting to your YouTube videos. I have two different types of, I guess, reactions. Either I react to a video because I use it as a complimentary video to what I'm talking about narratively, or I react to a video because it's contentious and I don't agree with it. But neither of which is shallow at the end of the day. People do put a lot of fucking work into their YouTube videos, and I respect them and I appreciate them. Okay. That's why oftentimes if there's something that is up for debate, if people don't like it, if people don't like something that I did, I will immediately try to rectify the situation. Okay. I don't just like let videos run. There was definitely a time when I did a couple of years in the past. And even then, I wasn't just like letting videos run. I was watching them on either another screen that is connected to my kitchen or watching them on my phone because I was simulcasting it to my phone. But the optics of it were terrible. And I recognized that, which is why I stopped cooking and instead changed it so that I wasn't away from camera for extended periods of time. I can understand why creators might like the reaction uploads, but I also feel like no one has been able to show how this materially damages them in any way. This controversy is dumb. There are things that people can say. People, you could say that like, you took away these viewers from me. You are cucking me in the algorithm. Your reaction is pushing me down in the algo, right? Like there are certain arguments you can make. I don't agree with that, I think. Talked about the positive aspect of potential reacts, okay? The first time this cycle of drama happened, I made a point that everybody yelled at me for. I said, what people are doing when they play video games technically falls under similar boundaries for intellectual property. You didn't make the video game. You're not a developer. Even if you were a developer, you only played on one aspect of the fucking video game. I've said this so many fucking times, and every single time people crammed those words back into my mouth. Since then, our friend Point Crow has received the absolute fucking worst end of that bargain from the piece of shit scumbags over at fucking Nintendo. Video game companies have the capacity to DMCA people, and they often do it. Video game developers have DMCA'd content creators either individually or across the board. It does not matter. Just because some IP holders are way more understanding and recognize that playing video games on stream is actually beneficial for the fucking video game developers does not change that reality. And we yell at them when they do so. But ultimately, that's how it works. It is the same principle behind it. Now, obviously, I'm not saying some random fucking YouTuber is the same as Nintendo. That's why I have a lot of respect for individual content creators, and if they have an issue with that, I will immediately try to address it. But the idea that video games are not a part of this conversation is not a correct one. You're just operating under the notion that just because video game companies don't do it, that they can't do it. It's not your video game. You are just simply purchasing it. That doesn't mean you have the rights to technically rebroadcast it. Or if you feel like you do, a video game company could revoke that at any given moment. And they have. That's it. The reason why I mentioned the video game thing is because everybody fucking told me, Hasan, that's impossible. You're so dumb for making that comparison. And look where we're at. We are all in the same fucking battle when it comes to yelling at Nintendo. Some Twitter losers praise Asmongold, but will shit on you. They're all hypocrites. No, if the content creator is a celebrated one online, then most people won't shit on them or bring their name up. XQC has been reacting in the same way to the same exact shit when I was getting ass fucked online, but nobody brought him up in that conversation with the same tenacity that they're currently trying to bring me up in the conversation with XQC, because it's not just about reaction. It's about weaponizing a wave against the content creator that you hate. I've made this argument many times. I think it's correct. I think people don't mind it for the most part because they recognize that it's beneficial. To be fair, in Point Crow's case, it was because he used a modded game that was beyond what the game was originally designed for. It used unauthorized code and not necessarily because he was making videos to say games. First of all, it doesn't fucking matter. Nintendo is
Wait, Point Crow? Is this somebody that got in trouble with Nintendo? A lot of these big sis creators often try to both side stuff that shouldn't be and drive hate towards marginalized people who have less of a platform or creator network than they do. I don't hate Mudahar, but he definitely rubs me the wrong way, so I just don't care. Oh, that's right, Mudahar did a video about this too, right? Almost forgot. Video game makers generally allow streamers to use their content. Nintendo is a major, oh yeah, Nintendo is so bad about this, yeah. Major outlier on this issue. It doesn't make Hasan's stuff okay in terms of copyright claiming. What exactly does Nintendo do? Like if somebody's using they get mad if somebody's using like a mod used really like Mudahar. He kind of rubs me the wrong way. He has some edgelord 4chan tendencies. Yeah, I think even Xanderhall, even people like Xanderhall have noted stuff like that about Mudahar.
Absolutely ridiculous for hitting that DMCA button. And secondly, you're not even fully correct on this. Nintendo also will literally take quality of life modifications that are valid for like Super Smash tournaments and shit and will make it so that you can't have a Super Smash tournament. Fuck you. Even if it's literally a quality of life improvement on the fucking original game. Do you think I know a little bit more about the situation that you do? Possibly because I know these people personally, whether it be Point Crow or even fucking Ludwig. And no, Nintendo came after all of his videos for the most part.
Here's a tweet that popped off. So Neo explains this video shows XC reacting to my video. He leaves the room for 5 seconds of the video, then returns 10 minutes later making a mockery out of the fact that he's not reacting. Okay, that video went viral. Everyone is,
and I'm guessing this was on Kick,
like eating XQC's ass and trying to eat my ass as well. This guy goes, except for,
okay, so this is how XQC is involved. I was gonna guess that XQC was like complaining about Hasan, but it sounds like XQC is being complained about. Oh yeah, everybody loves Germa. Everybody loves Germa. Any Germa fans in chat? One in chat if you like Germa. Nintendo pulled copyright claims on anyone making videos with emulators. Oh, okay. Good thing that Sony doesn't do that. Not that I know anybody who would play a Sony game on emulator, a PlayStation game on a emulator. Not that I know anybody who would do that. Obviously, you know, the real professional way, if you want to play a game on an old platform that doesn't really exist anymore, is to have a pocket dimension portal that you can use to actually plug into a 1990s era console. Yeah, you wish Nintendo was very bankrupt.
For Germa, I've never seen anything good posted about popular streamers. They radiate the same energy as the Paul brothers in 2017 with everything you hear about them being purely negative. So I have a take on this, which is, yeah, of course everything you hear about streamers is negative because people fucking clout farm. If you look at Twitter to understand what I do here, I am sex trafficking children apparently, and also murdering my editors while simultaneously playing YouTube videos and leaving, okay? People just straight up lie. Newsflash, nobody wants to watch 8 fucking hours of content, which is understandable. And turns out if you're live for 8 hours, then you can very clearly clip shit out of context and make it seem like this is an ongoing thing. So obviously you're going to hear things that are negative. It's a deeply frustrating thing, but it is what it is. It's like, yeah, guess what, dude? Of course you're not going to hear when this community raises $1.7 million for the earthquake victims in
Xander Hall's the exact same kind of guy as Mudahar. What is he even talking about? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of Geeks and Gamers. Maybe Zan hasn't criticized Mudahar. In fact, didn't Vosh talk to Mudahar recently? I seem to remember something like that.
Turkey and Syria, because that's not hot for Twitter. That's not. That's it. One of the things that is always frustrating to me is like people look at Twitter and they're like, yeah, all I hear about these guys are that they're fucking giant pieces of shit. It's like, yeah, of course you think that we're giant pieces of shit because you're just only looking at Twitter. And I don't expect you to like actually sit through anything, but just like have a little bit more media literacy and recognize that a lot of shit that bangs on Twitter is negative stuff. Germa is a wonderful beacon of light in this space. I do agree. He's very creative. He's bold. He's great. But ultimately, the reason why you don't hear about bad things about Germa is because
a lot of stuff that bangs on Twitter is source. I made it the F up.
He streams, he exclusively does like creative stuff that pushes the boundaries. Plus, he has a very loving and adoring community. Isn't constantly up his asshole to like cut negative content. Anyway, look.
Somebody explain Germa to me. Maybe I don't have any Germa. Do I not have any German watchers in chat?
We hit the classic Doug Northern Lion, Virtual, Squeaks, Foosly, Cutie, Sea Dog, Iron Mouse, Moo Moo, Toddick, Lily Pichu. There's a lot of good streamers, which is right. These guys are great. And I said jokingly hello, and everybody ate my ass, like as though we're not fucking friends. You know what I mean? A lot of this is directed almost entirely at XQC. I've already gone through my ReactGate stuff a million times over, but I still posted this regardless. Here it is. These are the only 4 channels that I control. Every other Hasan channel you see on YouTube is fan.
I accidentally lied to you. There are 4 channels that are his.
Operated. I don't mind if they make money re-uploading my live streams and monetizing it for themselves. You can email or strike them if you have issues with the content they're uploading. When people do straight VOD rips in the Hasan Abi Clips Industrial Complex, because I don't care about IP, they don't end up posting like an actually edited transformative piece of work. No matter what I'm reacting to, 98% of the time, the reaction that I have to a YouTube video is conducted in a...
People just straight up lie. Wish cis streamers would realize people do this to trans people and think before they platform Jubilee, Daily, Wire, etc. as just one side.
Way with a YouTube video in mind. It's so perfectly created so that you can like chop it and keep the parts that make sense narratively and ultimately put a reaction video up there if you want to do that. I've talked about this a lot before. Obviously, because it is done live, there are going to be blemishes, but if you're uploading it onto YouTube where it's like directly competing with the original, for example, then yes, you have to ensure that that live video is not a direct copy of the original work and is
also the more of the imperfections the video contains. When I'm talking about imperfections, I mean like right there I paused, right? If I was recording this as a video, if I was a commentary creator, in other words, right, and I was like I would retake that and I would say it without the pause, right? And anytime I say I would re-record that and say it without the right? So that's what you're competing with when you're live streaming. You're usually like with the ums and uhs in, and if you don't have the ums and uhs in, there's going to be an ugly jump cut there. So like in a way, the prepared content actually has an advantage, not a disadvantage compared to React content.
Worthy of being uploaded to YouTube. God, honestly, do you think the part of the Clips Complex who just uploaded unedited
the spaghetti rice is so good
segments can be harmful with this whole new drama in mind, not counting full body archive channels? Yes, I think so too. I agree.
Full body archive channels being the VOD channels?
Which is why I said, look, if you have an issue with one of these channels...
Wait, he likes Zerka? In off... off in a box?
Then take them down because they
Wait,
should
Zerka off in a
know better. If I did not allow fan channels to upload shit and make money for themselves, I do not make any money.
Nintendo's got their own emulator service. Oh, okay.
Money off of my fan channels. I do not care. As long as they link to the original video, as long as it's like edited and it's not just like bullshit, dead air. A really funny moment that happened is that the chair meme, originally, the Hermie meme was a meme that we created in this community, and then it left the actual target market, which was like an inter-community meme, and it became something that the haters use. Because of that reason, for example, and I will tell you, a friend of the show is currently
So like
working.
the analogy to this stream would be if somebody, you know, took a picture of me holding up the Trapper Keeper and be like, see, she's got files, and like turned it into like a negative thing, right?
Working on a massive YouTube essay. They reached out to me and said, hey, I put a chair meme, but I just realized that like the ReactGate stuff is heating up again, and I wanted to see if you were
Yeah, like when somebody's lying about them, they're like, use your media literacy. When they're lying about marginalized people, it's like, oh, well, there's both sides.
comfortable with it. I'm probably going to take it out because I don't want you to get unnecessary heat, which was very nice. I'm not gonna say who. After the video comes out, I'll talk about it, but it was very nice of them to literally reach out to me to be like, hey, I was gonna do this meme, but now I realize like people are just gonna fucking probably use it against you. What kind of content would you make if you didn't make reaction content? I mean, I make plenty of content that is not even in the boundaries of what people consider react content or low effort content.
Actually, so this is an example of that, right? This video that we're watching is mostly Hasan talking about the subject, not reacting to anybody, just talking. So yeah, I mean, like I'll give him credit where credit is due. He does a lot more of, you know, content outside of the context of reacting to something than a lot of streamers do.
Content because I am, for the most part, doing political commentary. That's usually what I do. And even my React content is usually political commentary. I do think that there's validity to the frustration that YouTube content creators feel with respect to what like Twitch streamers do and their uploads, which is why I try to ensure that it is done as best as possible. Okay? I try to ensure that it is as ethical as possible. There might still be issues overall, but almost all of the issues often stem from fan channels that upload not like a React video that is edited, chopped down so it actually makes sense, but a React video that's slapped from the VOD, zero edits, just taking a VOD piece and just re-uploading it.
And that's what I almost gave you as far as like, because I haven't had as much time to edit and stuff as I have in the past, right? And I wanted to get a video out to you, especially given that the Barbie thing was kind of like I wanted to have it uploaded timely. But when I rewatched the video, I realized there was a lot of filler that I need to trim from it. So I will be that will be up on YouTube for everybody, not just the members. Right now, it's up for the members, but a better version will be up for everybody, including Patreon. I'll put a version on Twitch and obviously also on YouTube. But yeah, I don't like it's. There are some videos, like there's some reactions where it's like I'm on the whole time, right? That I feel okay about uploading. But when I'm when I get distracted, when I'm talking about other things, when there's a hype train, when there's Twitch stuff that I'm taking care of, or comments that are unrelated that I'm answering, I like to cut that stuff out just to make it easier for people watching on YouTube.
Immediately to be first to market while simultaneously taking the thumbnail that the other content creator worked hard on and slapping my face on it. You can't do that. If that's what you're doing, then yeah, you deserve to be fucking DMCA'd. Just because I do not have any restrictions on my IP doesn't fucking mean that you can just do that. And there are some channels that even Moist Critical has had issue with. Other podcasts have had issue with. There are certain channels out there on YouTube that literally will take every streamer's content and will re-upload it in the exact same way that I'm talking about, and they constantly get me in trouble. They get Charlie in trouble, even though most people don't yell at Charlie because, you know, Charlie is beloved and well liked.
People love Moist Critical.
He's a YouTube first content creator, but it is fucking ridiculous. And I've told YouTube they know about the problem and there's no way for us to be able to deal with it. And these are
yeah, for instance, if he could, he'd probably get Hasanabi Capital pulled, right? that's a channel that's copyright claiming other channels that upload his content that follow the rules that he's talking about. I don't think that Hasanabi Capital necessarily follows those rules, and you know, them DMCAing people for content that obviously is not theirs is extremely problematic. So once again, you know, if you're watching Hasan videos, if you're watching Hasan Reacts, look at the channel that you're watching it from, because that's definitely not a channel that I would support.
Bot channels. They're not
Hasanabi Capital channel.
not fans. They're just bot channels that are taking advantage, and they even DMCA fan channels that are actually genuinely editing videos. I don't want to start copy claiming fan channels, but if this keeps up, it seems like we're gonna have to do that, and I don't want to do that because it goes against my principles. But that's what it's leading down to. It's leading down to a situation where I have to fucking start actually applying my own fucking IP rules in an effort to ensure that the stuff that's on YouTube is kosher. My main channel,
In an effort to ensure that you know that an ad break is coming up, I should probably mention that those ad breaks will come along, they'll take you out of your immersion, they'll force you to watch an ad, unless you have a little Persona 2 icon by your name, right? You can get one by your name through using Amazon Prime. You can get a free sub, then you'll get all the emotes, and you won't have to see the ad breaks. You can do that by integrating your Amazon Prime if you have a Prime account with Twitch, and thus entitling you to a free sub that you can give to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully that's me. The second possibility is you can pay for an sub yourself. It is $5 on desktop. It is $6, I'm told, on mobile, right? That will also take care of it. And the third way to get out of those ads is just to be active in chat, because the more active in chat you are, the more likely that somebody who is looking to give a gift sub will give that gift sub to you, thus getting you out of those ad breaks. So there we go. The ad break is coming up, I think, in what, like 3 minutes?
is not re-uploading shit. It's always a completely transformative product. So fan channels should try and follow that same principle if they don't want to get fucking DMCA'd by other YouTubers. And there's plenty. I react to so much over the course of an 8-hour stream. You're just being lazy. You just want to be first to market, and you're just doing a straight VOD rip, okay? The irony is a lot...
Wait, is Anthem like a, is that like a, multiplayer game?
A lot of people that are critical of like XQC's reactions, or a lot of people that have like thrown their hat in the ring, I've personally reacted to. If I'm watching a video, I'm gonna make damn sure that I'm fucking beating it to the ground. I'm adding additional context or whatever. Usually I will step away for like a brief moment to pee or whatever. You're always gonna find that. But ultimately, that kind of stuff should not be in the re-upload. Some of these should not even be uploaded at all. One other thing that I was thinking about as far as like the final aspect of the React gig, if it's a smaller content creator or like a mid-sized content creator and they just made like a big ass YouTube video, I think me reacting to that immediately is not a good thing. As long as it's an older video, I'm fine with it because it does have a tendency to give it more life. Here's Tierzoo's take on it. They can't keep getting away with a YouTube video lazy reaction or YouTube who spends months on that video. For what it's worth, I enjoy having my content reacted to. I like seeing people laugh at the jokes and marvel at the shocking moments. If you're a React streamer and you genuinely engage in my content, by all means, watch it with your chat. The issue is when it becomes obvious that the streamer is exploiting my content to fill time or give themselves a break, when they're engaged with something else as the video plays, whether it's eating their dinner or answering text messages or whatever. And lastly, of course, do not re-upload an unedited VOD of the reaction to YouTube. Is just not cool. Yeah. Neither. I just don't want to start beef with XQC, and that's his actual channel. These clip channels aren't owned by Hasan, but since Hasan and I know each other, I feel comfortable at least asking. I'm not going to copy strike anyone myself, though. Nothing to do with politics. A lot of these content creators that are like anti-ReactGate or a part of the ReactGate discourse right now, I have talked to in the past.
Wait, so that's like a tier channel? That's like a channel that does like tier that like, you know, does tier videos?
Personal communications within the past. So if there's any kind of issue, like, well, we'll immediately take care of it. YouTubers themselves oftentimes have like a more nuanced perspective on the matter, and yet
Also, Austinox, I love the drop shadow. I love your style, Austinox. If you ever end up watching my videos, hats off to you. You do good edits.
People that ride or die for these conversations are oftentimes not content creators themselves. They're just fans that have like this incredible...
I was right. 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute and 23 seconds from an ad break right now.
Point of view on it where they're like, this is...
And like I said, if we can get to 110, I'll do a little something special today. I'll watch something that's not even on the agenda.
most immoral thing that you could possibly do. And they're especially geared by some YouTubers who do have a very strong opinion on this. YouTubers I will not be naming, but YouTubers I've never personally reacted to ever or knew about even. So that's it.
Yeah, it's about teamwork.
Why did you move?
Oh, wait,
to
when did he
organize
play
a
with-
stand-up.
Everybody leave before Hasan gets.
Wait, when did he play with Corpse Husband? I never saw this. Anyway, that's a small Twitch streamer called Hasanabi. So make sure to check him out on Twitch and on YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. You all know who that is. You all know who that is. But do we all know who Sam Cedar is? Because he's up next, right? I'm sure you all know who Sam Cedar is. Who you all might not know about is this guy right here next to Sam Cedar. That is Actual Justice Warrior. I feel like I've almost debated this guy before. Like, I feel like this is a fan channel. He has a small fan channel in the Hasanabi Industrial Complex. That's right. I feel like I was booked on something that was supposed to have Actual Justice Warrior participating in it, and like either I pulled out or he pulled out. Somebody pulled out, right? So I definitely have not actually been on stream with this person before, but he's so familiar, and I know that he's been booked on the kind of debates that I used to do way back when. That's probably why some people might have me confused with Twitch politics, right? In terms of in terms of having, there's videos of me out there arguing with Dylan Burns, arguing with CTV, arguing with Xander Hall, right? And like, I mean, I guess, but maybe pay a little bit more attention to which side of the issue I'm on, and you might see the difference between me that's always existed, right? I have never been of the political persuasion, of agreeing with Destiny or Vosh, definitely not agreeing with Twitch poll, which half of the time they're like both sidesing like Kanye West or something like that, right? It's really gross stuff. It's stuff that I've always fought against, and it kind of breaks my heart that there's people out there that are being served this kind of disinformation. But yeah, if you see it out there, just push back. Let them know who I am, because you know who I am. And let's move on. We've got Sean Fitzgerald, Actual Justice Warrior. Not that I'm trying to promote him or anything. This guy, you're probably not going to like this guy. If you don't know about him already, his main thing is support of law enforcement, right? Crime statistics, stuff like that. That's who this is. That's why he's debating Sam Cedar. Let's get into it, though. Let's see what this is about.
100% is pretty good. Batting 500. So we do this, not so much the dinner, but I asked you. I reached out to you on Twitter, and I asked you what you wanted to debate me on, and you said my main issue is that I've seen you downplay the significant increase in crime in New York City and nationwide since 2020. The excusing of crime by blaming poverty. Emma did so in person. I do not have an example of you doing this offhand, so your position can be different. And then individual cases, Daniel Penny and the Jordan Neely case, and or the Jordan Williams case. We'll have a debate about that. But let's just let you introduce yourself. You call yourself the Actual Justice Warrior.
The Actual Cringe Warrior. No.
And my understanding is you are a
terrible name.
You're a criminology.
I think he even admits that. I think he even admits that he picked the name a long time ago. And
the expert. Have you?
Yeah, just another Tim Pool. One of the Tim Pool's posse, basically.
No. So I don't have a degree in criminology. I have 2 degrees in criminal justice. It's a like petty distinction, but I don't try to get into qualifications that much because I don't think they matter. I think if you're a learned person,
you studied it. You're an expert on crime.
So yeah, criminology, is that what like help me understand the distinction here, right? Is criminology the kind of thing that somebody is it like a more academic form of study, whereas criminal justice is more like, I guess, practical in the sense of preparing one for a job as a law enforcement officer, as a prison guard, as you know, is somebody like that, right? Is that the distinction between criminology and criminal justice? Actual Justice Warrior seems to have gotten, and which is the one that Vosh got? Which is the degree that Vosh got? Seems to have gotten a lot of fame and attention thanks to Tim Pool and his debate with Emma. This is why we deplatform bigots and trolls instead of debating them. Yeah, I feel like this guy is kind of punching out of his weight class, right? Or not even punching out. That's what you say when somebody's good enough to be fighting up a weight class. Just, you know, he's out of his league here. The right hate this one trick, the truth and getting to the root of an issue. Yeah, as wild as that might seem on social media.
I know a bit about crime. I wouldn't call myself a perfect expert or anything of the sort.
Okay, I mean, I bring that up because I don't, I have not spent, I think probably the time that you have looking at this, and I just want to give you credit for that.
Oh, thank you. And as for the people hitting you up, listen, I apologize.
And Sam, I just want to give you some credit for being a smooth operator when it comes to debate. That's the one difference between like Sam and somebody like Michael Brooks, right? Is that Sam really enjoys getting dirty in the debate arena.
In the DMs in advance. I did not.
Criminology is when you want to stop a crime. Criminality is when you do a crime, and criminal justice sounds like, yeah, I think criminal justice is like the one that cops get, right? When cops have degrees, it's a criminal justice degree.
Stoke that other than issuing the challenge on Tim's show. But, it is. I was not complaining that you were not responding. I still get tagged by people saying that you didn't respond, no matter how many times I clarify. That's how the internet works. But we're here now.
No, I believe me. I don't. That you don't need to explain that to me. That's it happens all the time. Yes, we are here now.
If you're a right-wing chud, especially if you're a libertarian, you do not have to cry that much to get Sam to debate you. Like he's very, very interested in debating right wingers.
And actual Justice Warrior, how did you come up with that?
So you might have studied a little bit of law like Infrared. I thought Infrared studied law as in like was pre-law or in a
moniker.
So I'm a big believer that any qualifier to like justice tends to invert it and make some kind of injustice. At the time that I created the channel, it was when social justice warrior was the term du jour among the right.
It's so funny the way he's saying it. It's like I mean, look, maybe somebody can correct me here. Did anybody ever be like, I am a social justice warrior, right? I don't think that's how it started. I think it started as a pejorative. I think it started as, oh, we're a social justice warrior over here. Yeah, right? That's the context of.
And I made the name. I kind of regretted it immediately, but I've stuck with it for years because you got to commit to something.
Yeah, and so economic justice, you don't like that that terminology either?
No.
Okay.
It's hard to stop Sam from debating you. Just look at Steven Crowder.
What's that? All right. Fair enough. Okay. So, make your case here about, what is the issue you have in terms of me downplaying the significant increase in crime in New York City and nationwide since 2020? Give me a sense of what, characterize how you perceive my how I've downplayed that and what's problematic about it.
So I've heard this point from Emma and specifically from you on your show in response to the recent uptick in crime, that crime is not as bad as the 1990s, which is true, by the way. Compared to the peak of America, we're significantly down from that mark. However, we've had a giant increase in crime since the Black Lives Matter riots. You can actually trace it in a lot of places.
I thought of myself as an SJW out of spite for the right-wingers who love that term. Yeah, that's how it worked, right? If anybody adopts it, it's like in a joking way, like I'm a social justice mage, actually. I'm a social justice paladin. Like, right? Like, it's that kind of thing.
To the month of the riots where we had certain...
AJW was a cop, and now he looks like he would run the Daily Bugle.
Criminal justice reforms implemented that I believe are really driving the uptick in crime.
He does look a little cop-like.
So nationwide, we had a 30% year-over-year increase in the homicide rate. This is the largest increase in American history. The second largest increase in American history is actually 2000 to 2001. And what's significant about that is that's only 20%, and that includes 3,000 people killed in New York City on a single...
He's going to talk to us about Spider-Man. What is it with Tim Pool and his orbiters, right? Tim Pool wants to talk to you about Thanos, right? Apparently this guy wants to talk about Spider-Man. I'm sure there's somebody over there that likes the Joker or whatever, right? There's...
So it's the largest year-over-year increase in American history. New York was actually ahead of that curve. They increased 47% year over year. And to get into the raw numbers for New York City, it went from about 312 homicides. We were in and around 300 murders in the city of New York per year to 489. I think that's a significant increase. I think the argument that it's not as bad as it ever has been is a terrible argument. And I've heard a lot of people repeat this in...
Oh, did somebody else get social justice mage first?
In response to what is a notable increase in crime.
Okay, so I will agree that in 2020 and in 2021, we saw increases in crime, certainly year over year, without a doubt. You're neglecting to say that those numbers are now going down. I mean, because when we talk about the most recent figures, really, those numbers are going down. So we had this peak of crime that was pretty big. Like you say, in 2020 and in 2021, you measured it to the Black Lives Matter protests.
Yes.
I also noticed that during 2020 and 2021...
It just never occurred to me. I honestly came up with this username when I was very, very young. And at this point, I'm like, I don't know. I'm a little bit embarrassed. I kind of wish I'd just gone with my name. I mean, you know what I mean? It's a little late now, but you all know what my name is, right? Irene Geller. So yeah, if you ever see that pop up in your Twitch, in your Twitch notifications, understand that that's me, right? That's
we had a once in a lifetime pandemic.
That's my actual name, right? But yeah, like the reason that I called myself No Comment Chick was that I made the account specifically to comment on YouTube videos. And it was only after like being tempted to like make fun of some chuds and then be like, no, don't do it, no comment, don't say anything, right? And then at a certain point you're like, no, I'm saying something, and I made the username, right?
That sure. Also created massive unemployment.
Yo, it's like anti-social justice warrior, yeah.
That also created massive spike in pedestrian deaths. That also provided a massive spike in inflation. There were all sorts of phenomena and also massive spikes in deaths around that are attributed to the pandemic. But from your perspective, the pandemic was not. This is not a function of the pandemic. These spikes in crime were a function of the Black Lives Matter protests. Do I understand you?
It's really the after effect of the protest. But to be clear,
Irene is a nice name. I mean, kind of. It's kind of like an old timey name. It sounds like an 1800s name.
Well, okay. the after effect. We can talk about the decline.
No,
in a
but
minute.
this is important because what you said is like it's misleading. So crime has declined since the increase in a lot of places from 2020 to 2021, but it's declined in comparison to the increase. So New York, as an example, I love
no,
this
it's not
example.
no. You're misstating that. It is. I said it decreased year over year at this point.
Yeah,
year over year, because you're talking about you're discounting when the peak of crime in this country, or a decade ago, or 2 decades ago, and you're using a year over year increase, and I'm saying that we're now in 2023, and I think you wouldn't argue against this. We have experienced now a year over year decrease both in New York and nationally in like 5 out of 7 measures of crime. I think in New York, the only crime that has really gone up is car theft.
One thing that I really want to point out to you and make sure you notice, right? When you're listening to his argument, examine how disjointed it is. And I don't mean disjointed as in like it non sequitur disjointed, right? It like follows logically, but there's like steps missing. There's assumptions being made, right? There's like a big correlative fallacy, a lot of correlative fallacy being employed, like that if if factor X changed while factor Y was in place, then factor X has to do with factor Y. He's not really offering any proof, though.
But homicides down.
But down compared to what?
Year over year.
Yeah, but pre-2019, we're still up if you compare it
Oh,
to
yeah. No, there's no doubt. In fact, we're also up in inflation. But inflation is going down. So I just want to make sure that people understand the dynamic. And also during 2020 and 2021, we had this huge spike in deaths from COVID, and that's also going down. We still have more deaths from COVID.
Definite weasel alert, Michael.
Than we had in 2019, but we're talking about a trend in terms.
Can we see some weasels in chat?
It's going down, and the reason why this is important is because your argument seems to be. And I want to get back to the cause of this spike, according to you. Your argument, as far as I can tell in what you just said, was because
we already know that crime trends with heat waves and socioeconomic conditions.
Because of the Black Lives Matter protests, we had police reforms. You would call them not reforms, but
no, they're
bad things.
reforms.
Okay, police reforms that created this spike. So to measure whether
You didn't see AJW ever show a causal relationship for his claims? Yeah, that's what I'm noticing here too. A lot of that was that cops didn't feel appreciated. Yeah.
This spike.
Yeah, it's such a loose argument. Like, the zeitgeist was against the police, and like, yeah.
As a function of police reforms, we would have to believe those reforms have been reversed this year for the crime to go down. Now, I'm going to take issue with even the fact that there were police reforms that caused this, but that's why it's important that we all understand what's going on here in terms of crime. It went up in 2020. It went up in 2021.
That's the other thing, is that there was a lot of discussion of reform or even abolition of police, during that time, but And I'll even say that there was a lot of legislation proposed, right? But there wasn't a lot implemented. They're going to mention some of the things that were implemented, right? But a lot of this was just, seemed to be just to kind of silence the outcry that came after what happened to George Floyd.
And now it is starting to go back down. It's still not at the level it was at
You think Sam is breaking this down wrong? How so?
2019, and I concede that. But it is clearly going back down. You will concede that, yes?
Well, yes, depending on the area, but also
Well,
you would have
nationally,
to use, you would have to use
let's say
2022
nationally
numbers
in New York.
because the 2023 numbers are incomplete.
Well, yes, but at this point, 6 months in, 7 months in New York, are they up or down from last year, year over year?
It could very well be true that they're down in comparison.
What do you
to
mean?
The
It could
dramatic
be very well
increase.
true. This is a hard number. These are actual hard. Do you want?
Well,
do I
the
need to read
NYPD
them?
puts out their data at the end of the year, and we're at the summer, and that's usually when the spikes come out.
Sean, take it from June, just the 6 months. Do you really not know those numbers? You know those numbers. If I
can
have
check
those numbers,
June.
you have those numbers. Come on.
2023. What crime am I looking
Yeah,
at?
you're supposed to be the crime guy, Sean. What happened? What happened, Sean?
Look at the top 7 crimes. I mean, I don't understand how you don't have these numbers. If I could find these numbers, this is not what I do. I don't talk about crime that often. Like you say, I downplay it, as far according to you. And
See what I mean? Sam is like a secret debate lord.
the fact is that crime numbers are down. I mean, people can Google this. Look, here's a story.
Yeah, Biden definitely ran on funding the police, right? You had a lot of supposedly left-wing politicians basically doing the opposite of this.
Story from Patch.
Sam is conceding a tie-in to reforms to disprove the claim when it really, in reality, the reforms aren't shown to be related. So why entertain this form of magical thinking?
Nearly every major crime in New York City drops sharply.
I mean, that is an annoying tendency of a lot of debate people, right? Is to grant a certain point to move the argument to a place where they feel like they've got a win condition in sight, right? And I think that's probably what Sam's doing here. But I get what you're saying in terms of, their audience having some of these bubbles bursted, some of this magical thinking that they're so invested in kind of blown apart. That's not happening. It's just, an argument about on another level, right? And with Sam's community or any community, right, there's always the chance that you're going to reinforce some of this, or by granting the point, you end up reinforcing a point, even if you don't agree with it. So yeah, I mean, that's why I don't like debate. That's why I don't find debate to be a useful form of. I mean, it can be entertaining, right? But it's not really where you go to find the truth. I've won debates before that I was wrong on, and I've definitely lost debates that I was right on. So
The new stats show. This is from the ComStat.
Yes, there's a decrease in 2023. And
2020.
homicides are down 3% from June 2023 to last year, June 2023.
Shootings in New York dropped about 25%.
But if you tell me what you're looking for, I can go find it.
Okay, well, I'll read it. I have.
And I mean, like that's the thing, is that most of this debate community, like, committing numbers to memory makes you a smart person, and it's not true. It's not true, right? That's not a sign of intelligence, or a sign that you know what you're talking about, or anything of the sort.
Here, New York Times. Shootings in New York City dropped. This is July 6th. So this data is 3 weeks old.
Like a lot more emphasis on committing statistics to memory, let's just say, than there is in media literacy or research literacy.
Shootings in New York City dropped by 25% through the first half of this year compared with the same period last year, extending a downward trend after a spike in violent crime during the pandemic. What else do we have? Murders, rapes, burglaries decreased by about 10% each.
Up to 50 billion a year is stolen from people in the form of wage theft. Only a tiny fraction is ever recouped. Oh my God. Paul Squall, are you saying that if we, the workers, were able to recapture that stolen $50 billion a year, we would have been able to buy Twitter? Damn. I mean, it's not a good investment, but we could have bought Twitter.
Each. Robberies fell nearly 5%, but car thefts increased, like I said, by it's 18%, but nearly 20%. Felony assaults by 6%. I can't tell whether that's Class D or Class B. transit crimes have fallen nearly 4% this year. I mean, you know this stuff. So I just want to be clear.
Wait, when we say transit crimes, are we talking about like jumping the gate at the subway?
We're talking about the effects.
Yes, we have a slight decrease after a dramatic increase. That is
right.
true.
Okay.
Like
Exactly.
the overall crime index appears to be down. Total,
Okay.
I think it says 3 point something percent. But major crimes, obviously, great.
We can look at these. Okay, so yeah, Zara, I think you're the underlying thing that you're pointing out here is that a lot of his argument is about not so much the, like when Sam pins him down on the fact that there wasn't a lot of actual reform that was done, he retreats to this idea that the conditions, the zeitgeist, right, caused by the protests were hostile to police, and this caused things like early retirement for certain police officials, and that like harmed the force. And so we can look at similar events like BLM in 2015 and 2016 and see that these events, protest movements, and reforms didn't cause increase in homicide or crime.
Greater disparities.
Right. Okay. So now, since we
seriously, I want that 50 billion back.
I should say this is a nationwide trend. It's not just New York City.
True, but the homicide spike was ahead of the nationwide curve in the city of New York. And we can talk about.
Wait, Paul Squall, are you telling me that I'm basically like under the same kind of 70-30 split as Andrew Tate's as the woman working for Andrew Tate? I just don't know it.
Other cities like Philadelphia is a good example. They're actually at their peak homicide rate all time. So there it actually is worse than the 1990s.
Okay. And but also again,
like the messed up thing about wage theft is that, I mean, what we're talking about when we say wage theft is like wages that you were promised, wages that you should have gotten that you don't end up getting, right? Being forced to work overtime off the clock, etc. That's wage theft, right? That's on top of the surplus value of your labor, right? So in other words, by its very nature in this system, your labor is worth more to your employer than what you're getting paid. So, you know, you're getting kind of extracted multiple times.
Going down. But with that said, let's talk about now your theory that there were all sorts of, let's start with just there were reforms after the 2020, because your argument is it has nothing to do with the pandemic, right?
Not nothing. I'm sure it's a factor, but what level?
How big of a
played?
factor would you say? Because you clearly think that the primary factor is the George Floyd protests.
Yes,
and
the George Floyd
subsequent
effect
reform.
would be a better phrase for it. Yes.
The George Floyd effect. It's really easy to acknowledge that police don't stop or prevent crime, and things like the blue flu or anti-police sentiments in the populace don't change murder rates. Yeah, so the blue flu, if you're confused by that, that is like a tactic, I guess, by the police to not do their job or to do their job less when they're unhappy. So in other words, like during a protest movement or something like that. This is something that Anna Kasparian alluded to in her kind of fear-mongering about crime.
Okay, the George Floyd effect. How much? Just give me a sense.
And again, it's not really, it's highly speculative, right? It's not, nobody's like showing here's the effect of the blue flu, right? It's kind of like, okay, I mean, like theoretically, I guess that could happen, but
of like how you would break it down. 50%.
You were underpaid from the jump. Oops, human resources messed up and docked a couple of hours. You will exhaust yourself trying to get that money back and give up. And there's some employers, like I've been in jobs before where if you do overtime and it's not like authorized, you could get fired for it. So if you're in a situation where your help is needed or else your coworkers get screwed, and you are in there to work for them. I've been in situations where it's felt like there's pressure on me not to report those hours, because I know that reporting those hours gives me like this much extra money and this much extra risk of losing my job, and this risk of losing my job is not worth the money, right? So I find myself, pressured to not report those hours. I mean, when the police are actively contributing to the murder rate, then I really don't know what leg they're standing on. We got another ad break. I'm not telling you this on time. Somebody remind me next time. It's like at the 15s and the 45s.
George Floyd effect.
Those ad breaks are
50% pandemic? No, right? It's more.
I would say a good portion. I don't know if it's specifically like 50%, if there's a hard number, but if you want to say, I don't know, 50 to 60%, I think that's totally fine, because there were some
entering 1984 territory, really.
Reforms that were instituted prior that combined with reforms afterwards probably made individual areas worse.
Okay, so all right. So what reforms are you talking about?
So in New York City, we had Raise the Age, which was actually passed prior to George Floyd. And year over year, we actually saw, and Raise the Age, if you don't know, actually makes it more difficult to prosecute youthful offenders in the city of New York.
When was that instituted?
I believe it was passed in 2017. It could have been passed in 2018. I'm not exactly sure.
No, wait a second. And when was it instituted, I guess is really what I meant.
I believe it was instituted in 2018.
So, but your whole argument is, I mean, you pegged it literally to the month.
For shootings, for sure. If you want to talk about what caused the increase in shootings, in my opinion, removing the
I'm just going by what you said. And when you said there was this big spike in crime in 2020, you said it was because of the George Floyd
I just said that there was.
Why do I feel like I look like a Final Fantasy character today?
Some reforms that were passed prior to, and combined with new reforms, I think created additional problems.
So you think that the age thing had like a delayed effect, like a
no. So Raise the Age made it more difficult to prosecute youthful offenders. Now we had bail reform, which actually came into law in 2020, which made it more difficult to hold people on certain charges, including gun possession.
So yeah, that's something else that Anna Kasparian has complained about.
When combined with Raise the Age, that led to a spike of youthful offenders carrying guns. However, this didn't really come to.
He's not showing us anything here, right? He's giving us a narrative and relying on you to say, yeah, checks out, makes sense. Okay, you take away the you pass a Raise the Age Act, make it harder to go after youthful offenders, and eliminate like bail in some situations, right? And then you're gonna the idea he's trying to paint is that there's really no consequences, and so these like young gun crime offenders are doing it with impunity. Now it's funny because like I wonder what his take is on gun control. A lot of these Tim Pool fans like are very much in favor of no gun control. So it's kind of weird if he's like talking about gun because like he literally is talking about like gun crimes as in like possessing an illegal gun here.
Until Bill de Blasio got rid of the anti-crime unit, which was the unit designed specifically to target.
Anybody else find that funny? One in chat if you find that funny. Act with the anti-crime unit, like right, the one unit that's like against crime. Like everything else in the police is what, eating donuts, like the racism department. Like what are the other departments besides the anti-crime?
Illegal guns. So it's a confluence of factors that led to an increase in youth shootings and youth homicides.
It's a confluence of factors that you just have not shown in any conceivable way. You know what I'm saying? Like you're just giving us a narrative. And it makes me highly suspicious.
In the city of New York.
What now? How did those? I'm just going to stipulate for just the moment that's why we saw this spike in New York. How did those reforms in New York implicate the spikes that we saw nationwide? Because we really did see spikes nationwide, didn't we?
So there are different reforms that we can go to that are passed in different individual areas.
So every reform that was passed around, and all these reforms went when? Right at the George Floyd protests.
Well, we were talking about New York, but there are different reforms that were passed nationwide. Some
but
areas.
You're talking about causality, and I'm asking you, we know that crime went up nationwide, and you say it was in June of 2020.
He's talking about causality, but he is in no way establishing it, right?
That's when it went up.
All he's doing is telling you a just so story. AGW is absolutely a shill for propaganda. We passed a law in 2020 banning police from using tear gas unless it's a riot. The police constantly act like their hands are tied now when it comes to crowd control, so they don't even try. He cannot show. Wait, when you say we, you mean like a state? I mean, never mind. Don't give out your location. I'm not trying to encourage that. But like, just say statewide if that's, he cannot show it because it's just so compomulated.
Like specifically in June, July of 2020, when they got rid of the anti-crime unit in the city of New York.
Okay, no, but at the beginning of this entire debate,
I mean, if
does anybody else strike? Does that strike anybody else as funny? Like the anti-crime, we've got that one unit of our police that is anti-crime as opposed to the rest of them.
So for nationwide, one of the biggest factors I think driving crime across the nation would be the decrease in the police force. So we had a lot of officers retire early. This is something that we're seeing across the country. The NYPD is seeing it. The LAPD
moving the goalpost
is seeing it. Rural departments in Middle America are seeing it, and a decrease in recruitment because they're not pulling the numbers that they actually.
Is it actually 420 somewhere? Yeah, it is.
Actually want to see. So I think nationwide, if you're talking about a blanket thing that happens,
it's 420 if you're in the Midwest, right? So Chicago, Indianapolis, Detroit, maybe Detroit. Louisville, Nashville, not Atlanta, Birmingham. Yeah, see, I know some of the names of the cities in that time zone, I guess.
Happened that it led to an increase in
Irene, like demonstrate her expertise at U.S. geography. Anyway,
crime. Then I think the decrease in the overall police force is definitely a factor.
Okay, so I just want to. I'm trying to like zero in on this because you said at the beginning of this debate that you peg the spike in crime as the George Floyd effect.
Yes,
and it was the George Floyd effect in your mind that caused the decrease in staffing, police staffing, and that's why crime went up in the nation. In New York, it was partially the staff.
We got some 420 people in chat.
And then partially these other reforms that some of which were 2 years earlier and had a delayed impact.
Yes, some of these reforms, well, it's not a delayed impact.
Greyhound driving crime across the nation.
Combined with other reforms. It's
now, let me ask you this.
It's like breaking down a house. There are certain support beams that you could take. You can knock them down and the house will still stand. The structure will still stand. But if
did the rest of the cop units teach you how to crochet or something? Yeah, I was gonna guess like there's the like getting donuts unit and the racism unit.
You knock down enough of them, they'll fall. And New York specifically, I was talking about the difference that I see between the national crime increase and New York specifically.
Okay.
So yes, there would be additional factors there.
So and really what we're talking about is causality here, right? Because
just a reminder to chat. Like I wasn't joking when I talked about the harassment from Twitch poll earlier on, right? And so I would encourage you not to give your location. I know this sounds wild, you know, like who's gonna care? Believe me, like I've made myself enough of a target. Anytime you take a stand against somebody with a lot of clout and a lot of pull, on Twitch, this tends to happen, right? So definitely don't want anybody getting harassed.
My argument is that the pandemic led.
Yes, they will go after chatters. They're just like there's a bunch of people in this like network of splinter discords with like way too much time on their hands.
Led to a spike in crime. Largely, there may be other factors But
yeah, so in other words, if you mention your real location and it gets taken down, that's not a personal slight. You're not in trouble. We're just trying to do our best to protect you.
But I would say the overwhelming factor in the spike that led to the spike of crime was the pandemic. You would argue it was these police reforms, particularly in terms of staffing nationwide.
Well, the staffing was
I'm
just
reading
officers
from
retiring
Bloomberg.
for fear of before,
Okay.
post the riots.
Bloomberg, from Bloomberg. This is a report from January 31st of this year.
Okay.
Bloomberg News analysis shows that even as staffing levels dropped during the pandemic nationally, police department headcounts exceeded those of 15 years ago when crime was higher.
Okay.
Now, how can you say that the causality runs that as you drop the staffing levels, things spike?
I love how bootlickers like this are actually police are powered by respect. Like, man, yeah, they're not Goku.
When in fact, you're still at level.
They're not like calling down what's it called, the Genki Dama?
Levels that are higher than they were 15 years ago. In major cities, staffing levels rose and fell over that period, with some changes corresponding to economic downturns and local crises, which you'd imagine. But between 2011 and 2019, police staffing levels in more than half of the 20 largest cities grew, according to FBI data, and across the country. So if we're to use your standard of don't compare crime rates today to the way that they were when crime was really high in the country, then why are you doing that with staffing levels?
Well, yeah, I would direct any request about doing work for me as far as stuff like editing and graphic design goes to wait, if I can type, is it gonna show it? No! Oh my god, that's old. Here, let me just copy it. There we go. That's what I was trying to. This is what I was trying to say. Yeah, there's my Twitter, right? You can send it to either one, but the Irene Geller one I check a lot more often than the other one.
You can compare it to the peak if you want, but if we're talking about a recent crime spike, I don't think that's useful. On top of that, you just read, maybe you didn't realize it, that officers went up between 2011 and 2019. This would be
so here he is trying to turn it around on Sam. Will it work though?
Before the pandemic, and crime was dropping nationwide during that period of time. Then we see an officer shortfall, and to be clear, what we're experiencing now
We're
is
still
a lot of
staff. We still have more.
Sure, but-
we still have
okay,
more
not
police
all
than we
officers
did
are equal. If
15
you look
years
at
ago.
who's retiring, it's disproportionately older, seasoned investigators.
Yeah, it's X, not Twitter, right?
And they are not so easily replaced by new recruiting classes. And I've gone over this specifically in the LAPD, exactly who they're losing. And they've lost between 6 and 8% of their police force. Now, I believe it's 6 net, 8 total, and most of those are seasoned investigators.
Wait, so he's saying that there's 8% loss, but then 2% replacement rate, so a net of 6.
And so, okay, so the reason why, so that's why we're not solving crimes. Is that what you're saying? It's not preventing crime. Investigators don't prevent crime, right? They solve crimes.
I mean, they're not only investigators. A lot of times, either.
I'm sorry, I just said investigators, but I don't mean just investigators.
I'm just going by what you said. You said investigators, and that's why the crime.
A lot of them are seasoned investigators or seasoned officers, not easily replaced.
Understand. You know this stuff better than I do.
But you see, this is his argument in the face of Sam showing statistics that make it seem like the police are not having a hard time staffing themselves, right? Then he goes to, well, it's certain jobs within the police, certain important individuals, important jobs, right? And he gives investigators the one that he names, right? So you're like, okay, investigators. So in other words, there's a problem with solving crime, which is what investigators do, and he doesn't really have an answer to this, right? He's just, he's got his game plan here, but he hasn't really stress tested any of his arguments.
I'm just trying to understand your
old racists retiring, less younger racists replacing them. Yeah.
logic. You say seasoned investigators is why crime went up
that's
because
just
they're
one
better.
example.
And I, as far as I
It's
know,
just one example, but it's the one you mentioned.
To harp on like an individual term
Like,
and all.
why do you need to mention if it's just cops across the board? Then you don't need to say anything, right? You said investigators. You made a point to say investigators. Don't act like you didn't.
All that because you think, oh, I'm gonna get him pinned, but I'm speaking very clearly. I think
It
everybody
sounds like some kind of pun to put wasabi on them. Yeah, that's
can understand that I'm doing that, but you're just playing dumb.
no, I'm not playing dumb. You say
You
seasoned
definitely are.
investigators.
No, he's
and-
not. No, but then why did you say it? Like, right? That's a complete red herring. If you didn't, like, if you.
And I say,
Anyway.
well, wait a second. They don't prevent crime; they solve crimes.
It's
Is
like
that-
he's wriggling out, but he can't quite. He's wriggling out of one of Sam's like arguments right into the another.
Am I wrong?
It would also be supervisor positions and all that. Yes, so it would be very like savvy, seasoned officers and
whatever.
investigators.
And so,
if you
what
need that
reforms,
specifically clarified,
What reforms were a function of the George Floyd protests that got seasoned investigators to retire?
Well, it's not a specific reform, but the effect of driving these officers into retirement is undeniable. Just look at the numbers since the George Floyd riots.
It's also COVID, right? No. A
They're
lot
all
of people
retiring.
retired across. I mean,
They're still retiring at similar rates. You think they're all afraid of COVID?
Well,
Wait,
George.
What? I thought that was the whole premise. I thought that was your whole premise, that they were retiring more than normal. Now you're saying, oh yeah, but they, like, when Sam points out that part of the retirees in the police force might be akin to retirees in other parts of the economy. More people are retiring, have been retiring since COVID, right? And now he's acting like, oh my God, this guy is like,
Floyd.
he's wiggling like a weasel, exactly.
Protests ended 2.
Yeah,
3
there's
years
still
ago.
effects of that protest,
What
change
are
in
the
attitude
effects?
and
He literally isn't connecting the two things. Yeah, he doesn't connect his argument at all.
sentiment in the country. Yes.
Oh, I see. It's the sentiment.
Yeah, that has an impact for sure. Officer morale is very important.
And so their morale is down because of the George Floyd protests.
Yeah, because of the George Floyd protests, people are very anti-police officers. A lot of them had their funding cut, and a lot of officers left when the funding was cut, and they're not so easily replaced by a restoration in funding.
So your argument is that funding has been cut. Is that it?
Yeah, funding was cut in certain places, yes.
I've got a story here from ABC7 New York.
It says funding was restored, yes.
Despite defunding claims, police funding has increased in many cities, and
What a weasel.
this was in October of last year.
Yeah. So what do you think that increase is attributed to?
What do I think
funding went up on the
it's
whole.
attributed to?
Yeah, why do you think funding increased when they initially reduced budgets?
ABC-owned television stations examined the budgets of more than 100 cities and counties and found 83% are spending at least 2% more on police in 2022 than they did in 2019.
Yeah. So what ended up happening was post the pandemic, post the George Floyd riots, you had a defund the police movement, and cuts were made to budgets, like, for example, the LAPD. Now, their budget was cut. A bunch of officers left the force. Like I said, net 6%, possibly 8%. Again, the numbers update monthly. And then you have
weasel words
to
so many weasel
supplement
words
for that working overtime. And now you're less productive when you're working overtime. But if you look at the LAPD's budget, it says defunding, and there's stories about this.
So wait. Now he's like, the budget didn't go down, but that's okay because they were doing overtime, and the cops that were doing overtime were less efficient than the cops. If they had been more cops, they would have done better. They did a worse job policing because they were... The LAPD caused a crime wave in NYC. Yeah, none of this stuff relates, right? That's the thread that ties all of his arguments together. Is that like there's a bunch of implied relations without showing any actual relations. Don't like how he's implying that it's all George Floyd's fault. Yeah, that is. I wonder if he's even that self-aware to see that cities cut their entire budget during COVID. Their entire budget. He's lying by omission. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Cops prefer overtime based on police unions. How much they get paid. Oh yeah, that's true.
Funding the police actually led to an increase in payout of overtime. So you still have less officers working, and now they're working more hours. So you're actually getting
investigators.
You're also
right?
getting poorer results. Well, again,
they quit, right? They retired earlier. If they weren't fired, how would he have even have a point?
It's also driving down recruitment. So yes, less officers, less overall staff at these places. So yeah, they might have, and again, some places cut the funding, and then in 2022, notice how you skipped over 2020 and 20.
Good point, Paul Squall P. Reuters says police are not primarily crime fighters according to the data. Yeah, there's some stats on like unsolved crimes that make you wonder what they're even doing, right? Isn't there some ridiculous stat on the percentage of crimes that go unsolved? It's like incredibly high, right? AJW is just such a generic white guy with glasses and brown hair. Look, I feel like there are several of them on YouTube that look like him. He's related. What? Yeah, R.M. Brown is cool. That's right. He's related to R.M. Brown. I did not know that. Okay. Poor R.M. Brown. Things that include police overtime include sitting late night at an off-duty post for grocery stores and Waffle Houses. Oh my god. They did an analysis last year. It showed that the police neither prevent nor solve crime. Jeez.
2021.
No, I just read what it said here because we're comparing everything
2022,
to
they restored the
2019.
funding, but that doesn't bring people down. That doesn't bring people out of retirement. No, you said this current fiscal year compared to 2019. There was a funding reduction in a lot of places in 2021.
Right.
Then the restoration of funding and an increase in funding in a response to an increase in crime. But that does not make officers materialize, Sam.
I understand. No, I understand. Your argument is, and I think there's definitely something to that staffing levels dropped, and so we made up for it on overtime. Again, I go back to that Bloomberg report that staffing levels are still significantly higher than they were 15 years ago.
Make it make sense, Sean.
And there was even more crime at that time.
Yeah, there was.
And we have 80% of the city's largest increased their funding. And like you say, that I guess is a function of overtime. Cops still on the beat, but you say that they're not as good at solving crimes.
You cover a lot of workers' issues when you actually have mandatory overtime and people are forced to work more and more hours. It's not productive.
Well,
like
I mean,
you would say the same thing if we
figures-
talked about it in an elder labor context, correct?
What are historical figures of police solving crimes?
Solving, you're going to have to define that metric.
Clearance rate.
So clearance rate, it depends on the crime. Homicide is typically higher in terms of clearance rate because it's easier to solve. Most people are murdered by somebody that they know. There's a dead body. You don't have to worry about a lot of
What are those rates?
I'm not sure nationwide. I want to say maybe it's 60 to 70% for homicide nationwide, but it varies greatly depending.
An analysis revealed that police spend 80% of their time on traffic violations, less than 10% of the time on actual crime, and the vast majority of the investigated crimes go unsolved. Less than 10% of traffic stops were for reasonable suspicion. Cops literally exist to harass black people while driving. Yeah. Essentially, a lot of municipalities derive a not insignificant amount of funding from traffic stops, right? It seems like they're in a way they're kind of going where the money is. Excuse me, sir. I'd like your seasoned cops because these cops are too bland. Yeah, the seasoned curly can I get the seasoned curly cops with some Arby's sauce?
On the city.
And have those dropped?
Clearance
Or-
rates in certain areas for sure. Nationwide, I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe that.
And what about the other violent crimes that we're talking about, ones that don't involve people that we know?
Give me an example.
Well, assaults. What's the investigation?
Assaults would be lower, for sure.
I'm just curious historically. I mean, if your argument is that the cops are less productive, I'm just curious is like, can we see that in actual numbers?
I mean, I can look up real quick the drop in clearance rate nationwide. I know that it is significant in certain places like Baltimore, but I don't have those specific numbers on hand.
It's weird. I mean, FBI said 5% of police arrests on violent crime. That's what the FBI figures are.
So in 1980, 71% of homicides were deemed solved or cleared, and it dropped to about 50% in 2020.
In 2020. And what was it in 2019?
I'll look it up right now.
I mean, because that's the whole premise, right? And so, will you work? I mean, while you're looking that up, I'll give you a moment.
He needs to play that music. This makes me think he kind of likes Sean. I mean, like that he's like less. Like normally, if somebody had to look something up, you'd hear do 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 do. Do 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 do. You'd hear that music, right? He's got this music that he plays when somebody's like can't find something, and they're like, "Wait a minute, let me look for it. Let me find it. Let me get it." Sounds like he's from Law and Order. His facts come from Law and Order. Yeah.
Okay, so it would be down from 61%.
It's down in 2020 from
61%.
From 2019. And where are we at? Give us the range so that we can
John is beneath contempt. Sam's contempt. He gets no music.
actually see the pattern that you're suggesting.
I just said that the clearance rate went down to 50% in 2020.
And where was it
from
in 2021?
61%. So that would be an 11% increase. Decrease.
2021 should continue that trend,
sure.
right? I mean, if your theory is correct, that should continue.
I mean, there might not be updated numbers for it, but I will look for them.
All right. Well, don't worry about that.
You've already fallen on your sword enough, Sean. Don't.
We tend to get some.
It honestly feels like Sam's trying to save him some embarrassment.
Criminal justice related stats later.
Okay. Now.
Okay. According to NPR, which is not the same as I was using for the source, it dropped below 50%, which is considered a new historic low. And in certain major cities like Chicago, it has dropped till around 30%.
Now, why doesn't that correlate with the staffing drops that we see?
Oh, yeah, Scott, I didn't even notice that. I wonder why he chose Baltimore.
What do you mean?
Well, there's no correlation between the numbers that you're talking about. I'm just curious because you're arguing that there was something happened in June of 2020 that caused this spike in crime. And we don't see any correlation between and
Wait. You think he got clearance? Oh, you're right. He has an earpiece. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. So yeah, Michael's saying that Sam takes no BS, has a good team. I still admire how Sam got a clearance rate from his team in a second. Law and Order. Wait, what was it? Did he actually ask for it, or was it through the earpiece? Law and Order SVU turned Ice Cube from an anti-police rapper into a Trumpster. Damn. So, of course, AGW would be pro-police. Yeah, I forgot about that. Ice Cube is like an intellectual dark web member now.
You're not you're suggesting the George Floyd thing.
Chicago
caused, how would there not be a correlation? If I say officers are retiring and early.
Yeah, them bringing up Chicago is usually a dog whistle.
Recruitment is down, and then we see a drop in clearance rate to around 50% from 2019's 61%, and now NPR is reporting that the 2021 numbers
on murders,
would be
would you say?
Well, how would that not be a correlation?
On murders, which you say is the on murders, which you say is the easiest one, but and is it back up? I mean, we have the staffing levels are returning, correct?
No, they're not.
They're not. Is that right?
The spending is returning, but the spending does not make officers materialize. And again, there's a difference between an officer that is a veteran of the force versus a new recruit. I mean, I just read the NPR thing that said the clearance rate is at historic lows. Now, again, that's according to NPR. Initially, I was looking at the FBI stats. They could be pulling from a different number, and therefore it could be less reliable. So I will leave that out there. But you know, you did ask me to pull it up on the fly. And
what reforms do you attribute to the George Floyd effect? I mean, you mentioned 2 reforms that that took place prior to the George Floyd protests. What other reforms around the country do you see that took place? I mean, I know that you're saying that there was a retirement and you're blaming it on the George Floyd thing. You don't blame the mass retirements that we saw across the board on George Floyd, like in other professions, like in teaching professions, for instance. Like we're seeing a lot of retirements in teaching. You don't blame that on the George.
Retirements comparable to that?
Oh, in terms of the numbers?
I missed it again.
Oh, I think they're bigger.
Because there's an overall increase
They're
in retirements in the country because we have a bunch of baby boomers retiring, for sure, that exists. But officers are typically younger, and there's a lot more early retirements.
Then teachers, I think you'll find that with teachers, people are retiring before they're leaving the profession. And so they're retirement may not be the right word. They're going to go on and work other places. But you don't attribute that to the George Floyd effect.
Unlikely.
Right. And the same across the board with like all the great resignation that we heard. Do you remember that term?
Yes.
That's not a function of the George Floyd effect.
Yeah, I mean, that's typically young people not wanting to work. It was at peak when unemployment was paying.
Actually, it wasn't that they didn't want to work. It's that they were quitting jobs.
They didn't want to work their specific job.
Yeah, and they went on to different jobs. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you are zeroing in on the George Floyd protests for this decrease in staffing in police forces across the country.
Yes.
And you're completely ignoring
a decrease in recruiting pool.
And you're ignoring the pandemic as an effect. Although the pandemic has this effect everywhere else in society.
No, I think the pandemic plays a role, and sure, you would have had officers leaving maybe earlier in the pandemic when things were starting to lock down. Like,
this looks like Markiplier's uncle. I see it, and now I can't unsee it. Thank you, Aaron Dillamy. Aaron Dillamy. I can pronounce names, right? I'm pronouncing names.
Like that's definitely a possibility.
Maybe.
But there's a
probably mispronouncing them, but pronouncing them nonetheless. Seasoned investigators versus boomers retiring. I mean, I would take the seasoned curly investigators myself.
Decrease in officers and early retirement that is coming even till today. And I don't think that they're worried about COVID. And what are we all?
He talks himself out of arguments in circles. Yeah, I know. It's like, guys, so hard to follow. It's like no consistency at all. Like he literally wriggles so much that he's contradicting himself.
August 2023 right now?
Yeah, they don't want to work, right?
Like it's possible they could be. They could be masking up right now.
What percentage of police in New York City quit because of vaccine mandates or around the country? Was it
I think
high?
the number for police for vaccine mandates was extraordinarily low. I remember a lot of right-wing people saying that, oh, all these officers were going to be gone. But when push came to shove, when the mandate was implemented, and I think you even covered this on your show, very few people actually quit the fire department and quit the NYPD. Now, if you're saying that's different, then I mean, I could.
No,
you could go rewind your coverage.
This is Markiplier's uncle. You know that this dude's a problem on Thanksgiving, right? Like nobody wants him at their Thanksgiving.
It's a genuine question. Okay, so and your argument is that less police causes more crime, but you're also arguing that we haven't staffed up. How is crime dropping if there is a causal effect in terms of numbers of police? Why did it go up in 2020 and go up in 2021, go up in 2022, but now is dropping despite the fact that we haven't hired all these police back?
So in the
He's learned to argue like the rest of the alt-right.
preliminary numbers for 2023, we've seen a slight decrease. Is that what you're trying to hang your hat on right now?
Wouldn't put that evil on Markiplier.
I'm saying that we know that the trend is going down, and you're making a causality.
I mean, it's still up in comparison to 2019.
I understand, but the staffing isn't back up.
But you're saying the trend is going down. You're looking at the least reliable numbers that you can grasp onto to say it's going down.
Let me ask you this, okay? I turn on the air conditioning in here. Let's pretend our air conditioner works. And I turn the air conditioning unit on. I turn it.
Oh my God, chat! Would it be too edgy if I said he looks like Markiplier's Ollie London. Is that too edgy? One in chat if that's too edgy.
To 66, let's say. And
I'm not committed to that. That might be yikes in some way. I feel like that's yikes.
The temperature starts to drop.
That's a mispronunciation is understandable. Yeah, especially for me. I'm like famous for mispronouncing only the coolest people's names.
Up in here. And so I say, hey, that is why the temperatures drop.
I should have a special badge for people's whose names I've mispronounced, right? That like you get a special badge for that. That's like unique.
Because I turned the air conditioner on. And then the next day, the temperature keeps dropping because I had the air conditioning on. But
they're comparing stats from 4 years ago. Yeah, just like me shouting out the ad break from 15 minutes ago, which I'm going to do now because I missed it. I missed telling you that everybody's subject to the ad break unless you have a sub. That means that for 15 minutes at the 45 and 15 minutes for 1 hour. No, I'm making it worse. For 1 minute and 50. No, for 1 minute and 30 seconds. In other words, it's 1.5 minutes at the middle, at the quarter of the hour and the 45 of the hour, you'll be subject to the ad break. Now, there's ways that you can get out of that. If you got an Amazon Prime, you can do it for free. You just hook your Prime up to Twitch and you receive a free sub, and you give that sub to the streamer of your choice. And if it's me, you get out of these ad breaks. You also get out of these ad breaks if you spend $5 on desktop or $6 if you're on mobile. To Twitch to get a sub for that. That's an easy way to take care of it. Maybe if you don't have that money, though, which I totally understand, then there's a chance that you might get a gift sub. Like, in other words, somebody taking pity on you and being really, really nice and giving you a gift sub to keep you from having to go through those ad breaks. And those, again, happen at the 15-minute mark and the 45-minute mark for whatever reason.
Third day, the temperature starts to rise. And the air conditioner is still exactly where it was before. Does that make sense that the air conditioner is the cause of the temperature dropping?
You like Hasan, but you think he's wrong about the reaction content?
Conditioner caused the temperature dropping?
Yeah, because if it goes up, if the
yeah, we ended up voting to watch that first. Which like I've been doing. I'm trying to implement a vote, trying to give chat a choice of like which content they want next and which content they want after that, so that you got the more that you can program the stream, I feel like the better. And another way you can help program the stream is to join the Discord, right? I've got a channel in there called Stream Suggestions. If you want to suggest things and see them possibly get on my stream and see me react to them, then sign up for the Discord and post your suggestions in that channel.
Temperature goes up on day 3 and the air conditioner is doing the exact same thing it was doing before.
So what does Mudahar's take exactly?
How is it possible that I can make a causality argument?
Temperature? Like, I don't, what's the point of this?
It could be the external temperature, and that maybe the air conditioner hasn't been working at all. And maybe those first 2 days it was actually cooler, and on the third day it was actually warmer, and that's what's going on.
So you're saying
almost as if like COVID was acting on
well, again, Sam, you keep trying to hang your hat on COVID-19. I didn't say COVID-19 played no role. I said exactly the opposite. But I think
I'm hanging my hat, as it were, on this once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that has caused all sorts of learning deficiencies in kids, that has caused increase in stress, that has caused mass resignations, mass retirement.
Does he seem sweatier than he was at the beginning of this? Yeah, I mean, like, I realize that, like, some of that can be lighting. Some of that could just be the heat in his room, right? But he looks uncomfortable. It's not looking good for him. I feel like he's sweating, right? I feel like I would be sweating. Mudahar is okay with live stream reacts, but not re-uploading the content on YouTube at all? Or because Hasan's take was, like, he doesn't want people, like, straight up, like, taking raw VOD, taking a piece of raw VOD and uploading that as a segment, right? He feels like there needs to be some editing in that for it to be really transformative content. And that way you're setting up a situation where if the person wants to see the entire video, they got to go to the channel that made the video. Since, if Hasan gets up for a pee break, he's like, yeah, cut that out. You know, don't like leave the video running with an empty chair there on the video on YouTube. But it sounds like are they like in an argument, Hasan and Mudahar? How is actual Justice Warrior supposed to understand an AC allegory? He needs Marvel movies, which is Spider-Man, right? That's his favorite. Both Buffy and Anonymous Gifter have taken pity on me and gifted me a sub before. Oh, that's really sweet of them. That is absolutely sweet of them. Maybe his AC is not working. Yeah, maybe it just broke. Maybe Sam broke it. Basically against what XQC don't make joke about that, Sam, or else he's gonna pull an aristocracy on you and accuse you of witchcraft. Well, that was wild.
Increase in
yes, NCC famous breaker of VTubers.
In deaths, increase in pedestrian deaths, increase in inflation, increase in destruction of all sorts of sort of elements of society, and you're making a different argument that had less of
well,
an.
Listen, if your VTuber glitches more than normal, I can't say with 100% certainty it's not my magic powers.
Impact. And I'm asking you, if you're making a causality argument about these reforms that supposedly took place in the wake of the George Floyd protests, or the effect that it caused the staffing, then how come it's reversing itself without any of those changes that first caused?
Again, it's not reversing itself. You're overplaying your hand.
Yeah, basically against what XQC does, which I think they all agree. Wait, XQC just straight up like... Wait, XQC can afford an editor. Are you serious? Like, I guess I haven't really watched much XQC. No, I haven't watched XQC, like, bar none, right? Like, on YouTube or really even on Twitch. So, yeah.
Is reversing
CC bad, yeah.
itself. It's going in the opposite direction.
No, it's
that
not,
is the
but
very
that's fine.
definition
Sam,
of reversing itself.
What we could do is actually look at the city of New Orleans, because
But I love VTubers.
I happen to know that New Orleans cut their police funding well before the rest of the nation. Now, this had nothing to do with the George Floyd protests or anything like that. This had to do with budget implications. And for the years, I believe, preceding 2016,
there's nothing that XQC does that I would voluntarily watch.
they froze their budget up until around 2019, where they actually cut their budget. Now, all the experts and nerds say that the New Orleans PD needs about 1,100 officers in order to maintain order. Now, they were at around 1,200 before these budgetary maneuvers ended up going into effect, and now they're in the high 900s. And they saw a crime increase from prior to the pandemic, and they went from a city that was in the top 10 most violent cities to on pace last year for around the #1 or #2 slot. I have not looked into exactly where they ended up. So they had a dramatic increase in crime that preceded the pandemic, due in large part to the fact that they cut their officers. 911 response times.
Oh, good point, Medley. They're like, he's breaking Tim Pool's embargo against Sam, right? Tim Pool's kind of black, or like, okay, let me say this the right way. Tim Pool has said that Sam is on some kind of blacklist, some kind of informal, formal blacklist between producers of just like, don't anybody have this person on, right? He's really bad. And we don't know for sure, but we think it has to do with Dave Rubin, right? We think that they saw what he did to Dave Rubin's attempt to launder his reputation, attempt to rewrite his history as having been on the left and changed his mind, when in reality, he never really was left at all, right? He was always, you know, the most conservative of the Young Turks back in the day, right? So they saw that, and it made them worried, because when you're talking about somebody's brand, you're talking about somebody's paycheck, and not just that person's paycheck, but their ability to earn money for whatever, you know, they're with, whether it's like Daily Wire or The Blaze, or right. So there's a lot invested in the reputation of like a Dave Rubin or a Steven Crowder or a Tim Pool, etc. And the idea, and maybe even Joe Rogan, you know, like who knows who all is involved in this, right? But according to Tim Pool, there's a bunch of producers, and I need to finish that video for you. I've got all the clips made for it. I just need to rewrite the script and get that video out to you. But explaining, you know, Tim Pool, his weird history with Sam Seder, the informal blacklist that Sam Seder's on, and something about the way the business of political content creation works, right? That informally, almost like across ideologies, you're not supposed to do what Sam is doing. You can disagree with somebody, you can criticize somebody, but at the end of the day, you're supposed to care about their business. You're supposed to care about their brand and spare that a little bit. And Sam is not playing ball because of, honestly, how toxic Dave Rubin's brand is and how much it launders for the right. Anyway, pause, Andy. Can you pause it? Pause it.
And up, and all of these other issues associated with that. So we have a beta test that we can look at, a specific city in the United States that implemented these policies before the pandemic, if you want to go into that.
What is the average airspeed velocity of an unladen police officer?
Well, let's look at a broader sample than just New Orleans. In 2016, we had a group of criminologists who did a systemic review of 62 earlier studies. You're aware of this, right?
Of this specific thing you're bringing up right now? No.
They were police force size of crime between 1971 and 2013. They concluded that 40 years of studies consistently show that, quote, the overall effect size for police force size on crime is negative, small, and not statistically significant.
Okay.
Wait, that's negative? Do you catch that?
That runs contrary to your theory, right? That police force size.
Sean argued with Adam and Sitch that Emmett Till was murdered because he assaulted. Oh my God. He's friends with. Wait, he argued against Adam and Sitch? Like they didn't agree with him? Or he's friends with the atheism is unstoppable? You have to measure it from the top of the side to the bottom?
All numbers, it's how you utilize them. For instance, New Jersey had their police, I believe it was the Trenton police, and their union had negotiated a deal that was so absurd that they could only put 12 officers out on the street in any given night. They actually had to dismantle this. This was cited by John Oliver as an example of defunding the police, reincorporate
Bitch did not agree.
The Trenton Metro Police Department so they could put more officers out on the street. And we've known since the Kansas City experiment, and you can look this up, that sending officers to a targeted way can disrupt, disperse, and drive down.
Yeah, look, I don't have any, I don't make any assumptions with Sitch, right? I'm trying to remember Sitch and Adam, yeah. Because, I don't know. They do cast themselves as being centrist, but they are pretty far right on some things.
Crime rate. So yeah, obviously it's how you use them. If you just have more employees, remember a lot of these places have non-officer employees. They have administration staff and all that. That's not going to have an impact. And there are other
Have I ever seen the police slide like at McDonald's?
Policies that you can implement that also play a role.
Wait, I don't think it's a slide. I think you just go up in his head. Am I not thinking of the same thing?
Okay, I mean, you have these specific things about different cities, but you can't explain the national trends in any way.
Nationally, before you cut me off way earlier, I was going to talk about the First Step Act. Now, this set a tone.
Damn, you're so rude. I can't believe you cut him off earlier.
In the nation. It was signed
Sam
by Donald Trump, the evil orange man. It's one of his stupider policies, and it sets up incentives.
Yo, got him. Got him. Lib owned.
And of course, any change in culture federally tends to trickle down nationwide for people to go soft on youthful offenders, to release non-violent offenders early.
He's reading this and not very well.
Which is a term I absolutely hate because non-violent.
He's definitely reading this. This is yo. He's at his desk, right? And he's got like a I can't really. It's hard for me to point to it, right, and really meaningfully indicate it, but. He's basically looking off to the right because that's where his notepad is, right? He's got some notepad or document open on the left and he's reading it. Sorry, I know.
criminals can be more devastating than any given murderer,
Sam?
depending on the circumstances. I always like to say Bernie Madoff never punched anybody in the face, but he ruined more
You had this written down.
lives than most serial killers in the United States of America.
God, I hope I'm not that obvious when I do that in debates.
With his financial crimes. So yeah, I don't agree with that policy, which was a nationwide policy. And I believe the First Step Act may have been slightly before Floyd. I don't remember the exact date.
It's like a Google Doc on a second monitor. He's talking with the talking points Vosh style. Yeah, maybe he has a crowdsourced document like Vosh.
But I have a feeling it was after, when it was signed by Trump.
That is a yeah. You're right, River Bruin. So not even Sitch agreed with that.
The George Floyd.
The First Step Act.
When did you don't know when that took?
I can look it up right quick.
But Sean, how can you posit to me that this had an impact and it all happened and you don't even know when it was implemented?
Well, I said it's in and around that time. I don't remember exactly when it was passed. It could have been in and around that time.
What do you make about?
In and around that time, mountains fall out of the sky.
What do you make about that there were certain reforms that were instituted prior that were combined with other reforms or terrible district attorneys or similar that made them go into effect? Remember the analogy about the house and the support beams?
Yeah, no, I remember that analogy. What is your answer? And I'm sure you have one. We all know that this guy, Chesa Boudin, right, in Chesa Boudin in San Francisco, was one of these reformists, right?
Yes.
What do you make about the rise in crime in San Francisco since he was replaced by the police union's choice?
The new district attorney?
Yeah.
Well, there are some state laws in California that they have to get around. Like one of the stories that I covered recently was a man that was arrested for 77 burglaries, or I'm sorry, convicted.
Are these new laws since Chesa Boudin has been ousted?
I believe that they are, yes. So
you believe that they are? What laws are they?
I forgot. I don't know the name of it, but in California, if you're a nonviolent offender, they don't. If you're categorized as a nonviolent offender, they actually don't put you in prison. You have to go to county jail. But county jails are over.
Did we see similar rises in crime in L.A. and San Diego?
Yeah, we actually saw a dramatic increase in murder in L.A. as well.
Since the time that Chesa Boudin left office.
Since I'm talking about since 2020. I didn't realize that's what you were specifically asking.
Well, I mean, because Chesa Boudin is an avatar, and he left a year ago. He's an avatar for the reformists. He leaves, and then crime pops up across like 4 or 5 different measures.
Which categories are you referring to?
In San Francisco? Violent crimes.
I mean, we can pull it up here in a second.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Vehicle theft, 10.5. Homicide, 23%. Robbery, 13%.
Yeah, there are other problems and other factors for sure. And again, when Chesa Boudin was in office, he fired, and I believe it's called the Friday Night Massacre or something like that. He fired a bunch of seasoned district attorneys or assistant district attorneys in his office. Like, that happened, right? And again, those people took other jobs. And again, they don't just materialize out of thin air when they replace the prosecutor.
Right.
Yeah, so there are impacts that go beyond that. I mean, if we were talking about any piece of legislation, like, you talk often about the impact that Ronald Reagan had on this country. Well, if I said, well, Bill Clinton was president in the 90s, therefore that Ronald Reagan impact doesn't exist, you would not accept that argument. But weirdly, you're trying to put that forward right now for me.
Well, I mean, for you, the impact happened in June of 2020, right around the time of the riot.
Not for me. For the statistics, that's actually when it started to spike.
Right.
So
and
by the data, that would be accurate.
And just the moment that people started protesting for George Floyd, crime goes up because of its downstream implications. Like, time flattens and expands for you in terms of the way this causality works.
Officers are afraid to do their jobs because they feel like they're going to get prosecuted unwarrantedly. And, like officers that do commit crimes should be prosecuted, to make that clear. Then that could have impacts if officers are leaving the force at record numbers, if early retirements are up and you're losing your most seasoned people, investigators or not, Sam, then yes, that would cause an increase in crime.
And you're going to ignore the meta-analysis about from Police Journal about this relationship between.
Well, you said it was a systemic review, and I'm not ignoring it. I don't think just expanding your officers or your staff in police on its own is any.
Officers leaving the force sounds based. Yeah, I am muted. Yeah. So wait, somebody said something. Okay, so I couldn't see the link that you were posting in chat, but you said it was disgusting. So I gotta assume it was skibbity toilets, right? Is that what you wanted to link? Yeah, you can hear me now. That's good. Most seasoned people in the police, Hollandaise officers, yo. I still need my seasoned curly cops.
Is anything. It's what you do.
Actually, with the horsey sauce, right? Can you get the vegan horsey sauce? Is that a thing? Is that a possibility? I need the vegan horsey sauce.
With that, like one of the great innovations in New York was that they became one of the most data-driven police departments in the entire country. So yeah, they had a lot of officers because it's New York City, it's the largest city in the union. But it wasn't until they implemented programs like CompStat that
I don't know if YouTube will like the slide.
they really were able to be effective.
Well, what do you mean by effective? Like, I'm curious.
Reducing
as to,
crime.
like, in reducing crime.
Yes.
But I mean, have they reduced crime? Like, how do you assess that?
I would use statistics to assess that.
Right.
Oh, it's from the Sitch and Adam thing. Yeah. No, I can find
statistics. What would be your metrics? Because we know that, like, for instance, during before marijuana was made legal, we know that for every 4 times, there was.
I was sure it was going to be the skibbity toilets, though.
Like 4 times the amount of arrests for black people over white people when they smoke pot, right? I mean, and I know just from it's anecdotal, of course, but I see, some people get away with stuff because they live in a wealthy area, let's say, and there's just not as many cops around. They're still doing the exact same crime, right? Maybe it's underage drinking, maybe it's smoking pot on the street. I mean, they're still involved in the same thing, but they're not getting arrested.
Okay, so as for the marijuana arrest, the Manhattan Institute actually released a report where they broke down the neighborhoods in New York City specifically, which, the 4 times number comes from New York City, but it is elevated in other places, which I will address later on. And what they ended up discovering was that the biggest indicator on whether or not people were going to be arrested for pot is if they smoked outside and neighbors complained. So while disproportionately, a lot of Black and Hispanic neighborhoods ended up with higher rates of marijuana arrests, very notably, Astoria, Queens, which is a younger population that is not typically a Black population, and was also elevated due to the fact that they had complaints. So for that specific arrests, which you're talking about arrests now, not a measure of crime, that is actually explained. And
What? Oh shit! I'm like.
one of the ways it's also explained is by the fact that if you have areas with higher rates of violent crime, murder, assault, homicide, rape, etc., and you deploy officers to those areas, the officers have more opportunity to see and smell things like marijuana, thus would indicate an increase in arrests. So, I wasn't talking specifically about marijuana. When I talk about crime, I'll usually talk about the crimes that are measured.
I feel like there's like a cop skibbity toilet too.
By the Uniform Crime Report, or by
that's the biggest nightmare. Not only that I'll be attacked by skibbity toilets, but there'll be cop skibbity toilets.
By the National Crime Victimization Survey or homicide statistics specifically, because, I'm not somebody who's in favor of the drug war or whatever. So if you want me to say people shouldn't be arrested for pot, sure, but that represents a small portion of what the police actually do.
Wait,
and again, it's not.
Find vegan horseradish sauce pretty easily, but will it taste like horsey sauce? The milk crate challenge was more violent. Wait, did somebody fall through a milk crate? Or
what we're talking about when we're measuring major crimes.
Okay. All right. So we can move on. I mean, your argument is that it was the George Floyd effect that created the spikes in crimes, and that the drops in crimes are a function of what?
The drops, like I said, we have we have a slight drop after a dramatic increase. So, it's within, a lot of these drops that you're talking about, the NYPD, I pulled up the data, is something like total crimes is about 3.9% as compared to last year. So that would be
like the toilets won this debate.
Like a normal range that flows year over year. That's not like
so.
this
You're
dramatic
suggesting
drop.
that this is that crime's not actually dropping. That it's more.
No,
like
it dropped. It happened, and I'm glad that it happened. I'll wait for the complete.
Well, it depends on how far back I might not be familiar.
The data, the victimization surveys at the end of the year. But yeah, I'm glad that it's happening. Of course.
Oh no, I didn't say that you weren't glad.
But
that
again,
it was
it's a
happening.
drop
I'm
after
just
a
saying
dramatic
that,
increase.
No, I understand it's a drop after a dramatic increase, but there's nothing has changed.
Oh my God, there's about to be a dramatic increase in the amount of ads that you're watching if you don't have a sub, right? So in other words, the quarter of the hour ad break is coming up. And if you want to get out of that, in 1 minute, no, it's already in progress. Oh my God. I tried to warn him. Chat. I wanted to warn them about the ad break, and now it's too late, and they're missing everything that I'm saying. And like all of my sympathy for them, they won't even see, right? Acting like it's normal, cops are sniffing around the neighborhood. Just YouTube search. Oh, you're talking about the debate, the Tim Pool debate with Sean.
If the cause in my story,
well, certain things have changed. Eric Adams was elected.
But this is nationwide. My story is COVID contributed to this nationwide spike in crime. Your story is that the George Floyd protests were the primary function of the drive of crime.
During the lockdowns, crime actually dropped.
Okay, and. Well, yes, during the lockdowns, but COVID was still around 3 months later.
I'm saying before the people got out and started rioting, crime was dropping during the pandemic.
I understand. And when
people were probably
out,
afraid.
Okay,
so,
you're making your argument. I think it's clear. And I'm saying that the reason why crime is down nationwide, and it is down, you say it's not much, but it is trending down, is because that coincides with society returning to some measure of normalcy after COVID is not killing as many people and hospitalizing as many people and causing the same measure of stress. You say the reason why crime is dropping a little, but it's definitely statistically measurable, is because I need to wait to the end of the year to see if it's real.
No, I'd say it's dropping, but it's like within a normal range. It's like if I were on your show and I said, I don't know, in 2019, homicides in New York were 299, and then they jumped to the number 312. That's an increase, but that's not a significant increase. It's within the range. We're talking about 13 people. Now, obviously those are lives lost, and we should consider that, but we also have to take into account that New York is the largest city in the world. Now, you're pointing out a similar decrease to that increase and claiming that it's like this dramatic drop, but it's just not.
No, I'm not claiming it's a dramatic drop.
Well,
I'm saying that the
it's
trend
dropping. Like,
is
explain
reversing.
this drop. It seems like a normal range that we would see year over year. I hope it would become a trend, but 1 year is not a trend.
Yet the trend is dropping, yet the problem that you attribute the spike to is not changed at all.
Well, in specifically in New York City, which is what I was just referring to. Hold on. Specifically in New York City, which I was just referring to, we had a situation where they elected the most tough on crime Democrat. Now, I'm not a big fan of Eric Adams, but that is how he ran. And he ran about putting more police onto the street. We also have nationwide a lot of these district attorneys like Chesapeake. Now, you said crime has gone up in San Francisco. I said
it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
it
sure.
has.
But they got rid of him. So they're trying to institute some levels of reforms. But obviously, San Francisco police, they're down in terms of recruitment. Obviously, California state law, sometimes state law has a dramatic impact on these specific things.
Even though it doesn't have it on others.
Hold up the house of the criminal justice system. So those need to be changed. But yeah, so it depends. There are some reversals. I think those reversals are good. But in places where they're doubling down, like Larry Krasner in Philadelphia, they're still at record homicides. And not record in comparison to 2019. Record all time, worse than the 1990s. The favorite talking point of the crime denialists. Yes, people who deny crime. Yes, that's who I'm talking about.
What do you mean by deny? Crime
that they'll try to minimize and deny that the increase is happening. Do what you did with marijuana arrests, where you assert that it's possibly due to arresting bias, even though that's not how we measure crime. We measure crime in reports, and then we do victimization surveys, and then we have homicide statistics.
Okay,
right?
Yeah, you're right. We have to form a band called the Crime Denialists, don't we? Like, we have to form some kind of metal band. I came here to deny crime and to chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. So guess what?
Actually really good at measuring crime. So pointing out arresting bias is a denial
Well, wait a
tactic.
second. You just said like we're really good at measuring crime, but if you see the statistics are trending down, they're really.
I'm really good at chewing bubble gum.
I didn't say they're nothing. I said that they're there, but they're within a range that we have now gotten into a new normal. So they're good. I'm always going to root for crime to go down. But what I'm interested in is getting to that
I'm going to root for it.
all-time low way back in time in that far-off year of 2019. And I think you have to institute the policies that existed in 2019. We haven't even talked about incarceration. You know that prison population is declining in the
His arguments are so contradictory.
United States of America, and that also seems to be tied to the increase in crime.
Yeah.
Not in Connecticut.
No, this guy is way more racist than I realized.
Not in Connecticut in terms of population decreasing, or
No, not in Connecticut in terms of as their prison population has dropped dramatically. They have instituted all these reforms, and crime is also dropping dramatically in Connecticut.
Like, I'm all out of ass.
How do you explain that?
I would have to look up the crime stats for the state of for Connecticut, because you tell me that a 4% decrease after a dramatic increase is a dramatic drop, and that's just not true. But I'll look it up.
Well, let me just pull this up. I have this somewhere here. This story about Connecticut. It's pretty dramatic. People are pretty excited in Connecticut. My understanding is. Here, let me get that for you.
No, you didn't, Dr. Butler.
You can look that up too. I think it's a pretty well-known story. I'm surprised that I anticipated that you would know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know every single state in the union offhand.
Okay. I mean, Connecticut's right next door to us.
Okay.
Where's my Connecticut story here?
This is terrible.
Bear with me one second. In the meantime, what's that? Oh, okay. Violent crime in 2021 down 43% since 2012. Reported crime, mostly burglaries, fell by 29%.
I always root for the underdog. Crime.
In that period.
Yeah, is he a race realist?
But get me that. Oh wait, here it is. Sorry.
I mean, there's a lot of that underlying a lot of these crime statistic talking points.
This is from yesterday, July 27th. In 1999, Connecticut had so many people in prison, it had to send 500 of them to be incarcerated to Virginia. That's part of the story there. The state's rate of 155 people in prison per 100,000 residents is now the 9th lowest in the country, well below the national average of 350 people per 100,000.
You're just looking nervous and staring through me like I'm holding his glass pipe. Anti-blackness is over 9,000.
Crime decreased 43% from 2012 to 2021. Property crime sank 29% during the same period.
No,
the state unleashed a range of changes. This is under Governor Malloy in 2011. So it's a long-term trend. State unleashed a range of changes, including repealing the death penalty, bumping the age at which juveniles could be charged as adults from 16 to 18 for most crimes. I think you were against that one in New York. Eliminating some sentencing guidelines that affected predominantly people of color. They have now been able to close, I think, a bunch of prisons. He said, this is Malloy, who's now, I guess, a chancellor of the University of Maine system. Not only had the state built too many prisons, but had a mix of old buildings and new prisons built for maximum punishment instead of facilities where people could be rehabilitated. In 2016, Malloy, they went to prisons in Germany, and they came back and they did this. I would imagine you would hate this. It led to the creation of a true unit at a correctional facility, truthfulness to oneself and others, respectfulness towards the community, understanding and elevating into success. It was all programs to mentor people, and they have been sending less people to prison, and they have less crime.
So why would you think I would hate a rehabilitation program?
It just seems...
Wait, I was tracking up until we got to the true unit. What is the true unit?
Super soft.
No, first of all, I want to do smart things on crime. I don't want to just be cruel for no reason. If you told me, if you told anybody in this country...
It just seems super soft.
No, first of all, I want...
Been sending less people to prison, and they have less crime.
So why would you think I would hate a rehabilitation program?
Where people could be rehabilitated. In 2016, Malloy, they went to prisons in Germany, and they came back and they did this. I would imagine you would hate this. It led to the creation of a true unit at a correctional facility, truthfulness to oneself and others, respectfulness towards the...
Wait. So what is this, like an alternate? Wait, I'm not, what is Sam talking about here? How did I miss what the true unit? Does anybody understand? Does anybody want to take a guess at try to explain the true unit to me? I'm not sure I understand this true unit.
Community understanding and elevating into success. It was all programs to mentor people, and they have been sending less people to prison, and they have less crime.
So why would you think I would hate a rehabilitation program?
It just seems super soft.
Because you hate everything.
No, first of all, I want to do smart things on crime. I don't want to just be cruel for no reason. If you told anybody in this country that you could take a criminal and make them a productive member of society, they would sign up for that. Easy. Like,
no, they would be say, like, if you're doing any, like the things that you would do that would actually impact that would be seen as soft and catering to criminals, and would be denied, right? It would be like, you know, like if you tried to institute like Scandinavian prisons, right? Famously are not as hellish as American prisons, and like you would be like, you're gonna tell me that we're gonna buy a video game system for a prisoner? I was like, yeah, it's not the current generation, but you know, we're gonna, right? They'd be like, you know what I mean? This is what they hate.
Do you
obviously,
think
but
that
the problem
overly policing areas
is that rehabilitation programs have bad data around them. One of the things that I'll actually commend London Breed for over in San Francisco is in a recent emergency crime bill, she actually pushed for, you know, studying the way that these programs work. Now, in terms of the state of Connecticut, they might have had the crime drop, according to you. I'll take your word for it. But I do want to point out that the report that you're highlighting, a big editor's note in it, is that it glosses over the fact that clearance rates have actually dropped in the state of Connecticut. It was 16.7% going into 2020, and now it's 23.4%. So it's had a dramatic increase in clearance in the unsolved crimes. Okay. So there are problems, but you know, yeah, not like everything has a marginal
What's up, Adrian?
utility. So just because increasing prison population to a certain point can
Wait, am I mispronouncing your name again? I feel like I'm mispronouncing everyone's name.
reduce crime doesn't mean you will continually benefit in crime reductions just by arbitrarily increasing the prison population.
We by sending less people to prison and crime reducing. I don't know if there's a causality there, but it seems to be a long-term trend. You're saying that impacts the clearance rates?
No, I just said that their clearance rates are up. It's not all rosy. I'm looking at this like Lamont.
Again, it's so disjointed.
Why would that affect their clearance rates?
Well, I didn't say well, maybe some of their reforms or losing officers like nationwide trends
unrelated
would affect their clearance rate. I didn't say decreasing the prison population did. You just cited all this positive data from the state of Connecticut. I pull up the report that you're referring to, and they're like, listen, there is a caveat. The police are actually.
But wait, that's not like, that's not. You're not even implying a relationship now. Right? It's literally just like this happened and this happened. Like, what is
less productive in the state of Connecticut, which could be attributed to some, not all of the reforms. I'm not saying the prison population reduction necessarily makes officer clearance rate going down. I'm just pointing out that this is happening. Like, this
how
is
does
also happening in the state
reducing
of
the
Connecticut.
number of incarcerated individuals inhibit the?
Is there some THC in his water?
Why not just say I'm not saying that reducing the
Okay,
prison
you just brought it
population-
up when I was talking about some other
We were talking about
topic, and it seems
Connecticut
that-
overall,
okay.
and you were painting a very rosy picture of the state of Connecticut.
I think the crime being down 25% is
I think it
pretty
is a good
rosy,
thing.
even
I'm
if the
very
clearance
happy
rates
about
are not as high. Because
I'm very happy about
theoretically,
that.
there's two reasons why you want higher clearance rates, right? One is presumably because you want to take people off the streets who have committed a crime. A, because they've committed a crime, but B, you don't want them to commit a second crime. And B, obviously for some type of closure for the victims. But we do see significant drops in crime as we have less incarcerated people and these reforms, which you had said you had a problem with. But let's
I do have a problem
let's
with
get to
it,
the
but
causes
again-
of crime. Let's get to the causes of crime. I think we've examined this.
Well, Sam, again, I said this a million times. Pillars in a building. You can knock down one pillar, but if Connecticut has other things institutionally that are working to reduce crime, then that might not bring down the whole building.
So in this instance,
But
you're
nice
saying,
pulling out one specific state after coming down on me for doing that
it's
about
just,
cities and all
it was
that.
just an article I
repeatedly throughout
found
this
that
whole
was in
show.
the news 2 days ago, so that's why it was there. But let's talk about the other thing that you wanted to discuss, and that was the excusing of crime by blaming poverty.
Yes.
I will admit that I did not see this exchange with you and Emma, and I did not ask her. I've never heard her say that I excuse crime because of poverty. I would suspect that she would argue, at least in part, that crime is a function of poverty, right? Not you get out of jail free if you're poor and you've committed a crime, you live in poverty, but rather that crime is a function of poverty. I would imagine that's what she was saying. And
no, specifically when I brought up that 327 people in the city of New York are arrested for a third of the shoplifting arrests in the city of New York, which represents over 6,000 arrests. She said that those people are the most desperate and they're doing it because they need to survive or to sustain their lives. Or
so in other words, that
effect.
poverty.
So that sounds like an excuse to me. So yes, that would be excusing crime with the poverty excuse.
To me, it sounds like an argument as to what is driving crime.
I feel like it sounds more like to me like it's an argument for prioritizing certain crime over other crime. Like it's, yeah. And also, like, I mean, I don't know, you say it like it's a bad thing, right? But if somebody steals because they're hungry, you know, I can't judge them.
But I did, like I say, I'm not familiar with that.
I argued, and I'll argue
I
here.
would think that I'm not alone in that either, right? I would think that even for, like, am I wrong? Even for some right-wingers, that would be...
The fact that we're not able to hold repeat offenders is what is causing that. If you locked up those 327 people, guess what? You have a third of the retail theft arrests gone because they keep committing the crime.
How many people would you have to lock up to make...
The problem is that they're hungry, not that they're stealing. Yeah, yeah.
Make sure that you got...
Literally, the stealing is the solution in that case, and, you know, it's the only solution available.
the right 327.
Well, it would be for that specific issue. It would be the 327 that are arrested, a grand total of 6,000.
You can tell when he's mad. He's making more and more personal snipes at Sam.
Times. So it'd be the 327.
So when would you lock them up and throw away the key to save from the shoplifting?
He has not been able to prove a single claim, but dismisses the root cause of crime completely offhand. You shouldn't lock up people for not having enough food to survive. Exactly.
Well, it wouldn't be. It would be charge them seriously, hold them in waiting for their trial, and then convict them, prosecute them seriously. Yes.
But you're saying if we lock up those 327.
See, he didn't even land his approach to this right. You know what I mean? Like, he probably sounded better in his discussion with Emma about this, right? I think he's rattled. Yeah, it's not been going well for him, and you can see that reflected. And yeah, we don't really see, we don't usually see somebody like this rattled from, you know, sort of consciousness of their own performance or lack thereof. Hey, Brad, bro, what's up?
Essentially,
Yes.
and don't let them out. We're going to have less shoplifting. That's what you're saying, right? All right. Now, you don't know
That's what the data says.
When do you know that it's those 327? The first time they shoplift?
No, I mean, I'm talking about repeat offenders, so it would be when they have repeat.
That's what I'm
offenses.
asking. How many? So two shoplifting offenses gets you locked up for as long as you want.
If you're hungry more than once.
Prosecute shoplifting and retail theft seriously from the jump. The idea that this is a victimless crime is nonsensical. But let's say if you're arrested for 5 times, which by the way, again, it's 6,000 spread over 327 people, then we don't let you out without bail. Like a judge would be able to have judgment to determine that you're a repeat offender and you are held.
You're held in like where? Where do we put him in? Like a Rikers or something?
Yo, he's literally making an argument for making shoplifting like a more serious crime. Like that's his like.
In a jail.
And there's no dollar figure, right? We just.
Well, aren't you against cash bail because poverty?
Yeah, I am against cash bail.
Yeah, so I would want the judges right now. They can't assess dangerousness in the state of New York. I would want them to.
Wait, not even Walmart. Walmart's insurance company.
If there's dangerous, according to you?
Yeah, they're repeat offenders, and eventually a bunch of these people, when confronted, get into physical altercations, and people have been killed over that. I've covered multiple stories of Home Depot workers being
Yeah,
killed.
if they could afford bail, they wouldn't be stealing diapers and baby formula.
We find out that the person behind the theft that led to killing that worker was arrested a bunch of times for these so-called petty crimes. You could have got them off the streets, and then somebody dies over it. Some poor person who works, for whatever, $15 an hour at Home Depot gets killed by somebody who wanted a power drill. So yeah, I want those people off the streets for sure.
So what do you think
Is he talking about a real thing?
Drives crime?
What I think drives crime?
Yeah.
Well, I
what
think
creates
I think
crime?
policy. I think public policy has a big impact. There are people that are opportunistic that will commit crime if they think there are no consequences, whether they be social or whether they be through the criminal justice system. And I've broken this down. You can think of it as a pyramid with 3 layers. The lowest part.
I mean, honestly, this is like the same. This is the same broke argument for the death penalty, right? It's literally like, you know, if we tough on crime, establish draconian penalties, then nobody's going to commit the crimes. And it's just not true.
Of the pyramid is the criminal justice system, the actual consequences. And the reason why this is one of the lowest deterrents is, and by the way, I'm not making this up. This comes from like, you know, criminal justice theory. The reason why this is one of the lowest deterrents.
I was assuming I'm
criminal justice theory.
giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're not.
I'm
making up
just
the
saying
other stuff,
it's not my theory. But the deterrence doesn't really work. It's not really that effective because most people, when they commit a crime, don't.
When actual justice warrior shows he doesn't care about preventing crime, he just wants a punitive system, pretty much.
Think they're going to get caught. The next stage in that pyramid would be the social consequences. So if people will treat you like a pariah if you are arrested and convicted of a crime, that is a stronger deterrent against you committing crimes. And
no, that is another, like, really, okay, so depriving this person of a job from here on out, well, that'll make sure they never commit, you know, shoplifting again.
And then the top of the pyramid, the number one thing is if you believe that the law is moral and or just, that is what's going to prevent you from criminality.
Okay, and so
Clockwork Orange those shoplifters so that they'll be convinced that it's morally wrong. They'll get like sick at their stomach whenever they even think about shoplifting. Or
if you live in a society where like everybody lives in around you lives in extreme poverty, do you think that numbers? I think like was it 2 and 3 on your pyramid? I mean, in other words, like, so what would you do if I put you in charge of social policy and you could be king for a day, or, you know, a couple of weeks or whatever it is? What would you do? What would you do to what do you think the most effective thing we could do to fight? Like I say, there's always going to be some folks who, I don't know, like living on the edge and committing crimes. But broadly speaking, what would you do?
How do you mean?
Well, you just worked out a pyramid for us, and so put that into practice, if that's the pyramid that you believe in.
Again, like, how do you mean? Like, I just told you what prevents people.
You don't know how to put a pyramid into practice. Look, just watch some Daft Punk, okay? They know how to put a pyramid into practice when it's practical to do so. Yeah, Daft Punk would.
What prevents people from committing crimes? Like, how would I put that into practice? Are you talking about from a law enforcement point of view? It would depend entirely where I am, because crime is different depending on the city. It's very much down to the local municipality. So if I was designing an intervention for New York City, it would be completely different than an intervention for the city of St. Louis or the city of Chicago. So again, like, what do you mean?
Okay, what would you do in New York City, let's say, to deal with crime? I mean, you're like I mean, I guess like
a Christian nationalist argument. I mean, I would believe it. Without Prager use God's morals, we would do whatever. Oh, that's right. That's what Prager said. That like he basically implied that he'd be committing sex crimes were it not for the biblical like proscription of such. The crux of actual justice ideology is that he thinks some people are just born bad and there's nothing you can do but remove them from society. Yeah, essentially.
We're looking at the causes of crime here, and you just laid out some type of pyramid. It sounded like you discounted the punishment one, which was the widest one, right? I mean, am I understanding?
Well, deterrence, actually, but yes.
Yeah, but that doesn't deter. You don't think that deters because people don't think they're going to get caught.
Yeah, a lot of people don't think they're going to get caught. So that's why I'm in
it's
favor.
Not a function of cops in terms of like.
No, you misunderstand. Deterrence is not that effective of a strategy from a law enforcement level, but that doesn't mean incapacitation is not an effective strategy.
But you know what is an effective strategy? Me telling you well ahead of the time that there's going to be another ad break, which it looks like is going to happen in 8 minutes from now. Another ad break will happen. So I'm letting you know well ahead of that ad break that it's going to happen, and I'm letting you know that if you don't have a little Persona 2 icon by your head, you will be stuck in that ad break for 1 minute and 30 seconds, seeing whatever ad Twitch chooses to serve you, right? If you want to get out of that miserable fate, you do it through hooking up your Amazon Prime to Twitch, thus obtaining a free Twitch Prime sub that you can give to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you get out of the ad break. You can also pay $5 on desktop if you're on desktop or $6 on mobile if you're on mobile to get a Twitch sub for yourself. Or if you're lucky, there is some chance that you could get gifted a sub. It does happen occasionally, right? And it's more likely to happen if you're actually active in chat. So
locking
up more people
would be removing repeat offenders.
And so locking up more people. But how would you get there, I guess, is what you're talking about.
The first thing I would do in the state of New York, because again, it is dependent on the area, is that I would get rid of bail reform law and allow judges to have judgment. I think it's ridiculous the way we operate in the city of New York. If we're concerned about people that are poor, that can't afford their bail for lower crimes, I understand that. I would reduce the bail amounts. But what I need is for the judges to be able to assess dangerousness.
Dangerousness. So you're only talking violent crimes.
Or repeat offenders, like the original bail reform, and they've amended it to remove certain things, didn't even factor in bail jumping as a crime that could get you held. So if you didn't show up for court.
But now that's changed. When did that change?
They might have changed that specific portion, but I know they used to have aggravated vehicular manslaughter as a charge that was not bail eligible, and they did change that. So there have been some changes to it. They actually update it every year around April when the budget comes in. So I'm not exactly sure which specific crimes, but I want judges to be able to assess repeat offenders. I don't want to be in a position where they cannot hold somebody as long as they commit this crime, and then they're incentivized to recommit the same crime over and over again.
So you want, let's say, you'd be okay with judge's discretion on bail if it's someone who has been arrested for 5 times on the same crime. Is that it?
Yeah, depending on the crime, of course. Right. If it's jaywalking, I don't care about jaywalking.
You don't think people should be arrested for jaywalking, do you? Okay.
I mean, even ticketing. It's New York City. I mean, everybody crosses every which way, you know.
But you think that's the most important thing, bail reform?
I think bail reform is a huge deal in the state of New York, and it impacts almost every county. I believe when the governor's race was going on, we had something like 98% of counties, or 98 out of like 101 counties. I don't remember exactly how many counties, so it might have been a percentage that saw an increase in crime.
So you discount the bottom part about deterrent on that pyramid. What was the
deterrence is the lowest and one of the least effective. Yes.
I don't get why that's on the on the bottom you think is the least effective. Yeah. And then the middle one is, what's the next one?
That would be like societal pressure. If you feel like you're going to be an outcast from your community or treated like a pariah, like the social pressure that keeps you in line.
Okay. And then social pressure, right? And how would you increase that social pressure?
Well, I think we should do more to stigmatize criminals for sure.
How would you stigmatize? How would you stigmatize?
Well, I would stop treating them like they're Aladdin, like your co-host does, where they're just like thieves with a heart of gold. I would stop sympathizing with them and sympathize with the victims.
Okay, so we in the case of shoplifting, we should sympathize with like Walmart or something more, and
we should sympathize with the community who has to pay for that in higher prices, or the people who lose their jobs because these stores shut down. We should sympathize with these people that
stores shut down because
have to end up traveling further due to the fact that there's less grocery stores in their area. Yeah, we should sympathize with them rather than the opportunistic thieves.
Okay, and so you think that there's thieves out there that Emma's walking amongst, and they're all like
that Emma's walking amongst? No, I would never say that. I would never think she would actually.
You think the thieves are watching the show? You think the thieves are watching the show and they're going, it's okay.
More cops are going to retire. It's not just the majority report per se, but there's this general dismissive nature towards these retail thieves. Like you can see it on every reply in the videos. Like now there's people that are definitely against them.
Has that changed over time?
I think, yes, people have become more sympathetic to people, and possibly due to the fact that we had the pandemic. So the excuse is that these people.
But wait a second, dude. Why was there this huge drop in crime? Why was this huge drop in crime? Why did that take place? So in 1990, for instance, let's say, or 87, people were too sympathetic to shoplifters, and then in the 90s, later in the 90s, they were less sympathetic to shoplifters, and that's why it went down.
Well, no, there is an overall sentiment change. I mean, for you to not acknowledge this is ridiculous. Like, go look at Joe Biden on the floor of the Senate pushing the crime bill and listen to the way Joe Biden talks about crime now.
Crime was high. My point is, crime was higher
1990s
then.
Joe Biden. Yeah, they're passing a law.
1990s Joe Biden was harsher on crime, and crime began to drop precipitously.
Yes. Crime started to drop or drop nationwide after that crime bill. Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And then crime shot up. Like when did we start as a society? Just in the past 2 years, have we gotten more sympathetic to shoplifters?
I do think people have become more sympathetic to criminals and less sympathetic to the police. 100%. I don't know about your coverage.
Is it about the police, or is it about the criminals? I thought it was
Well, we're
really
talking about
stigma.
cultural attitudes related to crime in the criminal justice system. So yeah, when I talk about retail thefts, there's a lot of excuse making. I'm sure you have people on your staff that have said it's no big deal, or my favorite one where it's like wage theft actually is more than the retail theft, you know, as if wage theft isn't spread out over the entire economy, as if that has anything to do with what we're talking about in the first
Well,
place.
wait a second. You just
Wait. The store is closed because of the wokeness. Wait, it's spread out across the economy? Oh my god, wait. But retail theft? Okay, wait. So wait, is literally his argument just that like retail theft is only retail and wage theft could be industrial, or it could be like what?
said the problem. You just said the problem with shoplifting is what it does to the community. You don't think wage theft? There's something like. What are the numbers that you understand wage theft to be on an annual basis?
Well, I know that you guys like to use the 2013 chart because it has a very big disparity that comes from the Economic
What do you
Policy
think
Institute.
the wage? Well, I mean, it's not just the Economic Policy Institute, but what do you put wage theft at?
I would put it at the tens of billions. I think the number that you guys often cite is around 50 billion, even though what you're citing is the wages recovered. But you know,
the wages recovered. Wages recovered was closer to I think 20 billion. But the annual, I mean, the estimates I've seen are anywhere from like $3 to $6 billion annually, because you don't always recover it. I mean, at all. But you think that loss
the recovered would be 20 billion, but the annual
20 billion over the course of 10 years.
Over the course of 10 years.
Yeah, that's the stat that the DOJ puts out. But the point is that I just want to be clear on this. Shoplifting hurts a community more than people.
I didn't say it hurts the community more. It's just a different problem. So what you're doing is
crime.
So what you guys do is I talk about a problem, or someone like me talks about a problem.
Wait, Sean, is that
and
not
then you
crime?
say, hey, look at
Don't
this
get
other
meta.
problem.
Don't get
because
meta.
two
Just
wrongs
address.
makes the who cares, I guess.
Don't get meta. Just address the issue. This is wage theft, right? We both agree it's a crime.
Yeah, you shouldn't do it, and I'm in favor of
Well, it's
uncovering it and
illegal. It's not just.
prosecuting
It's
it. Yes.
illegal. Okay.
I just said I'm in favor of the prosecution of it.
And in fact, we're talking about the same people too, right? Like, because when you say, well, people don't sympathize with a corporation when there is shoplifting.
There we go. That's the ad break I warned.
And it's going to hurt the workers there and the community because of high prices, and presumably, high prices are going to hurt low-income people more than others.
Well, to be clear,
I just want to be clear. What you're saying.
Well, we're not talking.
That is. How is that really not hitting the exact same players?
Well, Sam, we're not talking about the same people because, again, wage theft is spread out over the entire economy. When we talk about retail theft, that typally, now I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist, involves the retail sector. So what you're actually doing is expanding the denominator.
Where do you think wage theft is highest?
I don't get it. Why does that matter? Why does that matter? It's in retail because there's no, like... I really don't get what he's trying to imply here. Does this make sense to anybody? He goes on and on about shoplifting as this horrible evil, but when it comes down to wage theft, he's just like, you shouldn't do that, but it's spread out amongst the entire economy, so it's not as bad, I guess. Perfect pause face for Sam, yeah, and for AJW too. Wage thieves are capital owners, yeah. Ad break is ended. Yeah, sorry if you got caught up in that ad break. Most huge super chain retail franchises have a policy of not letting employees handle shoplifters. Yeah, because it costs them more in liability and whatever they might incur if they say go after the shoplifters. We're not talking about the same people he protects. Yeah, exactly. He's talking about literally locking people up and throwing away the key if there's repeat offending. But what about the repeat offenders of wage theft? Nothing should happen.
I would think probably in government contracts, a lot of these have issues with the Davis-Bacon law where they're underpaying. It probably is in major corporations with unpaid overtime. I think it's in a lot of different places, but I do know that a lot of illegal immigrants in the United States of America are entitled to the wages under Davis-Bacon, and they often get cheated. And it is a great moment years later, although sometimes their lives are ruined, when investigators find out that they're backdated pay and they give them a huge check. So I would think it happens in multiple different sectors, not just retail, but yeah, and it has multiple different forms.
I mean, all right, so you're just keying in on shoplifting. That's the crime. The
well, when we talk about
sector
retail
crime,
theft, we typically talk about retail theft.
No, I understand.
You're doing a two wrongs makes a who cares.
No, I'm just saying. I just find it curious. But that's fine. You're the one who brought up wage theft. I just want to be clear.
Yeah,
on that.
because it's a common retort by people who are trying to
Don't
deflect
get
off
so
the
meta.
issue.
Then we won't get hung up on these things.
It's also,
so,
nobody talks about stealing from your employer, which many years is actually higher than wage theft.
Yeah, the billionaires are mad if they lose $1 for a toothbrush, but they don't care if their employees starve. Yeah, in a lot of ways, this is just like about control.
But there's that too.
Okay.
What does actual Justice Warrior actually do for a living? I don't know. YouTube videos, maybe?
I don't. I guess
right?
nobody talks about that.
It's not on the charts that you present from the Economic Policy Institute.
I mean, dude, you brought up wage theft.
Yeah, because it's a common retort, and I've seen it brought up on your show.
Well, yeah, wage theft is an issue.
I never said it
we've also
wasn't.
brought up, that corporations lie about how much they're getting. Their
See, but the whole point of bringing it up, right? If you know it's a common retort on Sam's show, the whole point of bringing it up should be to refute it or debunk it or something like that. And you didn't. You didn't. I don't even know what he's saying here.
how much they're suffering from petty theft. I mean, Walmart, I think, executive admitted that on a call with financiers. They blow it up.
So you're talking about a Walgreens executive where he said, or she, I don't remember, I think it might have been a woman, that it was that we may have overstated this in this specific Walgreens call. But I do remember when Walgreens got into it with London Breed, who claimed that it was completely overstated, and they clarified about 4 times that they closed due to the increase in theft specifically in San Francisco.
I feel like this has been debunked, right? The stores in question were closed. Like, because of insurance, they don't actually lose money on those stores. They close them, I think, and maybe give, like, theft as a reason, but it ends up being a tax write-off, right? Like so many other bad things in capitalism, there's an incentive to take people's jobs away. Shoplifting is built into overhead, yeah, and insurance. It literally doesn't cause harm to the corporations at all. Yeah, if they ever say they're closing a store because of shoplifting, it's a lie, right? A chain store, that is not how that works. Walgreens is not hurting for money, true.
And honestly, it should be alarming that these stores are closing in left-wing cities disproportionately, considering the giant subsidy.
Yeah, he's not even looking at it as a problem. Starry VR. He's just like his excuse is that it's spread across the economy. I just don't get how that makes it any better. Yeah, workers in every industry, right, in every sector of the economy, are getting screwed over by wage theft. That should make it a bigger problem, not a I don't even
that they got from the vaccines. Remember, these corporations were essentially given welfare by being able to be the distributors of these vaccines. That draws people into the stores, and yet at the same time, there's a giant reduction in the number of storefronts in these areas. So you would think in places
I'm
where
sure
they actually
COVID had
higher,
nothing to do with the closure of those stores.
well, COVID actually had everything to do with the boost in business because these were the distributors of the vaccine.
No, I understand they were distributed.
There were also no. What happened? Like, now who's playing ignorant, right? He accused Sam of playing ignorant earlier. Now he's playing ignorant. Like, more stuff is getting sold over mail order, over like delivery, right? In fact, at some points at some points during the lockdown, in some places it's mandated, right? That's the only way. But there's definitely like an increase in that, right? So the storefront becomes less necessary. It's pretty easy. Ruby Gilman unintentionally implied that since Ruby and her family are coded as non-white immigrants who claim to be from Canada, while Chelsea is coded to be a white immigrant. I think his whole spread across the economy thing is just some rhetorical phrase that he thinks sounds convincing. I guess it just, yeah, mentions Philadelphia again, and I'll mess him up. Seriously, every time he wants to bring up a horrible left-wing city, they invoke us, and it's ridiculous. Yeah, they do tend to have like a limited number of cities that they're attacking over and over again. He also spreads the lie about left-wing whatever. It's Dems versus Republicans, not left versus right.
Vaccine, but you're also aware that, like, people's purchasing patterns changed dramatically during COVID. There's a lot of restaurants that closed. There's a lot.
They closed 2 restaurants, and if you weren't able to ship to delivery, you're pretty much screwed over.
So you think we need to stigmatize
criminals for sure, 100%.
Criminals more, and that will.
And Anita Bump, he's also like he's kind of like deflecting with that, right? Because it's like, I mean, Sam's mentioning the larger dynamic of stores emphasizing delivery, emphasizing non bricks and mortar model of distribution more, and but what about the money they got from COVID? It's like, okay, that's a nice fig leaf.
But and how do you think we stigmatize criminals? Like what part of society? Like, we know that there's and do you believe there's a correlation between poverty and extreme poverty with crime?
Yes, I know for a fact that crime drives poverty in the United States of America and the world over.
Okay.
So yes, there is a correlation.
Do you think that there is a correlation between that the poverty drives crime?
Yes. I'm sorry, crime drives poverty.
Yeah, okay. I'm asking you specifically. I know that you're arguing that you think crime.
Hoping that more and more people will act their wage and refuse to come in early to set up and not get paid. That sucks so often, because I've been in that position before, and you kind of feel like you have to. Like, the feeling you get from such a workplace is that if you either A, don't come in early, or B, you ask to be paid for that time, you put that on your time card, you feel like you're going to be fired, right? So if you don't want to rock the boat, you're just like giving them free labor. Yeah.
Creates poverty. But I'm asking you now, do you think that poverty creates crime?
I think in certain circumstances, I'm sure it could happen if you go down to a certain level, for sure. But I think that
what does
in
that
order
mean
to
if
build,
you go down to a certain level, what does that mean?
if you're like, well, we have like, well, actually, even that is a bit of a dubious notion. So like American poverty, like you would acknowledge, is relative poverty compared to poverty in like the third world.
I mean,
like, you understand?
You're not really poor if you have a refrigerator. You're not really poor if you have a microwave. If you have a cell phone, how can you call yourself poor when like half of the world subsists on less than X dollars a day?
That somebody in the United States of America in poverty would be under $12,000, which would be different from somebody who's living.
Yeah, rich people commit just as much, as not more. We were just talking about wage theft, for instance, and there's so many other examples of white collar crime that, like, look, it feels like it doesn't get prosecuted. I haven't really looked at the statistics or anything, so I'm not really speaking from a place of great knowledge. But it does feel like it doesn't get prosecuted, and also when it does, like, the penalties are just not like talk about like lack of deterrence, right? Talk about like a lack of cost for committing one of those crimes, right?
On $1.50 a day, like,
well,
under
you understand
$12,000
that poverty is really a function of purchasing power, right?
Sure, purchasing power could have an impact.
I mean, that's yeah. All poverty measures are a function of
you
of
can
the
adjust
state,
it for sure.
Right. I mean,
have an impact? No, it's a function of it, right? Like, otherwise, we're not really talking about anything at all. Like the relationship between the cost of living and the average wage is what we're really talking about. And if we're talking about anything else, we're kind of wasting our time.
Yeah, I mean, if you had no stores, there'd be no theft of stuff in there, and that's not really relevant. But okay, yes, I understand that.
You
yes,
typically need
if you are living in America and you are poor, theoretically, well, you have access to more stuff than, let's say, you live somewhere else. But
yes.
You do? Okay. All right, and
Yeah, so you're talking about relative poverty. So I'm saying at a certain amount, yes, when there's like genuine desperation, like I could see circumstances where that's happening. But what we typically see is that crime is driving the poverty. Like when these people steal from their areas, when
What
they
do you
damage
think
places.
drives crime?
What I think drives, I think people, a certain percentage of the population is going to be criminal. They need to be removed from society. So I would say human nature would be a good example.
There we go. Somebody called that. Who called that? Who called it that he was going to say that? There he goes. There he goes. Right? Lock him up. Throw away the key. Some people just have bad morals. And we're better off without them. That's what he said. That's what he said. Yeah. They're called conservatives. Remove them from all. You get less government when you make more than that. If you get less government aid when you get more than that. True, yeah. It doesn't factor into the cost of living or inflation when it was set in like 2006 or so. In LA, the poverty level is 80K. Anything below that, and yeah, you can't deal. Poverty creates crime. 'Twas I, Scott. Scott claimed it. Scott was right. It's weird how many things are 110% totally the cause for crime and bad things happening, while other things are possibly maybe.
Human nature?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
small percentage of the population that exhibits like
Human
a deviant kind of
nature.
behavior.
Okay, so what do you think drives the majority of crime?
Deviant behavior.
just said that.
Oh my god.
Oh, you think it's just people who are born criminals?
I wouldn't say born criminals, but people who, when you don't have the proper deterrents in place, will commit crimes. Yes. And those deterrents could be police deterrents, like I said earlier,
Okay,
or
wait,
social deterrents, or
but
whatever.
not like everybody is subject to the same deterrents, right?
Not necessarily.
Explain this.
I'll
Because
give you, so I'll give you an example. So in New York City, disproportionately, the people who live in public housing happen to be Orthodox Jewish people, right? They do not commit crimes at the same rates as other demographics. They're in fact among the lowest. They commit crimes near around where Asians do. So they're probably better than your average middle-class white person in the city of New York.
He's
I
trying
think that
so
they have a
hard-
stronger social structure than
Trying so hard not to go full race science and phrenology.
other groups in the United States of America, even if they're equivalent in poverty levels.
So if I was to look at like the incarceration rates of black people, for instance, relative to white people, your argument would be that there's something fundamental about their social structure that is
Oh my god.
why that we see those incarceration rates.
Here we go.
Well, it would be based on their behavior for the one-to-one, but if you're asking me for like an underlying cause to the behavior, which by the way, I don't care about because root causes are not more important than any other cause. Let's be clear about that. So this is just like another rabbit hole, pointless like argument that has nothing to do with the subject matter, in my opinion. It's not you.
Looks like there's a few of these issues that they're not going to get to. He threw out a bunch of subjects he wanted to talk about, but it looks like we only really got to two.
Useful or productive. But yeah, I would say that there are definite cultural differences between what were the groups that you said, Black Americans and white Americans?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely cultural differences between Black Americans and white Americans, and more tolerance to criminality. And by the way, there's differences between Black New Yorkers and Black people in Chicago, and that's also reflected in the rates. And I think that does lead to different outcomes in terms of criminal justice.
And you think it's unrelated to things like poverty or
This guy's like a box of cereal that's called Oops, All Dog Whistles.
systemic racism or
Well, if we're going to use poverty as the metric and we compare poor Black Americans to poor Asians or poor Hispanics, and by the way, Hispanics commit more crimes on average, but less than Black Americans, then obviously poverty is not the determining factor if the crime rates vary wildly within
well, I have
groups
an
in the same
analogy for
status.
you. When you build in a house and you have different foundations and you pull one out. So, I mean, poverty may not be the determinant, but maybe when you mix poverty with other sort of like structural factors in society, people's have less reason to feel a stigma about crime or less reason to be invested in society. But you don't subscribe
Can
to
you give
that.
an example?
Can I give an example?
Yeah, of this other factor.
Well, I mean, I think that like if you have been stuck in extreme poverty for extended periods of time, if you live in a society where
He sure knows crime rates for different racial groups off the top of his head. Yeah.
it is harder for you to find housing or loans or to get out of a specific area in which you're living, if you have been subjected to a socialization that labels you as a criminal, or that your activity just walking around is criminal, that it might create
Who's being arrested for walking around?
Well, not arrested, but harassed. I mean, I think you wouldn't deny. I mean, your argument would be there's more violent crime in certain areas, and that's why there's more cops. But we also know that, I mean, if you're a black teen and you're...
I feel like Sam's soft pedaling it, right? You do get arrested for walking around, depending on who you are.
walking the streets in some
And worse than arrested.
neighborhoods, you are far more likely to get stopped and harassed by the cops than if you're a white
I wouldn't
teen.
say
I mean,
harassed, but you are more likely to interact with police. Yes,
Okay.
there's more police there.
I mean, I think
So,
from the
in
perspective...
other words, he doesn't think it's inappropriate. He's like, oh yeah, there's more, police attention, more police suspicion, but it's absolutely justified.
of that person who is interacting with the police
I mean,
after
he didn't say it, but I'm getting from this that he's cool with profiling.
having done nothing, they would perceive it as harassment.
For
You
sure.
wouldn't.
If I was a law-abiding person in a black neighborhood and I had to interact with the police due to the fact that criminals are acting up in my neighborhood, then that would get under my skin. I mean, I have.
What if you were like pulled over in like your car? I mean, I've told this story on the show many times, but I was an actor back in the day, and
You're still an actor, buddy. Just because there's a strike doesn't mean that they're not going to resolve that.
no, that's true. I do some voice work, but nevertheless, I was on a sitcom at one point, and it was a majority black cast. And one of the buddies was we went back to his place, and we pull in into the underground driveway parking lot. And a buddy of his pulls in behind us, and he's got one of those Range Rovers. And at that time, that was a very popular car in L.A. with like the Hollywood set. This is back in the 90s. And he pulls in. He's like, thank God you're here. I just got, I was getting followed again by the cops. I've been pulled over 4 times in the past 2 months. And they checked to see if I own the car. And I called the police department to see if I could get a sticker or something. And he said, the sergeant literally said, are you black? And I said, yes. And he said, there's nothing I can do. Now, if you're a law-abiding citizen and you're driving the car that you earned and you bought the car and you're getting that type of harassment, you don't think it impacts your perspective on society?
No, I think it does. And
yeah, I mean, Jules, you're exactly right. That's what this conversation has shown. You saw the degree of unconcern he had towards white-collar crime. Wage theft specifically, right? Like literally the fact that it's spread off through different sectors in the economy in some way to him makes it not a problem.
this is Los Angeles in what time period?
It was in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously, there.
But you just exceeded to me that conceded to me that this happens to 17-year-old boys in.
I mean, you could
New
call
York
me
City.
crazy, but I don't think you're saying that your friend turned into a criminal because he was pulled over. He seemed like he was really annoyed.
I think if that happened to me, and I didn't have a nice car, but rather I just got stopped every time I walk out of my house, or stopped, I don't know, once a month every time I'm out of my house, which is not hard to
then you
find
start
as an
committing
experience.
rapes. Like I don't.
No,
where are
I
you
would
going
start
with this?
having a far less respect for society and a far less a perspective on that. Yeah, I definitely think that.
I mean, look,
but
I understand you don't watch my like you don't watch any of my videos or anything like that. But I said repeatedly, I think the warning needs to be brought back in terms of policing. I think writing tickets for expired registration when you're in areas with elevated rates of shootings, all that does is piss people off and turn the community against you. So there's definitely better ways to implement policy.
Apparently, yeah, he was a cop.
To get the community on your side. Like I've been a huge advocate for consent searches, which is and this started in St. Louis in the 90s, which is if you're afraid that your kid is involved in a gang or might have a gun or might get shot, they have a high rate of youth homicides, still high to this very day.
You can rat your kid out.
Then you can call the police, consent to a search. They'll look for contraband, but they won't arrest your kid. I think that, and they'll send your kid to a diversion program before they get into a shooting and all that. So I think that is a.
This is so just the view from nowhere, right? Like he really doesn't understand. Any contact with the police for certain groups is a danger, not just of being arrested for what you are doing, but of being falsely arrested for what you're not doing, and even worse, being hurt or unalived, right? And he just feels like, oh yeah, what a great thing. The police come in, they strip search your kids, and then if they find anything on them, we send them to a diversion program that I'm sure is not going to be like horrendous, right? By consent search, he means I mean, for the kid, yeah, it's absolutely, there's no consent, you know, from the actual person getting.
Good policy to build.
This is such a bad idea.
Community relations with the police. Like the way that you're speaking is as if I don't believe in that, even though I think that's absolutely crucial to the police being effective.
Okay. All right. Well, I think this was productive,
ridiculous.
Sean.
Was productive.
And I appreciate you coming
I
up.
mean, it was illustrative. I'll give it that. Okay, so I saved the best for last, possibly. You know, I really hate CNBC. I don't know why, I just do. I kind of hate a lot of news sources for various reasons. Oh my god, this is like a 9-hour feed. What the F? They really... Wow. Like, somebody must have said, no, their comments are turned off. So wait, this is like him landing. This is the Reuters feed, but it's oh, it's from 10 hours ago. This is not what I want. 12 hours ago. Four hours? What the hell? So, like, okay, the motor... What the hell?
This free speech argument, this I was listening to my lawyer, how that might play for a jury.
Those are two separate arguments, but the advice of
Can we just put the orange clown in jail? Yeah, so like I saved this for last because I knew that this was gonna happen sometime during the day. I just did not know when. Oh my god, who is that? Polly people. Welcome Raiders. Welcome Polly. How is it going? Revolver Osathot, thank you for the resubscribe. Yeah, incoming indeed. Your stream isn't broken? Wait, does Polly's stream get broken? Yeah, everybody go follow Polly people if you're not already. She's a very interesting person and she's a very awesome streamer. Polystream was a slideshow. Polystream was broken. Okay, so it's like a... That sucks. That sucks. I mean, mine's been... I don't know. Has anybody noticed the variable bandwidth? Yeah, it looks like we're... Wait, are we like... Are we 4 away? No, we're still 5 away from unlocking an extra piece of content today. But yeah, we're trying to figure out what is going on with Trump here.
Just moments ago, Trump's plane landed at Reagan National Airport. Within the hour, we expect to see the former president surrender to authorities at the corner of Constitution and Pennsylvania Avenues, just blocks from where he once lived in the White House, and not far from the Capitol, where the horror of the January...
So it was like a lack of frames, it sounds like. I have been having some of that. I have definitely been having some of that. Hey, what's up, Hamza?
6th attack unfolded. We see him now. Live pictures of former President Donald Trump coming for his third arraignment in 4 months.
He will be booked and fingerprinted once he gets to the courthouse by U.S. Marshals, federal marshals, just like any other American citizen accused of committing a crime. Shortly afterward, he will appear before a judge, a magistrate judge.
I feel like they should take some ass prints, too.
To be formally charged for the third time in less than 4 months, as Chris said. And
Polly was frameless, but you are frame full. Look, I've been having some issues too, but it's frame droppage, right? I've been dropping 6.4% of my frames, so it hasn't been completely without incident. But I don't know. Has anybody noticed it? Has anybody noticed like a lack of frames?
And NBC News has learned that 3 of the officers.
Finvar, thank you for the follow. There has been some stagger. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, poor Polly. I've noticed, but you mostly stabilized. Yeah, and I don't know why either, because I've got, actually on Ethernet cable, I made sure not to use I made sure not to use the Wi-Fi is, like, really unreliable here. So it's like, it's fast. It's actually faster than the Ethernet somehow. But it's not consistent.
Was injured on January.
And today, even the Ethernet was not consistent, so I don't even know what's going on there. Bezos giveth and Bezos taketh away. Emotes right out of that vehicle.
6th will be trying.
Oh, that's where the emotes came.
To attend the hearing, although just a handful.
Thank you for streaming for the left. You're welcome anytime.
Of members of the public are going to be allowed inside, and just 11 members.
Yeah, streaming on Wi-Fi, not advised.
There's a reserve for the press.
Okay. Very intense courtroom.
Let's bring in Ken Delanian, who's NBC News Justice and Intelligence.
Oh, God. Rachel Maddow and Chris Hayes. They are going to be so happy today. This is Rachel Maddow's day.
Correspondent, and the reason it's very important.
He's been edging us all for a very long time, as far as Donald Trump is concerned. Oh my God, I missed mentioning the ad break, and now the people that are stuck in the ad break are stuck in the ad break, and I can't get them out. But you could get them out with a gift sub. That's the only possibility. I can't even say that about the things that they can do because they're literally not hearing me, unfortunately. But
for us go to Ken right now is because he was in the courthouse. He was in the overflow room and was able to watch this with his own eyes. Ken, what should we understand about what just happened?
Hey, Rachel, you know, I was also in the overflow room down in Miami during that arraignment. And I got to say, this was a much more intense experience all the way around. The magistrate down in Miami was very chatty, and it just
was a chatty magistrate. Some of them were like that.
Trump never said a word during that hearing. This was much different. This magistrate was extremely stern and you know, all business, and she...
Sometimes you get a stern magistrate, too. Those are my favorite.
Asked Mr. Trump a series of standard questions that you would ask a defendant, including to state his name and his age, and she played it by the book like any other first appearance in an arraignment, including issuing a series of conditions for his release, one being that he not commit any crimes, and another being...
That's impossible! All right. Welcome back, everybody that got... victimized by that ad break. I'm very sorry about that. I usually mention before the ad breaks happen. Now I'm going to have to mention it after the ad break happens because they're happening at the 15s and the 30s. This was the 15-minute ad break. The next one will be, 30. I'm at 45. The next one will be at like whatever 45 o'clock that you're at now. right? And there are ways to get around that, right? If you have an Amazon Prime, you can integrate it with your Twitch and get out of that for free with a Twitch Prime sub, right? That'll get you out of the ad break and give you emotes as well. You can get out of it with $5 on desktop. You can get out of it with $6 on mobile. Or if you're very, very lucky and you're also chatting, you're also visible in the chat, you might actually be given a gift sub. So yeah, your best bet then, if you don't have any of those other ways of getting sub, is to just be active in the chat.
That he show up as directed, and there'll be an appearance bond. So
yeah, Trump needs crimes to live.
I mean, I know you guys know the blow by blow because we've been sending notes out. That's the color, really. That it was just very intense, very business.
I mean, it's this medley. It's the same factor with Andrew Tate, right? Some people see all this criminality and the lawsuits and the charges and arraignments and indictments, etc., that go on. They see that as evidence that the swamp wants to silence him, rather than the simple explanation, which is like, he is just a lifelong criminal whose crimes have gotten bolder and bolder with age till they finally caught up with him. And he finally got involved in stuff that he really can't get out of unless he gets elected president. And he's able to give it a try to pardon himself. Nobody knows what will happen, right? Nobody knows what would happen if he tried to pardon himself. It's not settled constitutional law.
It's like the courtroom was packed.
Holy, what's up? Twitch is messed. Yeah. Yo, okay, so I did have some, let's see, I'm dropping 6.4% of my frames. So it hasn't been perfect, but I don't know how much of that is my internet, like where I live, and how much of that is Twitch. So I don't know. Polly, you could always try streaming to. You can manually set your server to be like, if your closest server, the one that's default for you, is messed up. Sometimes you can change it, and I don't know, might help.
To capacity, and there was not a smiling face in the house. It was a very it was a stern kind of a situation. I did observe that Jack Smith, the special counsel, who's sitting in the first row behind his team, as Mr. Trump walked in, I noticed that Jack Smith did not look in his direction, and I'm not sure if that's because down in Miami, a lot of people noticed that he seemed to be staring at Trump at times. So he seemed to have made a point not to look. As Mr. Trump walked in, he probably was the only person in the courtroom not looking at Mr. Trump at that time. He did look at him later, and then of course the other thing that really emerged is.
Wait, he was staring him down?
This is not surprising at all, right? The stark disparity between the sides on timing. The government wants to get this case to trial. The government is vowing a speedy trial. And Trump's...
That's what I've heard about this one, that there's ways that the government is pursuing this case that are going to cause it potentially to get to trial sooner. And maybe even before the Republican convention. That seems to be the goal of the prosecutor, of the special counsel, right? But whether the judge will side with them and allow that speedy trial to go on is anybody's guess.
Lawyer John Lauro immediately started pushing back against that as they were discussing scheduling at the end, saying, look, we need to know what the discovery is here. We need to know the scope of the documents the government is going to turn over, and we want to waive the Speedy Trial Act, which technically requires a trial within 100 days, though, of course, that rarely happens.
Wait, they're going to waive the speedy trial?
Even the date of the next hearing, when they were offering 3 dates, Mr. Trump's lawyers picked the furthest one out, and the special counsel wanted the most, the nearest one. And the judge went with August 28th, this next hearing in the case, which was the furthest one out that was offered, because she has to respect the scheduling of defense counsel. But that just underscores what we're going to be facing in this case while Donald Trump is dealing with 3 separate criminal trials unfolding. There's going to be scheduling issues, and he's going to want to delay in all of them, and the prosecutors are going to want to push forward, guys.
So Raspa Trash Bear says that a candidate who is imprisoned is allowed to, and actually has campaigned from prison before, right? We have had that happen. It hasn't ever been a major party candidate, and you've never had one of them win. and you definitely have never had anybody try to pardon themselves from prison, right? That's the $1 million question. You had maybe the specter of something like this happening under Richard Nixon, but at some point the Republican support for Nixon withdrew, and it became clear that if he stayed in office, he would have been removed by the Senate. And because he didn't want that to happen, he resigned. So we never really got to see, whether a president could pardon themselves.
Ask you about a moment that we have that we just.
Yeah, he's trying to buy himself enough time to get the election. Winning the election is his only way out of this mess, and it's not even clear if that will really. It's not even clear what would happen. Like,
counted to our viewers as we got it from you and the reporting team there.
It kind of sounds like a constitutional crisis waiting to happen.
Was able to observe it live. And what we've got is essentially a live blog format from you guys. As things are happening with timestamps on them as they happen. And at 4:26, the judge is described as saying, you've heard your conditions of release, speaking to Mr. Trump. It's important you comply with your conditions of release. You may be held pending trial in this case. If you violate the conditions of release, the judge says the most...
Okay, so obviously they're not going to be holding Trump in jail while these charges are... Well, the trial is pending, but the judge is at least signaling that if Trump doesn't follow the conditions, and one of those conditions is not to commit crimes, right, that he could be held.
The most important condition of release is that you not commit a crime while you are released. And then the very next thing that we've got from you guys, the next report we have of her talking to him is, it is a crime to influence a juror. Can you just tell us about that moment, just sort of fill in some of those blanks and talk to us about that sequence of admonishments from the judge?
You know, again, my understanding is this is all standard pro forma language in a criminal arraignment, that every defendant gets these instructions, but it seems to have special meaning when we're talking about former President Trump, who has shown no compunction about using his megaphone to trash prosecutors, to go after judges, and to say mean things and about potential witnesses in cases. And so
to do what essentially amounts to an intimidation, not just of like potential witnesses, but of the judicial system itself.
That line really resonated. There was no admonishment about anything that he would say about the prosecution team or the judge, which I thought was interesting. No order along those lines. No commentary whatsoever. But that's something that could happen if at some point Trump began attacking the judge or the prosecutors in such a manner that the special counsel's office decided to make a motion and try to do something about it. Obviously, it's a delicate situation when you have somebody running for president. The courts and the government are going to bend over backwards to try to respect their right under the First Amendment to speak and to use political speech, but there's a line between speech and threats and intimidation, and it'll be interesting to see whether we are going to explore in this case or in the other cases where exactly that line rests.
Ken, thank you. Let me just ask you one last question before you go, and I know that you've been inside until just moments ago when you ran out to get to this camera for us, for which we're grateful. But from what you've seen today, both when you arrived and since you've come out, and what you can see just ambiently where you are, is there how would you describe the presence of onlookers and protesters at the courthouse? Is it having any significant impact, or is everybody sort of dwarfed by the security presence and the media presence?
So I have to say, the presence of onlookers, members of the public, has grown since I was inside the courthouse. For most of the day, the media has dominated. And this is the biggest collection of media, satellite trucks, tents that I've seen ever at this federal courthouse.
The other thing that we're kind of on the lookout for is, like, what is the reaction going to be like from Trump supporters, right? Because Donald Trump has made what sound like requests. What did he said? He most recently he truthed out something about a federal takeover, right? That, he wasn't specific in that, but it sounds kind of like what he tried to do before. But we haven't seen like the chuds, show up in force yet at Florida, in Georgia, or here. They're gonna give him money. He definitely will use that to fundraise. Absolutely, they call me Tosh. What's up, Nabil? Jack Smith will win this round. Maybe Trump will actually be convicted, but the war was lost long ago.
Told by veterans, probably not since the Monica Lewinsky, Bill Clinton scandal have we seen anything like this at this courthouse, where a special counsel was investigating the then president. So the media.
Yeah, I mean, look, Trump may go down, but the thing that he won't take down with him, unfortunately, is the two-tiered justice system that he ironically complains about, while the meanwhile that he benefits from it, right? The fact of the matter is, Trump hasn't been treated more harshly than most people having violated the laws that he's violated would have. He's been treated much more leniently. And the fact that any of this is even catching up with him at all is a function of how far he's pushed that.
The media presence was dominant. There haven't been that many protesters. There's a usual collection of eccentric figures in costumes. It's different from Miami in that respect. There were more pro-Trump
eccentric figures in costumes,
protesters and Trump.
Show us them.
Supporters running around that Miami area, around that courthouse. Not as much here, but definitely has grown in the last few hours, I would say.
Ken Blaney, thank you so much, and keep us apprised. I know that the courthouse proceedings are over, but things have a way of evolving on stories like this over the course of the day. We really appreciate it, Ken. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a look at a little bit of... Is this Ari?
It was June 2020, just days after police murdered George Floyd in Minneapolis. The Black Lives Matter demonstrations of that summer were just taking off, including in Washington, D.C., across from the White House in Lafayette Square. On the evening of June the 1st, Trump spoke from the White House Rose Garden, promising law and order in the face of the protests. And as Trump was speaking, law enforcement across the street in Lafayette Square was already carrying out that law and order.
Tear gas is now being fired. You can see what's going on. The police are moving. They're trying to disperse this crowd that has gathered at Lafayette Park. Clearly, they don't want these protesters to be there, even though they were peaceful.
Authorities violently cleared demonstrators with smoke bombs, pepper spray, and officers on horseback. Their clearing of the square
against mostly
peaceful protesters was shocking.
You know why I'm fast forwarding that, right?
Okay. Appalling. But Republicans wanted to see more of it.
I mean, it's on YouTube, so I guess they don't have a problem with it. But
after Lafayette Square, Republican Senator
I know Twitch has some rules about that.
Tom Cotton published this opinion piece in the New York Times with the headline, "Send in the troops. The nation must restore order. The military stands ready." Cotton was urging President Trump to send active duty military into American cities for a, quote, overwhelming show of force against demonstrators. But where would a president actually get the authority for that, to turn U.S. troops on fellow Americans? Cotton said there was a centuries-old law that would give Trump exactly that power. It's called the Insurrection Act, lest anyone misunderstand.
So we're getting into the plot right now.
And Cotton tripled down on Twitter, quote,
like, what was Donald Trump thinking? What did he want to do? This is it.
Let's see how tough these Antifa terrorists are when they're facing off with the 101st Airborne Division. Quote, and if necessary, the 10th Mountain, 82nd Airborne, 1st Cav, 3rd...
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We're not talking about during... God, I got confused. We're definitely not talking about during the insurrection. We're talking about during the protests.
Infantry. No quarter for insurrectionists. No quarter. Which Cotton, as a former army officer, knew meant
he uses the word insurrectionist.
A war crime under the Hague Conventions. And this was him calling for no quarter on the streets of America. Cotton's fact-free bloodlust was so over the top that New York Times staffers revolted against a decision to publish his essay. The paper's opinion editor, who ran that column, resigned in disgrace. The Times later said it should not have run the piece. To this day, though, that former Times opinion editor and a bunch of quote-unquote centrist voices insist...
What is the Airborne going to do? Hop onto planes and slam into buildings? Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with publishing that piece, even as many of us recognize that what Republicans like Tom Cotton were calling for was undemocratic to its core. A demand for state-sanctioned violence against critics to bring them to their knees. Today, we know that this idea, this concept of weaponizing state power, was becoming more and more popular within Trump's inner circle in that same year, 2020. We now know that inside the Trump re-election campaign and the White House, President Trump's allies were laying the groundwork to stay in power after the election, with violence if necessary. Violence under that same Insurrection Act that Tom Cotton had written about. How do we know all this? Because special counsel Jack Smith told us. According to the indictment delivered on Tuesday night, Trump formed a plan after the 2020 election to install a loyal DOJ lawyer, Jeffrey Clark, as his acting attorney general. So Clark could mobilize the department to claim there was massive election fraud and press swing states to void Joe Biden's victory. But according to this new indictment, on January the 3rd, 2021, 3 days before the real insurrection by Trump supporters on Capitol Hill, a White House lawyer told Clark, who's identified in the filing as co-conspirator 4, that there was no fraud in the election, and that if the defendant remained in office, nonetheless, there would be riots in every major city in the United States. That's when Clark, Trump's man, his co-conspirator, replied, quote, Well, that's why there's an Insurrection Act. Wasn't just Tom Cotton referring to Black Lives Matter protests in summer of 2020. Trump's people in 2021 wanted to use the Insurrection Act to keep Donald Trump in power with violence against their fellow Americans if need be. Trump's allies basically wanted to pretend an insurrection was happening across the country so that they could rise up and squash it with military force. So it's a bit ironic that when an actual insurrection happened on January the 6th, they denied that it was actually an insurrection, the same people who wanted to use the Insurrection Act against others. Let's be clear about this. The 45-page Jack Smith indictment, the United States of America versus Donald J. Trump, which dropped Tuesday evening, outlines 4 charges against a former president, the first time a former president has been indicted for crimes committed while in office. And while that 45-page document doesn't use the words coup or insurrection to describe the crimes against democracy allegedly committed by Trump, that's what it was, a coup attempt followed by an insurrection. It was always premised on the need for violence. The indictment even lays out how, as Trump supporters violently attacked the Capitol and halted the proceeding, and, quote, as violence ensued, Trump and his co-conspirators exploited the disruption by redoubling efforts to levy false claims of election fraud and convince members of Congress to further delay their certification based on those claims. They exploited the violence, and they never hid, even before the 2020 election, that violence was at the core of their plan to stay in office and stave off any protests. But Trump's interest in state-sponsored violence was clear well before Joe Biden beat him in November 2020, even before Tom Cotton published that Times essay in June 2020. Donald Trump, the sitting president, was talking about it right in the open.
If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them. We could fix Portland in, I would say, 45 minutes.
That's the way it has to be. There has to be retribution.
There has to be retribution. Here is a president who we now know wanted to literally cripple his political opponents at the time. As former Defense Secretary Mark Esper recalled in his memoir, Trump asked him about the social justice protesters, can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something? Trump's cronies were equally keen on violence, whether of the state-sponsored or mob-like variety. Here's General Michael Flynn, former Trump National Security Advisor and convicted and then pardoned criminal.
So when we talk about Christian nationalists, this is the dude right there. And if you ever watch Skibbity Toilets, right, there's the G-Man, who's obviously the boss of the Skibbity Toilets, right? But there's also kind of like a second-in-command toilet, giant toilet, and I think it's modeled after Michael Flynn, honestly.
In the weeks ahead of January the 6th.
It's not unprecedented. I mean, these people out there talking about martial law, it's like it's something that we've never done. Martial law has been instituted 64 times.
Yo, he
yes,
can't
that
wait
was former
for
National
it.
Security Advisor Michael Flynn justifying the use of martial law, of military rule, as a means to overturn the election and keep the Trump administration in power. But that wasn't their only strategy, because Texas Representative Louis Gohmert filed a lawsuit against then Vice President Mike Pence, which would have essentially forced him to overturn the results of the election. And when that suit was thrown out by a federal judge ahead of the 6th of January insurrection, here's what Gohmert had to say.
Basically, in effect, the ruling would be that you got to go to the streets and be as violent as Antifa and BLM.
That was January the 2nd, 2021, encouraging violence and telling Trump supporters on national television to take to the streets, just days before Trump supporters would storm the Capitol. These comments were even flagged by Capitol Police analysts who feared his speech would promote actual violence on the day, on January the 6th. But if you thought what we saw in 2020 and 2021 was quote-unquote unprecedented in terms of the incitement of political violence, if you think Jeffrey Clark, per the new indictment, telling a White House lawyer that they'll just use the Insurrection Act to suppress pro-democracy protesters is bad, just wait until 2024. Wait until next year. Because with each Trump indictment comes a new call for violence and more fuel for Trump's vicious base.
If that, for example, they do say Jack Smith says, okay, I'm going to put Donald Trump in jail.
I think it's a very dangerous thing to even talk about, because we do have a tremendously passionate group of voters. I think it would be very dangerous.
Former President Trump warned that death and destruction is possible if he's indicted.
He's got the baseball bat next to Alvin Bragg's head, obviously inciting violence there.
Around with us. If you do something bad to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before.
Threats, intimidation, abuse. It's horrifying. And yet what we're seeing from Trump isn't actually new in American politics, sadly.
Wait, so there it is. There's the Michael Flynn Skibbity Toilet, right? So yeah, I mean, my style is ridiculous too, but like, you gotta do something to stop the threat, to stop the skibbity menace from menacing us. The Michael Flynn toilet is the stuff of nightmares.
There's always been this strain of far-right violence and incendiary rhetoric in the US, especially targeted against minorities, against people of color. In fact, Congress tried to deal with that kind of
His iodine tan is definitely taking a toll on his skin.
violence a long time ago with the 1871 Enforcement Act, better known as the Ku Klux Klan Act. Passed during the Reconstruction era, the act was designed to stop terrorist groups like the KKK from using intimidation.
Wait, just why? Wait, why is skibbity toilets incredibly popular, or?
And violence to suppress the black vote. It lives in U.S. Criminal Code under Section 241, and it's all about protecting voters under the 14th Amendment.
What is this? That is a web series that, like, these videos are on like the hundreds of millions of views, right? For these toilet videos. These, like, it's like an invading army of alien toilets, and our only hope in fighting back against them is the cameramen and camera women, and like, they're literally people with cameras for heads, and only they can fight the skibbity toilets. I don't know.
The right to vote. Section 241 had some high-profile appearances in American history in cases of voter suppression and violence against voting rights activists, including the 1967 Mississippi burning trial, where more than a dozen KKK members were charged under the act for the murder and...
I gotta mention, in 6 minutes, there will be an ad break, and I noticed that some people do not have a Persona 2 icon by their head. All right, basically what this does is every 30 minutes, this takes you out of your immersion and serves you 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads, which it doesn't sound like a lot of fun to me. So if you want to get out of that, there's several ways you can go about that. If you have an Amazon Prime, you can hook it up to your Twitch. You can get a free sub. If you have $5, you can spend it on desktop. Oh my God, thank you, Finvar. Just like that, yeah, you can buy yourself some freedom from the ad break, and if you don't have any of those two options available to you, there's a chance, right, that you might be gifted a sub, but it will only come, or will most likely come if you're active in chat. So I'm just letting you know that in 5 minutes they're gonna do this ad break thing, and there's literally nothing that you're a Persona 1. Oh wow, that's like old school. I should get some Persona 1. I need to play. Should I play? Oh wait, I should ask you, Raspa, should I play Persona 1 when I finish Persona 2 Eternal Punishment?
Disappearance of 3 civil rights workers.
No.
The list of people charged under that law is full of neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Now joining that list...
Oh, it got you in. Persona 1 got you into the series.
Former president and GOP presidential frontrunner Donald Trump. In Tuesday's indictment, Jack Smith accused Trump of violating Section 241 by pursuing a, quote, conspiracy against the right to vote and to have one vote counted. And let's be clear, it was black votes Donald Trump was targeting. How do we know this? Well, in a series of failed voter fraud lawsuits back in 2020, Trump went after cities with high populations of black voters, cities like Atlanta, Georgia, Detroit, Michigan, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And while those lawsuits were not unlawful themselves, what Trump did next, per the indictment, was... After failing to overturn the will of largely black voters through those lawsuits, Trump attacked those exact same states.
Wait, go for the Be True to Your Mind version on the PSP. Okay.
With his infamous fake elector scheme, and pressured state officials to quote unquote find
up to date the jams, but full vocals do slap on both do slap.
More voters.
That's one thing about Persona, always good music.
So put simply, Trump's words and actions are horrifying, but his tactics actually not that new. He was carrying on a bigoted tradition of suppressing the black vote in America through any means necessary. Now, in a normal world, you'd think this type of behavior would push a presidential candidate out of the race, especially after an event as violent as the January 6th insurrection. But no, Trump's poll numbers have actually gone up and continue to go up after each indictment. And so it has now come to this. Donald J. Trump, the first president ever to be impeached twice, will now campaign for his old job while facing 78 charges in 3 separate criminal cases in New York, Florida, and Washington, D.C. Charges for which he could, if convicted, face hundreds of years of prison time. Just the 4 charges announced by Jack Smith this week could net Trump a 55-year total jail sentence. Including civil suits, Trump will be bouncing back and forth between Republican presidential debates and 6 court trials. 6! And there may soon be a 7th. He could still face charges in Georgia for his scheme to try and find around 12,000 extra votes there to overturn Joe Biden's victory. Already, police have begun erecting barricades in Atlanta in anticipation of those charges and a violent backlash from Trump supporters. How do you ensure the security of all those court proceedings in all those places? How do you protect the judges, the jurors, the lawyers from the wrath of Trump and his most dangerous supporters? Back in May, when a jury unanimously held Trump responsible for sexually abusing and defaming writer E. Jean Carroll, the trial judge thanked the jurors for their service and then told them, quote, "My advice to you is not to identify yourselves. Not now and not for a long time." All of the everyday Americans who sit in judgment of Donald Trump are doing so at the risk of their own safety, and not just in court, but at their voting precincts too. How we
Seeing combat for extra 5 minutes just for vibing. I love it when the battle themes are good. Yeah.
How are we going to secure the 2024 election under this kind of pressure from Trump, his supporters, the GOP? How are we going to protect American democracy? And perhaps
Trump seems like the flower of predatory capitalism, right? Just like I am the flower of reactionary Twitch poll. Apparently, no.
Crucially, how will my colleagues in the media cover all of this heading into 2024? The multiple trials, the 78 counts. The encouragement of violence.
The pale, delicate flower of capitalist oligarch masculinity.
From a political movement that relies on violence. This isn't a traditional horse race. There are no both sides here. 2024 is now in many ways a fight for America's survival, a contest between messy democracy and bloody authoritarianism. Last time, our democracy survived, but only barely. Are we really prepared for the next time?
Okay, so now this is something that I wouldn't normally watch, right?
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Fat.
Pod Save America. Yeah, this is not my favorite podcast. But they do have a story that I want to take a look at, right? And we're talking about Mike Pence versus Donald Trump. This has just gone live, right? This has just come out. That Michael Pence, after these last charges, like up until now, he had been more or less on Trump's side. But after this last set of charges, Mike Pence has completely flipped on Trump. And that makes one wonder, has he flipped in the courtroom? And that's really the $2 million question right there. Because Mike Pence has the potential to be able to say something about Trump that they might not get from any other source. That being that Trump himself knew that he had lost the election. Trump himself knew that his claims were illegitimate. Now, they can still pursue the case even if they don't have, yeah, there we go, ad break is here. The ad break is here. They can still pursue those charges, you know, that they've filed regardless, right? But if it's shown that Trump knew, because we've already seen that Trump was told, right, that he had no case. But what Mike Pence might be able to tell us is that Donald Trump himself knew that he had no case. And if that's the case, that puts a whole nother spin on all this stuff.
Dan is still on vacation, but I have a
It's the Living Out with Irene section. Yeah, exactly.
fantastic guest host with me today.
My favorite podcast here, Pod Save America.
Hysteria co-host. And
we already watched our Rachel Maddow for the day, so.
my pal, Alyssa Mastromonica.
Fabs, so
They were standing Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, no, I've
delighted to be here.
It's so great to have you in
we have
person,
little
no
news.
less.
Look, I dressed Trey, California for you. Have on my very
Wait, was that during 2020 or 2016?
old Led Zeppelin t-shirt from college.
You look like you.
Led Zeppelin.
But first, instead of us giving you regurgitated legal takes on the latest Trump indictment that we got from listening to Strict Scrutiny, we are joined by one of the show's hosts, the brilliant Leah Lippman. Leah, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so let's dive in. Donald Trump will be arraigned at the federal courthouse in D.C. today, obviously right after we record this. He's adding 4 felony charges to his growing collection. These are the most serious, all related to his attempt to steal the election he knew he had lost. Trump's campaign has responded with a statement comparing the indictment to persecution
Imagine thinking America is a
in
democracy.
Nazi Germany.
Yeah, it never has been.
And his lawyer, John Lauro, has been on cable news previewing his defense. Here he is on CNN.
Mr. Trump had the advice of counsel, Mr. Eastman, who was one of the most respected.
I'm the flower of warrior ethos. It is not that important to go do a socialize.
Constitutional scholars in the United States giving him advice and guidance. That's pure politics. You may disagree with it, and people have spirited arguments
Wait, is that some kind of localization meme?
About the law all the time, and that's why lawyers are in business. But we've never had a situation where a spirited debate about the Constitution has become a criminal case. What's going to happen when there's a Republican administration? Is there going to be an effort?
What's going to happen when we have all of our news served to us by skibbity toilets, right? Instead of just talking heads on the news, what's going to happen when they're talking heads coming out of the toilet singing skibbity bop bop, yeah, bop, yes, yes, skibbity bop bop, eh, eh.
Criminalize speech by Democrats? Is there going to be an effort to characterize something that a Democrat politician says that's not that doesn't meet some kind of truth standard at the Department of Justice? That's going to be the subject of a criminal indictment? We've now entered a constitutional abyss as a result of this indictment.
Just a spirited debate about the Constitution that resulted in flagpoles just being stuck into police officers.
Small.
That's usually what happens with spirited debates. Leah, I heard two arguments there. One,
I heard zero, so I'm curious.
Well, these are the two that have been floating around. One is an advice of counsel defense, where they plan to argue that Trump was just listening to his crazy lawyers. It's not Trump, it's his crazy lawyers. And two, this free speech argument that seems to be getting a disturbing amount of traction in the mainstream media. I saw a New York Times headline that was like, free speech versus, overthrowing the government. What would you say in response to each of those arguments?
Yeah. So on the first one, I mean, it's true that sometimes relying on the advice of counsel is a defense to crimes, at least where the crimes have like a specific intent requirement where you have to know that what you're doing is illegal or you have to know that what you're doing is false. The problem here is that he's relying on the advice of, sure, his counsel, who also happened to be co-conspirators in this entire criminal conspiracy. And he also knew that he was getting the advice of basically every sane person on the planet, including, sane Republicans in the administration, other lawyers in the administration who were telling him all of this is bullshit and you can't do it. And his response was basically, well, some other lawyers, right, are telling me this, so I'm just going to go ahead and pick the guys who are telling me I can do a coup and stay in power. And that's not really relying on the advice of counsel so much as picking the thing you want to do and finding some cover for doing it anyways. So that's on the advice of counsel bit. I just have to note that the fall...
Yeah, I mean, just like with that argument, as ridiculous as it is, and as much as I'm tempted to just not engage with it at all, I will say that it feels like some kind of dark triumph for civility politics. Civility as a virtue. And it over the concept of the rule of law. And in this case, the law we're talking about is the peaceful transfer of power, right? Now, we don't really have a democracy. We never have. We've had things that are dressed as a democracy, but there's always been different ways in which people are disenfranchised from that democracy and not really able to participate in it on an equal footing. Like the very nature of capitalism is thus, right? You can't really have a true democracy, even, a democracy, even a partial democracy in the presence of capitalism. It's absolutely the fox that eats all the hens in the hen house, right? You can't have both of them. You either have a fox or you have hens. You're not going to have both, right? But if we lose the concept of the peaceful transfer of power and it becomes about who has the ability to, through corrupt counsel and whatever else and violence to retain power, then that's a loss. That is easily a loss.
From one of the most respected constitutional lawyers in the United States to co-conspirator number 2 is really quite impressive. On the First Amendment defense, I mean...
They've also come out against free Medicare for all. They were doing this enlightened centrist thing when people gave them crap for it. I believe their response was, just because we aren't entirely for free Medicare, it doesn't mean that we're any less leftist. They're not even on the map for left. The people just seriously don't know what that means.
This was predictable. This has been a favorite argument of the conservative legal movement that they have used to basically dismantle campaign finance regulation as well as attempts to regulate political corruption. So it's not surprising, but it's bullshit. I mean, you don't have a First Amendment right to overthrow the results of a democratic election, nor do you have a First Amendment right to throw out legitimately cast votes and deny other people their civil rights. Like, the Constitution does not give you a right to violate the Constitution. That's not how this works.
Yeah, just like and Jack Smith.
Look, and the truth of the matter is this, right? The specter that's being raised there is the idea that if one president gets prosecuted, then the other side, when they're in charge next, they'll feel emboldened to prosecute their political enemies, right? But, I mean, that's kind of why we have separation of power. A president can, nominate a, director of the Justice Department, an attorney general. A president can nominate judges, right? But the idea is that the system is supposed to be somewhat resilient against somebody doing something like, say, Trump, I don't know, decides to, like Bernie, it wouldn't be Bernie, AOC's running against, Trump, and some later, Trump is president and AOC is running against her, and somehow Trump, puts her in jail, right? I mean, that's not really a power that the president currently has, right? So the sort of concern for that sort of thing, for this becoming like normalized, it's just not there. What we had was the proper proceedings of justice that normally don't happen to the super wealthy, happening to Trump because of just the sheer volume of laws that he's broken. Just the sheer audacity of Trump has finally caught up with him.
In the indictment, and like the first page or the second page,
yeah, despots, exactly, Rascal.
Like, Donald Trump is free to lie about the results of the election all he wants, and that's not why we're indicting him. It's that he used those lies to then try to throw out legally cast votes and keep himself in power.
Exactly.
So resistance hero Bill Barr said on CNN last night that he doesn't think the advice of counsel defense would work because he thinks that to make that argument, Trump would have to take the stand. Why is that?
Because it speaks to his own mind and what he thought he was doing and why he did what he did. And because that's an element of the crime that Trump would be basically disputing.
And I mean, no responsible lawyer at this point, considering Trump's testimony in the E. Jean Carroll case, no responsible lawyer would ever put Donald Trump on the stand in his own defense. This would be immensely detrimental to his own case.
If he said, well, I did this because I relied on counsel, then he would need to say that's why I did it, but that would require him to take the stand.
And that doesn't seem like it's ever going to happen.
Seems perilous.
Seems perilous. That would make for real entertainment, though.
I mean, that's all he's about.
The fact that it seems perilous, though, I think is another piece of evidence why this defense doesn't work. Because even though Jack Smith in the indictment said, he has a right to lie about the election all he wants, that's not actually true in all contexts. Like, he doesn't have a right to lie in court about what happened in the election. That's called perjury. You don't have a right to lie to federal officials. That is a federal crime. So there are contexts in which you cannot lie, and using lies to, again, throw out the results of a democratic election and legitimate votes just happens to be one of them.
You guys had a great bonus episode on Strict on the indictment right after it dropped, which everyone should check out. Now that you've had a little more time to sit with the document, how strong of a case do you think this is?
I think the indictment is one of the stronger indictments I have ever read, just in the overall theory it lays out, as well as in the specific pieces of evidence that it marshals in support of all of the elements of the crime. But I also think that there are things that are probably not included in the indictment that Jack Smith will be able to rely on, at any trial. In addition to all of the things in the indictment, there have been other reports about Trump telling people, basically, I know I lost and I'm embarrassed about that. And not all of that.
And that's what we're looking for from Mike Pence. Right? If they can get somebody to testify to that effect, that's a whole nother level.
It's included in the indictment, but that too would speak to whether he knew that what he was saying were lies.
What's your best guess as to why Jack Smith hasn't charged Trump's 6 co-conspirators yet?
My guess is he did a single person indictment just for efficiency to try to get this case to move along as quickly as possible. If he charged other people together in the same indictment, then that could lead to other delays and trying to coordinate between multiple defendants and figuring out whether to sever cases and have different trials for some of the charges. And so my best guess is this is an attempt to streamline the case to get it to proceed as expeditiously.
This is the toilet that's going skibbity, 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 and coming straight at you, right? Like, you know, like Jack Smith has got like the toilets in the back that are like all big and they're coming at you and they got lasers, but they're going to take a little bit to get there, right? They might not get there in time for the election, but then this is the toilet that's like going super fast. Oh my God. I love how I'm using skibbity toilets as a metaphor for these proceedings.
As possible, but that's just conjecture.
Jury nullification by a Trump loyalist is true.
On that note of timing,
they're probably going to try to go out of their way to eliminate anybody who might do that. But yeah, they can never know for sure, right, Fenvar?
what do you think the chances are this trial happens before the election? And do you think Trump's inevitable attempts to delay will work in this case?
I mean, he's already booked in March and he's already booked in May with other trials. And there is a real limit on how quickly, you can schedule a trial just because there has to be discovery conferences. There might need to be settlement negotiations. There will have to be disclosures of evidence. And so, my best guess is we're probably looking at summer or fall 2024. It's possible he tries to squeeze it in between March and May, or who knows, maybe really try to go January. But, there's a reason we are still seeing sentencing in the January 6th.
So I guess they're talking about like the fact that like you can't really require somebody to be in multiple places at once. Like Trump needs to be there for the trials can't go off too close together. Interesting.
Proceedings, right?
Yeah.
In the same district court. These cases take time.
You said something on the Strict bonus episode that is now keeping me up at night, which is that your pals on the Supreme Court might end up weighing in on this case. What's the argument you're worried about them making?
So they are the true elite strike force legal team, and that's all capitalized. And they are not above, beaming down some conspiracy shit from the motherboard that is the Supreme Court. I think there are different theories that they could embrace that we're worried about. One is they could narrowly interpret some of the statutes, like the general civil rights statute, to say that what Trump did here, attempting to throw out ballots, doesn't actually come within the ambit of the civil rights statute, either because, casting a vote doesn't qualify, as one of the civil rights protected by the statute, or maybe because, challenging these ballots doesn't count as a deprivation under the civil rights statute. I don't know what kind of hootenanny they will come up with, but they have adopted really strange interpretations of federal laws in order to narrow federal statutes dealing with political corruption. And then the second argument is the First Amendment argument. It is possible that they will narrowly construe the statute or say its particular application here is criminalizing constitutionally protected speech. And if you think that's strange, that hasn't stopped them before. They think that constitutionally protected speech, doesn't really include, unions and fair share public fees for unions. But it does include basically everything Republicans want to do, like spend a ton of corporate money in elections. So this is,
money is, donations are seen as free speech, right? Corporations are declared legal persons, and the interpretation, the right to free speech is applied to those persons. Since it's not a real person, you got to say, okay, so what does free speech mean? And the Supreme Court has decided donations. Take my free speech. Thank you, Paul Squall. I will.
The danger.
Oof.
Yikes.
Leah Littman, thanks as always for joining and for making us all smarter. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's see if we can find what about Pence?
This episode. All right, Alyssa, let's dig into the politics of Trump's third indictment.
Boy.
Because apparently Republican voters are cool with a frontrunner who's
I need to know about Pence.
78 felony counts deep, and most of his opponents have no idea what to do about that.
Well, and since he's 77, it's like 77 and one to grow on.
Yeah, I thought he was 70. We made a mistake on the last pod. We thought he was 78.
No, it's one to grow on.
One to grow on. I like that. So Ron DeSantis' first reaction was actually a tweet that said he hadn't read the indictment yet. He's seen reports. He hadn't read the indictment yet. But he thinks that Trump should only have to face a jury of people who voted for him. This is the Ron DeSantis argument.
A jury of your peers means your voters?
Donald Trump has now adopted this too, is that like DC juries don't count because there's too many Democrats in DC. So we only get to try cases now in red areas. That's the only fair trial. So that's cool. Tim Scott, right? He tells us he's running the
Hearing her accent reminds me of one of RM's sound bites. Every single person on the planet is gay.
optimistic, positive campaign. He's the hope and change guy for this race, right? He accused the Department of Justice of hunting Republicans. Vivek Ramaswamy said he would pardon Trump if he's convicted. But maybe the most interesting response came.
If Trump was convicted, he would pardon him if elected to president.
From Trump's vice president, Mike Pence, who provided damning evidence to Jack Smith and will probably end up testifying against his old boss. Let's listen.
But the American people deserve to know that President Trump and his advisors didn't just ask me to pause. They asked me to reject votes, return votes, essentially to overturn the election. Sadly, the president was surrounded by a group of crackpot lawyers that kept telling him what his itching ears wanted to hear. The president ultimately,
Mike Pence, he's such a writer.
Continue to demand that I choose him over the Constitution. That I chose the Constitution, and I always will.
Look, Mike, I'm sure Republican voters will reward you for that.
I really do believe that anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States.
All right, Alyssa, before we get into the Republican reactions, one of which we just heard, what was your reaction to the indictment?
I really do believe that anybody who has a sub should never be subject to the ad break, and luckily Twitch actually agrees with me on that.
No, it wasn't exactly a surprise, but what were your thoughts when you read that thing?
Okay, so first, I think DOJ's got the goods. Okay, I don't think...
By the goods, does she mean they've got Pence?
That they're going to come out with this if they aren't lock, stock, ready to go. Like, that was my reaction. One...
They're not going to Mueller this thing.
This is not a Mueller. This isn't Mueller light, right?
It's not Mueller time.
The other thing, couple things. I mean, Fabs, I just feel so seen. You know, like we feel so gaslit. We're like, no. We watched this happen on television. Like we watched this happen. It happened. Why? And for the past how many years, people have been like, but did it? But did it happen? And I think what DOJ is telling us is that it did happen, and that Donald Trump did sit in the Oval Office and not do anything for most of the day. And so that was really, and I think politically it's going to be super disruptive to the Republican primary.
Yeah.
I don't think it does much for Democrats. I don't think it does much for public discourse. But I think for the primary, I mean, think about it. Every single time these guys are running, they're going to be asked the question, like Pence was yesterday, well, what do you think? And the way that they parse their answer is going to get dodgier and spicier every single time.
Do you see the kind of tightrope that they're walking here? As a Republican candidate, you've got two elections in mind. Two elections that you've got to win if you want to be president, right? First election is the primary, and the right answer for the primary is I support Donald Trump. This is the witch hunt. This is the swamp. This is corruption, Hunter Biden, etc., right? And also, if I get elected, I'll pardon Donald Trump, right? That's ultimately what you've got to say to stay viable for Trump's voters should he, for whatever reason, not run, right? So you got to say one thing in the nomination process. The second election is the general election. And for the general election, the right answer is democracy comes first, political allegiance or whatever comes second. Like, right, Donald Trump broke the law and he should stand trial. Right? That's the correct answer for the general election is I am not with Trump. And so they're in a position where, do they risk saying one thing in the nomination and another thing in the general election? Do they stick to their guns and support Trump? Do they stick to their guns and oppose Trump? I mean, there's not a lot of good choices for them.
I will tell you that when I read it and just now...
Pence is the slickest person alive. He looks like he has a plastic layer protecting him from the weather and political opponents.
And Leah told us that her best guess for when the trial happens could be the fall of 2024. I got a bad feeling in my stomach. You and I always talk about the bad feelings in our stomach.
Yeah.
Because, pundits on cable, Twitter, whatever, they engage in a lot of hyperbole around these things, right? Stipulated. But I really do think this could be, the most important trial in American history.
Absolutely.
Certainly in the last 100 years. And it really is. I think there was a Slate headline. It's like Trump or democracy. And the fact that we are heading towards another election with Donald Trump as a potential winner of that election.
My God.
And right before that, he is going to trial. And I was trying to imagine, not to keep everyone up at night, imagine if he is acquitted in the fall of 2024 as he's heading into the final month and what that's going to look like.
So, and you know what I would think about that keeps me up at night? What if the trial ends, but the jury is still deliberating around election day?
Oh my! I mean, and
like,
it's like
it's not funny.
It's not funny, but no, and we have treated it in the last several weeks as like, plenty of jokes because you have to laugh, right? But it suddenly feels like we are back in a moment that is pretty high stakes.
Yeah, high stakes.
The highest stakes.
Yep.
And somewhat frightening. And it's like, look, and we're about to talk about
the highest stakes and the lowest frames.
the Republican reaction, but just watching these people try to defend this, and he didn't challenge the election results because he thought he won. He tried to overturn the election results because he knew he lost.
Also, if he thought that he won, if that is true, he is too prohibitively stupid to be president.
Right?
Like that's not a good argument either.
And to how you started this, like if he is either acquitted
Who are these libs? This is Pod Save America.
or he's not acquitted, but he wins the election and then pardons himself or does whatever
Oh my
he
God,
does
I
to
didn't
make
even
this
think
go.
about the fact he could pardon himself.
Oh, of course.
You're totally right.
And so if that happens after what we all saw on TV that day, like, I don't know what happens with this country. We're not
bananas.
a democracy anymore.
No,
I don't think that's an exaggeration.
No, it'd be catastrophic.
So most Republican voters seem to be supporting Trump, despite or because of these indictments, which is probably why we have candidates like DeSantis and Scott who can't even bring themselves to say that trying to overturn an election should disqualify you from being president, let alone land you in prison.
Right.
Land you in prison, right? Like, and Mike Pence. He didn't want to weigh in on the indictment itself, and he's been like, I don't know if it's criminalized, right? He took that right out. But at least Mike Pence said, of course someone who did this should never be president again.
Right.
And if you don't want to weigh in on the indictment and the legal,
And that's what makes me wonder what is is Pence gonna be a witness? Is he gonna turn state's witness on Trump?
process itself, for whatever reason.
I was just going by the Birkenstocks. Yeah, well, you called it.
There are plenty of good ones.
You called it.
You can at least say, if you are a fucking Republican, yes, of course, he tried to throw out people's votes.
Right.
Of course he shouldn't be president again.
Yeah, I don't know. I might starting earlier just because it's so hot now. And otherwise it gets overwhelmingly, oppressively hot in my room.
But they can't do that. We do have Chris Christie, Asa Hutchinson, Will Hurd, and now Mike Pence making that argument. Do you think it could start changing some minds if a few more candidates join in? Or are these guys just going to do the right thing, the ones I just mentioned, and end up getting 1%?
No.
No, there's always going to be people who are calculating either one of two strategies, right? And they both rely on doing the same thing. One strategy is I want to inherit Donald Trump's voters when his candidacy explodes. When it sinks, I want to be the ship that all the rats climb onto, right? Second strategy is I think that Donald Trump is in this for the long haul, and when he wins the nomination, I want to be his vice president, right? So if you're in there, you're soaking up votes away from Ron DeSantis, and you're saying Trump did nothing wrong, maybe he'll pick you as a vice.
Here's the problem with all of this, is that they were such chicken shits for the past...
You like it when ladies wear Birkenstocks?
Since January 6th happened.
Yeah.
Since Hang Mike Pence was being chanted, it took him, if I'm a Republican who is low-key MAGA, right? Like, I'm like maybe a little on the fence.
MAGA curious.
Just imagine me with a MAGA hat.
I'm MAGA adjacent. I think that, to me, I'm like, okay, profiles encourage. You came out now that you're a candidate. Now that you personally benefit from him having done the wrong thing.
Oh, because Birkenstocks take the exact shape of your foot.
Right? And so it seems smarmy, it seems like, okay, good for you. I think that for them, I don't know that there's a lot of upside, to being honest, at this point. I think if someone had taken on Trump a year or two ago, they might have been able to change hearts and minds. But now I think they're just picking up whatever low-hanging fruit there is for them in the fundraising world.
I do agree that a lot of this sudden, burst of courage here is self-serving for these folks. And motivations are complex. I could buy that they are ashamed of how they kept quiet in the past, and now, you know what?
Right. Cool.
It's not on us to
talk
judge.
to your therapist.
Who knows what's going on in their heads, right? I like the fact that there are some Republicans out there making this case.
Yeah.
Because I do think that our attention spans and memories are as short as they've ever been because the internet has broken our brains. And so there
Right.
are probably a lot of people who, I mean, even me, right? Like I'm a political news junkie. I read that indictment and you're like, oh yeah, a lot of this was in the January 6th committee report, and we
Totally.
saw it on TV, but I forgot how bad it is.
That's true. That's a really good point.
And so I do think if you have a bunch of Republicans, and, you know, Bill Barr last night was on CNN, and he's like, yeah, this indictment is
But
the right indictment.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
Don't you think that the arguments they're making are more compelling to us than they are Republicans?
Oh, for sure.
That we're sitting here giving them credit for, you know, a little bit, a smidgen, a
Yeah.
morsel of credit. But that to people who are maybe not so pro-Biden, they're like, you know, that Chris Christie's got something to say, and he's right about this. And, you know, also worth remembering, all of these people were for the travel ban and everything terrible, and that this president stood up and was like, bleach can cure COVID, and they were silent.
I know.
So I would like them to remember that too.
I was thinking about that one specifically with Chris Christie as I was listening to his interview with Lovett, which I thought Lovett did a great job.
Which
but
was
I was
terrific.
Like, was terrific.
Oh my God.
But I was like, wow, what?
It behooves me to mention at this point, apropos of nothing, that in 3 minutes there's going to be another ad break, right? So we've got an ad break coming up. If you don't have a little icon by your name, you'll be served an ad for 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's kind of annoying. It's kind of disruptive, right? If you don't want to be annoyed and disrupted like that, you can use a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can hook it up to your Twitch and get a free sub out of that. You can pay $5 on a desktop or $6 on mobile to buy yourself a Twitch sub, or, you know, if you're lucky enough, if you want to roll those dice, you might be gifted a sub, but it's going to happen more likely if you're more active in chat. So
What were you thinking when he did the drink bleach to cure COVID thing?
Right.
Is that something that you like? But no, I take that point for sure. I just think that, like,
the libs might become self-aware.
we talked about this Tuesday, but there's like, we see in the New York Times poll, there's like 37% of the Republican Party who is like, Trump, ride or die.
Right.
They like the indictments. They like January 6th. Right?
Yeah, they're like, take my money for your legal fees.
Right, they're like, he should have overturned the election. He
Right.
won. That's all great. So those people, obviously, their minds are made up. Then there's like a group of, I'm not going to vote for Trump. There's like 25% of the party. Then there's like this group of persuadable voters in the middle,
Right.
who probably have some pretty, in our view, shitty conservative positions on a
Yeah.
lot of issues, but may think that, like, yeah, you know what? The election was rightfully decided.
But here's my question. There is such a delta in polls anyway between where Trump is and where, you know, DeSantis is,
Right.
for example, that even like I feel like so much would have to change for it to really matter.
That's totally right. And it has to, and that change starts with one of these fucking people opening their mouths and
Right.
saying something, right? Because
Right.
there is this chicken or egg problem where, like, if you're Ron DeSantis and you're his dumb strategist, you're like sitting around and you're like, you know what? Here's the polls. Here's what people believe about Trump.
Right.
They think that he was right. They think he won the election. They're back behind him. So you can't talk about.
Hey, here's my take on this, right? I don't know whether to blame their failed analysis on their liberal politics or what, but I think that if every single candidate in the Republican primary, currently in the Republican primary, were to say, hey, guess what? Donald Trump is guilty, right? He lost. He knew it. He tried to retain power anyway. This guy should never be president again. I don't think it would hurt Trump. I do not think it would hurt Trump. In fact, I know that it wouldn't hurt Trump in the primary, right? Whether there might be some effect of like, let's say DeSantis, Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy, everybody in the Republican Party that's running flipped on him, said he's guilty, he's dangerous, right? Maybe their voters, some portion of their voters might then not vote for him in the presidential election. But nobody that's currently going to vote for Trump, you know, which is enough for him to win in the primary, none of those people are going to change their minds.
You can't criticize him for this indictments because the base will not be
Yeah,
with you.
right. Exactly, Morgan. It would hurt them, not him. There's the
DeSantis
ad.
is like, well, I want to be president, so of course I'll follow that. And if everyone
There's
does
the
that,
ad.
then what information are those voters consuming? They're consuming a bunch of people who are like, you know what, those indictments are trash, and Joe Biden's going after Donald Trump, and it's a two-tiered system of justice, and blah, blah, blah. And so, like, if no one ever says anything because they're worried about the base, then the base is going to continue to think what they think.
Well, right, but also the base isn't really going to change what they think.
Yeah, well, that's true.
You know, for someone like DeSantis, I am shocked that he's not trying to go out. They're so dancing on the head of a pin with everything they're saying that it's like you're not going to get the people who are giving their life savings to Trump so he can pay his lawyers. But if he were honest, he might get some people who are like, you know what? Ron DeSantis believes all the crazy shit I believe, but he's not going to go to jail.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, don't they want someone who like might not go to jail? Like if I'm Ron DeSantis, that's my campaign. I'm Trump, but I'm not going to prison. That would be, pay me Ron DeSantis. That's my strategy.
But you are absolutely right that for these cases that they're making now against Trump, to the extent that some Republicans are, for them to carry any weight, it would have been a lot better for those cases to be made right after January 6th, when, you know, a couple of Republican senators voted to convict, and that was about it. And Mitch McConnell said, oh, well, we're not going to vote to impeach because there's the legal system to take care of that. Well, here we are. Here's the legal system taking care of it. I wonder what Mitch McConnell says about that. I wonder what all the other Republicans say about that, who are like, oh, let the legal system take care of it. We don't want to impeach him right now. All right, so we have talked on this podcast a few times about the scheduling issues that might arise for a presidential candidate who may be facing 3 or 4 criminal trials in the middle of the campaign. But you are the perfect person to ask about this, since you are the mastermind behind several presidential campaigns. How do you go about planning a campaign when it's possible that the candidate might be in court as a criminal defendant for weeks or even months? Like, what do those scheduling meetings sound like?
Favs. Okay, you and I have been in so many planning meetings together. My eyes are tearing up right now just at how funny these meetings would be. Let's start top line before we get into mechanics.
Yeah.
Okay, the planning meetings. Imagine, my eyes are tearing. You and I were sitting around a meeting and we're like, okay, look, Obama's on trial. And, okay, here are the beats for the day. All right, what's the walk-in picture look like? Like, what's the perp walk? How are we going to get him in through a basement? Okay, they're going to be releasing the sketch artist photos. How are we responding? Is he going to do a press conference after the trial, after the date concludes? How are we going to raise money off of this? Like, okay, these are the things, like the macro questions that you're answering. And then...
Is there going to be an OTR outside the courtroom
Are we going to stop by and throw paper towels at people who don't need them? You know, like, what are we doing? And then you get into, like, how the campaign actually functions. And the thing about Trump that I think is so sad for him, really, is that something that will be so critically important to him will be surrogates, right?
Yeah.
Now, loath as I am to say it, the best surrogate he ever had was Ivanka, right?
Yeah.
Well, she's done the Homer Simpson, like, backed into the bush, like, I never did anything, I'm not political, blah, blah, blah. But then you have, you have I am the eldest boy, and you have I am the lesser eldest boy, and they're just, like, not that persuasive.
Yeah.
But then for actual Republicans, if you're doing the surrogates, it's like, who are the people who would really go out there and walk the plank for him, right? You've got Matt Gaetz, you've got Marjorie Taylor Greene, but, like, even sort of, like, kind of intense Republicans think they're fucking awful. So who's out there making the case for him when the whole point, right, is this period between now and election days? Like, how are you persuading voters? It feels like he has a real ceiling, right? That it's going to be incredibly hard for him to get past. And as a campaign, who are the people who can help you bring, another fringe into the tent? And, like, I think that they don't have.
That's such a liberating thing to say, right? Actual Republicans. The actual Republicans are the MAGA Republicans. People still seem to think that the whole country, apparently including the Republican Party, can go back to brunch again. And it's just not going to happen, right? They need to accept that the actual Republicans who actually exist are Trump voters. And if they're not, they're DeSantis voters. They are not the moderate Republicans that some libs wish that they were.
So it's sad that Ivanka...
There's not going to be a return to that form. There's no energy there. There's no juice there. There's no support there. There's no people there. All there are is pundits, right? And pundits, at the end of the day, if they're not representing anybody, don't matter.
Ditched him. But, like...
It's a great point because, it's funny as you were saying that. We think about surrogates first, because we have run Democratic campaigns, and we have run those campaigns without a giant propaganda media machine
Right,
on
fair,
our side.
right.
So I do think when you ask that question, I think all the people you mentioned are like sort of, you know, but he's going to have Fox and he's going to have Ben Shapiro and he's going to have the entire conservative movement
True.
and the right-wing media machine on his side. And what they're going to be doing is poor Donald Trump was persecuted in court again today.
Right.
And there's Joe Biden and he stumbled over a word and he's too old to be president.
No.
And meanwhile, his
It's going to be about Hunter. They're still going to resurrect. The Hunter thing went so south on them, right? To the point where Jim Jordan won't even talk about it anymore. They're just kind of backing away from it. But yeah, they were going hard in the paint on Hunter. They were, you know, they're still trying to sell this Biden crime family thing.
Department of Justice is like attacking Donald Trump. So that's probably what they'll do. The timing thing is interesting because I'm trying to figure out, like, I guess the best case scenario for Donald Trump is that he wraps up the nomination in February after South Carolina or Super Tuesday in early March. And then that period, which is sort of, I don't want to call it the dead period because we were all very busy during that period all the time. But there's a period between then and the conventions in the summer where the campaign's a little bit quieter. And then he gets all the trials done in that period, I guess.
But it's like, how does this happen? You know, like, are they talking to the Presidential Commission on Debates? Like, hey, so let's work out the dates for provided he agrees to a debate, of course.
May not.
But are they sitting around being like, okay, well, like, imagine not even the Trump campaign, but like the Presidential Commission on Debates being like, okay, guys, so we've got Trump's in court these days.
What about the RNC? What about the convention?
It is.
How are they going to plan a
Trump, a well-known playboy, lib, shady real estate salesman, runs a white nationalist campaign and seizes control of the GOP. Only the people in New York seem to remember who he actually is, and here we are now. Yeah.
A Republican convention
I mean,
if the
honestly,
guy who's going to give the nominating speech is in court that day?
Well, the funny thing, think about it. It's like, are they going to just be like, okay, planes waiting at Dulles, we're flying him straight. He will literally coming to you live from the courthouse steps potentially, you know, for his speech. Actually, it's kind of a genius idea.
I know. I know. Well, you and I were talking about when he was arraigned in Florida.
Yeah.
And then he went to Versailles.
Right.
Afterwards, which is a like very famous Cuban bakery restaurant, and he did an OTR, which is an.
Do you remember this one? He goes in there, he promises to pay for everybody's meal, and then he leaves without paying for anything.
It's an off the record.
Stop.
Meaning that they don't announce it to the press so that you can go in if you're the candidate with less security. And we were both like, this is bullshit, but also as professionals, as political professionals, pretty smart.
I was into it.
And I do think what he's going to do, and he's going to have to figure out how to calibrate this, but he's going to do the whole like, go to a rally after his day in court and be
absolutely.
like, I was just there
They
fighting
can't stop
the
me.
deep state,
They can't
and
stop
there
me.
I was, and blah, blah. And look, that's going to work with his people. In a general election setting, or like rando normie voters who just casually tune into the news, going to be like, okay, there he is in court, and now he's doing a rally, joking about his court thing. Like, how is that going to land with them?
Like normie voters, as you call them. I think they kind of start getting real down to brass tacks. Like,
Especially in the fall.
I think this is when people start asking questions, you know, at the grocery store among their neighbors, like, can he be president from jail?
Right, and is that a good idea?
That seemed bad.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I don't know that I don't think that argument or that line of questioning gets people to vote for Biden.
They don't get that Trump voters are not invested in the sustainability of our political institutions. They don't get that the initial impulse to vote for Trump in the first place is like a misguided thumb in the eye of the establishment, right? So if you ask these people, do you want to throw the country into a constitutional crisis by electing a president that's in jail? They're gonna be like, cool, right? That's not an art.
I think it just keeps people from voting.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that. So our buddy Dan is on vacation, but he's still writing message boxes.
I got my message box in my inbox, and I was like, go on vacation, dude. But then I was glad he wrote it because he always clarifies my thoughts.
He's on a family vacation. The kids are there. I think he's got Holly's parents and his parents there. He's got a lot going on. He's writing message boxes still. God love him. Dan's his latest argues that not only will this indictment hurt Donald Trump in a general election, but that it will hurt the entire Republican Party as well. Basically, because this indictment is different. The documents didn't really implicate the rest of the party. The hush money didn't really implicate the rest of the party. Those were like Donald Trump crimes. This is one where there are quite a few Republican senators and members of Congress who voted to overturn the results as well and are still defending him. What do you think of Dan?
He does seem to have like the opposite of coattails, right? And if he runs, even more so.
Dan's argument. Are you as optimistic as Dan famously is?
I was like, Dan had some Mai Tais before he wrote this. No, I'm just kidding, Dan. No, I think that he is right, that the big lie is an anvil around the neck of these people. I think that this hurts in general. I think that Trump suffers less than House, Senate, and local candidates, Republican, do. Because I think that if you bring things down, like, look, I go to the local debates up in my area. I love to listen to a good town hall.
Nice.
And I think that things are still local-ish. And I think that when people start debating local issues and, a Democrat has a good answer and maybe a Republican has a good answer, but then a local news broadcaster asks a Republican, so tell me, we all saw people storm the Capitol. Were they really on vacation? I think that it gets harder and harder to answer those questions with a straight face when you remove the questions from a Trump versus Biden on Fox News debate. I think that locally it gets harder and harder for them to answer questions, and they just start,
Chat, we've stumbled upon a time capsule from, 2015 or something. I don't know. I'm starting to feel woozy. Let's see what Brian Tyler Cohen has to say about this whole Trump arraignment. Not very happy, is he? I can't do it. Like that, kind of? That's like a face you don't see a lot, in public by a public figure.
Well, thank you very much. This is a very sad day for America.
Very sad day.
And it was also very sad driving through Washington, D.C.
Very sad.
And seeing the filth and the decay and all of the broken buildings.
The filth? Is he talking about people?
And walls and the graffiti.
Is that what he...
This is not...
Like with Trump, that's what makes me... That's my first guess.
The place that I left. It's a very sad thing to see it. When you look at what's happening, this is a persecution of a political opponent.
The saddest of days. I have the most sad days of America.
This was
it's the demon rats. Yeah.
Never supposed to happen in America. This is the persecution of the person.
A wealthy person being threatened with legal consequences that go beyond fines? No, not in America.
Person that's leading by very, very substantial numbers.
In the most substantial
the Republican primary and leading Biden by a lot. So if you can't beat him, you persecute him, or you.
I have the closest thing is I've seen a poll that has them neck and neck as far as the popular vote goes. That's the best poll I've seen for Donald Trump.
Prosecute him. We can't let this happen in America. Thank you very much.
Do you want these trials to happen before the 2024 election?
This is Donald Trump in the aftermath of his arrest and arraignment in Washington, D.C., where he pleaded not guilty to 4 charges related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. This marks his 3rd indictment, although likely not his last, as the law and order president finally learns what law and order actually means. As for his statement here, first of all, it really is amazing how the guy can't help himself. He has to find a way to shit on either Democrats or Joe Biden, in this scenario by claiming that Washington, D.C. is completely unrecognizable, as if things are only now bad because of Biden and that the world simply cannot function without Donald J. Trump, which might be a nice fairy tale that he tells himself, but let's remember, when Donald Trump left office, the city that he left was completely locked down because of a certain someone deciding to incite an insurrection to the U.S. Capitol, not to mention contending with a pandemic that was still raging because that same certain someone decided to pretend that COVID was all a hoax that could be cured with disinfectant. So it's a nice revisionist history to say that Washington, D.C. was a utopia on January 20th, 2021, but that city was contending with major issues unilaterally because of him. And then, of course, when he's done with the self-aggrandizement, we enter the victimhood stage. He claims that his prosecution is the persecution of a political opponent, which is interesting because Joe Biden did not indict Donald Trump. The Democrats did not indict Donald Trump. No politician indicted Donald Trump. The indictment was returned by a jury of everyday Americans based off the evidence, of which there is an absolute ton. That is why Trump is being prosecuted. But he's pretending that this is a persecution because he lacks the capacity to take responsibility for his own actions, because something party of personal responsibility. He then says this is happening to the person who's leading by very substantial numbers, suggesting that the only reason he's facing prosecution is because he's the leading candidate for the Republican nomination. And this is a common refrain for Trump, wherein he frames being held accountable for his own crimes as if he's the victim of some political ploy.
Again, this is what I'm seeing with Trump and with Tate, right? It boggles my mind that even somebody as privileged and wealthy as either of them would think that they could do this much crime this brazenly for this long without anything happening. And so it makes me think, well, they want something to happen. This is a social media strategy, but I guess it makes more sense in Trump's case than in Andrew Tate's case, right? Andrew Tate, is going to come up against, it looks like Romanian law, and face some real consequences. Already kind of has faced consequences as far as the jail time earlier, right? But Trump, does, I guess, have the possibility of deferring his problems to the rest of America through a constitutional crisis, which who knows where it could take us, right? I mean, I don't want to tell you that's going to happen, because right now it looks most likely that Trump will not be elected, if he gets to he's nominated, right? He's not looking strong for the presidential election, but anything could happen, and nobody knows how a court will look on a president trying to pardon himself.
By the Democrats. He's basically suggesting that he isn't allowed to be prosecuted while he's a candidate because any prosecution for anything can be just chalked up to election interference. Because after all, the prosecution itself may have an impact on voters' decisions. So no candidate can be held accountable, meaning if you, I don't know.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, this is just Trump playing the refs.
Set a building on fire or mug someone on a street corner or even murder someone, all you got to do is declare your candidacy for office and you immediately have a legal force field around you. And if any prosecutor dares try to prosecute you, then all you have to do is wail election interference and you're in the clear, because after all, once you're a candidate, you are no longer subject to laws. Sound legit? Didn't think so. And then of course Trump ends here by saying this.
This is the persecution of the person that's leading by very, very substantial numbers in the Republican primary and leading Biden by a lot. So if you can't beat him, you persecute him or you prosecute him.
That Trump is leading Biden by a lot, and that if you can't beat him, you prosecute him. Biden
persecute him or prosecute him, but sure.
Already beat Donald Trump. I get that he perceives himself as some unbeatable force, but the last time Biden ran against him, 7 million more Americans cast ballots for Biden over Trump. And not only that, Donald Trump has been responsible for election losses party-wide for years. In 2018, Democrats won the House by the biggest midterm margin in history. In 2020, Biden beat Trump himself by 7 million votes, held the House, and flipped the Senate. And in 2022, a year that was supposed to be some huge red wave year for Republicans, Democrats still retained the Senate and only lost the House by a historically narrow 5-seat margin. Every single Secretary of State and gubernatorial candidate running in a swing state on Trump's MAGA agenda lost, every one of them. Arizona now has a Democratic governor and 2 Democratic senators for the first time in 72 years. The Pennsylvania House just flipped to Democrats for the first time in over a decade. Michigan Democrats took full control of the state government for the first time in 40 years. I can go on and on, but the point is clear. The suggestion that Trump is some unbeatable force of nature would be more effective if it hadn't been debunked in literally...
I mean, it's not that he was ever a juggernaut or, even a good candidate, right? I don't think he was. I think that 2016 was one of the best years he could have run in, and that he was up against somebody that was historically bad at politics in 2016.
Every election for the last 6 years. And of course, Trump's insane statements didn't stop there. He also took to Truth Social, writing, "Considering the fact that I had to fly to a filthy, dirty, falling apart, and very unsafe Washington, D.C. today, and that I was then arrested by my political opponent who was losing badly to me in the polls, crooked Joe Biden, it was a very good day." Again, he flew into a city that he left on lockdown the last time he was in it. He was arrested by a Department of Justice that had secured an indictment from a jury of regular, everyday Americans because of crimes that he made the conscious decision to commit, knowing full well that they were illegal. And finally, the fact that Donald Trump is framing his third indictment in just a couple of months as a good day is an inadvertent admission about how he actually perceives the rule of law. Not for nothing, but if I got indicted once, much less 3 times, I'm pretty sure the last thing I'd call it would be a good day.
Oh yeah, you're right, Fiverr. So yeah, Trump, the GOP set the table for him. The GOP cultivated a anti-intellectual base, right? They encouraged that thinking, they encouraged that behavior. They've got it's almost political now to say that college, even getting a bachelor's is BS, right? I mean, literally it can be if you get a bachelor's of science, but that's not what they mean. They mean it's completely worthless and useless and pointless. And that's because if you do get a bachelor's degree from a lot of universities, you might start to develop some kind of critical thinking skills. And that is going to preclude you from any of their any of their appeals.
But then again, I'm not a psycho criminal whose sole function in life is to avoid accountability for my own actions. But of course, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I say to debunk Trump's lies, because as far as he's concerned,
spies intellectuals, where have we heard that before?
None of this is about the truth. It is about perpetuating a narrative that he thinks will help him. He thinks that if he can convince...
It is about the 3/4 of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in, 8 minutes? Yes, in 8 minutes, if you don't have an icon by your name, you will be served a 1 minute and 30-second ad, maybe even more than one ad, probably more than one ad, probably several ads against your will. There'll be nothing you can do but sit there and watch them, right? And that is something that you will be only able to get out of with a sub. So you can do that in several ways. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it up to Twitch. You can get a free sub that way. If you have $5, you can spend it to get yourself a sub. Or if you are feeling lucky, right, and neither of those solutions work for you, you might get gifted a gift sub, but it's more likely to happen if you are active in chat.
People that he's the victim of some
Does he look...
unseemly persecution, that he can
illegal
curry favor in the next election and become the next president, and then use the levers of government to withdraw what would be his DOJ from prosecuting him. That's the plan. That's his Hail Mary play. Remember, Trump has no defense here. Jack Smith has him dead to rights. Trump's own former officials have nearly all conceded that Trump is screwed. The witnesses against him are almost all Republicans. The only move for Trump here to avoid prosecution is by installing his lackeys to the very department that's prosecuting him. Leave it to this stalwart of corruption to try and will the most corrupt option into existence. So you should absolutely expect more lies from Trump, because after all, this is what landed him here in the first place. If Trump was capable of telling the truth, he wouldn't be facing at least 3 indictments, if not more to come. If he was capable of telling the truth, he wouldn't have needed to pressure state officials to invent imaginary votes. If he was capable of telling the truth, he wouldn't have needed to summon state legislators to the White House. If he was capable of telling the truth, he wouldn't have needed to lean on useless garbage lawsuits that went nowhere. If he was capable of telling the truth, he wouldn't have needed to pressure the vice president into unilaterally anointing him the winner of an election that he lost. But Trump isn't capable of telling the truth, and he never was. So expect the lies, expect the obfuscations, and expect the incitements to violence, because these are his only tools. And they're the tools for which he is currently being tried in federal court. So he can employ these things at his own risk, but he's about to learn that there are consequences for his own actions. And while he may entertain the rubes in his Republican base with these lies, something tells me the jury won't be quite as forgiving.
Oh my god, that was like a tour de force. That's how BTC delivers his videos. Anyway, this is his channel if you want to check it out.
I guess sort of like give us a sense of where we're going then with this. I mean, if Donald Trump wins, I've heard you say, and I tend to agree with you, like there is no incentive.
You're so libbed up. Well, get ready to, I don't know, is this gonna lib, this is maybe a little bit of a lib down. Maybe Sam and Emma are slightly less.
For him not to go further. Like he was, he did the subtle plan this time around, which was pretty explicitly trying to throw the election. if he wins again, he's probably learned his lesson that maybe I shouldn't be so subtle.
Well, that's, I think, pretty clear. He's already been making speeches about what he plans to do if he's president. And he's very explicit in essentially saying that he intends to overwhelm the other branches of government, essentially turn the executive branch into a sole ruling branch of government, and that he intends to be able to fire anyone in government who he wants to.
That was something they actually set up on their way out last time, was to institute a mechanism in which to sort of undercut civil service rules.
Right. Yeah, and essentially what he's been outlining in his speeches is a straight up recipe for a full-on autocracy revolving around the executive branch. And and he's been pretty, unapologetic in making this.
Where does popularity come in? Because a lot of times, I saw an interview with you actually where the interviewer was like, well, Ron DeSantis is popular in Florida. Well, so how could he be an authoritarian? How could he could be fashy? And where, what role does that popularity play in this? And also, how do we go from 49% of the country, or 48% of the country, 47% of the country supported Donald Trump, and he won because of the Electoral College and, by 60, 70,000 votes over the course of 3 states. And now he's basically become a dictator. I mean, in some ways, I guess, I don't even know why, today we just had what happened in Israel. I mean, on top of the what I would consider, and I'm not alone in this, an apartheid state for the Israeli Jewish population, they're starting to see it's taken another step now. The authoritarian sort of I would say fasci rule that has been ruling over Palestinians is now crossed sort of some type of threshold where it's now we're going to do this amongst the Israeli Jews who are not, ultra nationalist or, ultra orthodox. And they have now gotten rid of essentially the independent judiciary. It's still there, still functioning, but they can be overridden at any time by an existing government, almost definitionally, because you need
I need to get the specifics on that. I was kind of curious how that works, because it sounded like Israel was kind of headed to its own constitutional crisis with this latest development.
1%. And is that how it happens? This incrementalism? I mean, presumably the Israeli government was popular. That's how they got elected.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, I think, I remember Milton Meyer's book, They Thought They Were Free, which is about the descent of Germany into full-on fascism and how it happened incrementally. It happened in small, tiny steps that, nobody felt like opposing at the time because it felt so small. And each time, each increment just...
Israel doesn't have a constitution, so it's not an issue.
Kept building and building the thing. And that's certainly what we've been seeing in the United States.
I guess it's not that's true. It definitely wouldn't be a constitutional crisis if there's no constitution. But is there a question at this point of the judiciary being frozen out?
With these very small incremental steps that hollow out our democracy from within. And this includes, the noxious influence of extreme wealth in our political system and in the information system. But also, it's one of those things that it's a popularity doesn't mean that it's not authoritarian. If authoritarianism is popular itself, and that's certainly what we're seeing happen both in, Florida, as well as in Texas, as well as in Idaho, where an authoritarian style of ruler, basically an autocratic ruler, is popular for his
Yeah, there's that ad break I was telling you about.
for being autocratic.
What happened?
That doesn't mean that that it's a democratic thing. It's rather the opposite, that they are overwhelmed.
Basically, it puts Israeli soldiers at risk because Israel having that legitimacy of our Supreme Court has let us dodge international issues. But if the government will overrule stuff from the court and go on with illegal settlements, even the court was throwing out, yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It definitely does reek of illegitimacy, and I mean that's how it would be seen in on a stage of international issues. That puts Israeli soldiers at risk to be sued in The Hague.
Overwhelming the ability of all members of society to have a say. I mean, the whole point of democracy is to empower every single person in society with some level of political power. And when that...
They also covered, I guess there was a meeting recently between Netanyahu and Modi that seemed like, disturbing in that you got some of the same issues and I guess the same set of perceived enemies between those two governments.
That is, when an autocracy overwhelms it, then that means, all of these, particularly minority groups, are going to be just overwhelmed and facing all kinds of, persecution as well as oppression. And this, we're certainly seeing this with the LGBTQ community in Florida. That's, not a not insubstantial part of the Florida population is actually at risk of being overwhelmed by Ron DeSantis's authoritarianism.
And we saw them start sort of like with immigrants, and it's just moving, almost like through some type of list as to, who is the most disempowered, and then after we've dealt with them, who is the next most disempowered or marginalized or vulnerable or whatever it is at that time.
Yeah, well, that's always been part of the dynamic, because we've talked about eliminationism before, Sam, and how it works, and that certainly is one of the sort of threads that runs through all this rhetoric, and part of the right-wing authoritarian mentality is that they see themselves as heroes. They are always going to be heroic, and this is true of every one of these.
And ironically enough, it justifies all the villainous things they do.
Individuals. It's certainly true of every right-wing extremist that I've ever talked to, as well as every right-wing far-right terrorist that I've ever studied. They all see themselves as heroic, as being heroes out to save society. And part of the dynamic of heroism is that they have to, you can't be a hero there's no hero without being an enemy. There has to be an enemy. And so they frequently concoct their enemies out of whole cloth, whether it's, communists in the 60s and 70s, or immigrants in the early 2000s, or more recently, it's Antifa, the big Antifa boogeyman,
no, you gotta say
as well
it right.
as
it's Antifa.
More recently, the critical race theory, and now
that's what I was going to ask you. Is like, what do you say to people who like, well, you're talking about these like small groups of so-called authoritarians, but what about wokeism? Isn't that a huge authoritarian movement? What's your response to that?
That's the IGW
It's not authoritarian.
answer. We're always talking about the authoritarianism on the right, but who's ever talking about the authoritarianism of wokeism?
Functional. It's
the woke dictatorship.
Shaming.
Well, why isn't wokeism authoritarian?
Well, for one thing, it doesn't attempt to.
But you put Dylan Mulvaney on a beer can. That's authoritarian.
Wield the power of the state, and on behalf of their beliefs. And secondly, It's not meant to oppress a single class of people. Rather, it's meant to, the whole point of wokeism is to defend oppressed minority classes, or what they call wokeism. I mean, I've been trying to get them to been trying to figure out what the definition of woke is, and the best I can come up with
when you see it though.
That it's just basic common decency is what I think it is, but that's the way I was raised. So,
David Nauert, real pleasure to have you on the program. The book is The Age of Insurrection: The Radical.
I read a lot of the indictment as a lib.
I feel like we skipped the Andrew Tate. Does everybody know that Andrew Tate had a conversation with Candace Owens?
A lib moment for me, but it's a massive moment. It really is. I don't know how much it changes things electorally. We'll have to see that play out. But the indictment,
I kind of feel like that's beside the point, and people rush to that a little bit too much. Like, how is this going to play? Like, and even people that act like they're above electoral politics, I'm like, oh, well, it's not going to. That's not the question right now. The question is like, yeah, guys close to the president were saying, hey, let's steal this thing and then use the Insurrection Act to put down riots.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we have to reckon with the moment outside of the electoral politics element, which is that this is a historic indictment. It's frustrating that it took the January 6th committee to get this going. I mean, Merrick Garland could have started this process a lot earlier, but Jack Smith, I mean, a lot of legal experts have called it a masterclass. I don't have the authority or understanding to speak to that specifically, but from my reading of it, it was very effectively laid out. What I found to be the most kind of poignant elements were the lists of the numbers of times that Trump, Giuliani, and the other co-conspirators were told that their claims were false and how they pressed forward regardless. It also appears as if not naming the co-conspirators just yet is part of a strategy to get Trump prosecuted more quickly. Because once charges are brought against the other co-conspirators, then the cases become intertwined. That could bog down the process. And so essentially, it seems like they're trying to get this in before the convention, which is in July in 2024. And another thing that experts have pointed out is that the allegations can be applied to all counts, which expedites the trial because it essentially streamlines the process. I'm not sure how much Sam went over.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's silly, like, when I put it in terms of they've got the fastest skibbity toilet heading right towards Donald Trump, but that's what I meant by that, right? This seems to be a case that is being prosecuted in a way that is gonna yield the best results as far as speed. It doesn't mean that it'll happen before the Republican convention. It doesn't mean that it'll happen before the election, but it has the best chance of doing so.
But really what stuck out to me yesterday was, or on Tuesday when reading this, is like the moment where co-conspirator 4, Jeff Clark, who was terrifyingly close to being Attorney General, he would have been acting AG if there was not this internal revolt telling the deputy White House counsel that they would use the Insurrection Act, deploying troops against anti-Trump protesters in order to stay in power. That's what indicates a plan, and that's what we zeroed in on yesterday. That's a coup attempt. Okay, yeah. I mean, that was the scariest part for me, at least.
Yeah, I mean, and to see people being like, well, if you actually prosecute.
Yeah, that's a good point, Finvar. It's not Trump. It's Trumpism. It's like a mentality that, in some ways, enabled him. Like, it's not like it created him. In fact, well, I mean, I guess you could say that it's the lane that he found, right? But it's not like he's not of this world of the anti-intellectual, right-wing, reality-free voter, right? That's the Trump coalition right there. That's the Trump base. And it's still going to exist whether Trump, is in jail or whatever.
Trump for this stuff, it might lead to riots because people don't trust the institutions. Probably the bigger threat to that is some a conspiracy to retain power and then use the Insurrection Act to put down riots they expect because they know they cheated.
Yeah, exactly. That is such pedantry, frankly. And it's just like general sneering at liberals or kind of MSNBC types who are up in arms about this or who are fawning at the historic moment. You can find that cringy and then also be clear that this is a historic moment.
I think it's cringier by far to do what Greenwald's doing than what resistance libs are doing at this point.
Well, and the other thing that stuck out too, I just want to say is like that Trump and Giuliani were calling senators to lobby them at 6 p.m. on January 6th after the break-in and the violence and the riots were well underway at this point. Yeah, on the news, they were doing so.
As the folks don't remember, what'd you say, 6 p.m.?
6 p.m.
Yeah, we were trying to leave the show. I was like impatient to get out of here.
I mean, I had just started, right? It was like one of the craziest moments to watch it in real time.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, here's Mike Pence reacting to the news here of the indictment, and for his part at least, he comes out looking better than the other Trump people. Apparently he took many notes about his meetings with John Eastman, who's co-conspirator number 2 apparently, and Trump. I would say though that the fact that those meetings happened and lasted as long as they did indicates that Mike Pence wasn't like, screw off, I'm not engaging in this whatsoever. He at least had some thoughts about it, but he comes out looking better, and he's going to capitalize
ultimately
on this.
The calculus we all did live, which is that Trump already got his Supreme Court justices. Like, they got what they want. Why are they going to try a coup to retain that anyway?
Yeah. And I just want to say too, Mike Pence does come out looking better from a legal perspective. He's going to top out at like 3% in the Republican primary race.
My big fear is that some third way Democratic organization is going to try to put together, like, if Pence or, they'll take like an anti-Trump Republican, and if Pence becomes the standard bearer for anti-Trump Republicans, I wouldn't put it past them to take him, right? A staunch anti-choice candidate, a conservative, I don't know what to call him other than a theocratic fascist, right? But the I could see like a third way, type effort to try to get him to run as vice to like some centrist Democrat, as some sort of a unity ticket.
To bring in the electoral element, but here he is.
And irrespective of the indictment, I want the American people to know that I had no right to overturn the election. And then on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution, but I chose the Constitution, and I always will. And I really do believe that anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. And anyone who asks someone else to put themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm watching the guy with his cell phone.
States again. I've been very forthright about this issue, and I'll continue to be. Now, with regard to the substance of the indictment, I've been very clear. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this. I had hoped that this issue and the judgment of the president's actions that day would be left to the American people. But now it's been brought in a criminal indictment, and I can't assess whether or not the government has the evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what they assert in the indictment, and the president's entitled to a presumption of innocence.
All right, yawn, whatever.
Later he says Trump believed everything, or told him everything his itching ears wanted to, which is, I think, a biblical reference.
But I mean, he's a part of him and Bill Barr doing their little victory.
Is it a biblical reference? Yeah, good luck exercising your demons, Pence.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
We're here to hurt the body.
My style is ridiculous.
Does it get old? What's getting old is like listening to Mike Pence.
Victory laps on the news, and they do deserve some.
That's the kind of demon that Mike Pence will never exercise. Unlike the ad break, right, which you can exercise with a Twitch Prime sub, or through paying for a sub for yourself, or possibly by getting a gift sub if you are lucky enough and active enough in chat.
Like crumb of credit that they did not try actively to overturn the democratic results of an election, and Bill Barr resigned, like, I guess either early December or late November after it became clear.
Regardless, my style is ridiculous.
That Sidney
exercise those demon ad breaks.
Powell was insane, and that none of this was going anywhere.
Can you imagine if it was a toilet ad after this?
But like
not skibbity toilets, but some kind of like liquid plumber or something.
They are still incredibly dangerous from an ideological perspective, and
I feel like liquid plumber maybe isn't looking for the same demographics as Twitch.
Let's not give them their flowers too much, because they were more than comfortable consorting with these kinds of people until it got to a point where it was untenable for them. They were fearful of literally going to jail or getting in Mike Pence's case, hung. There were fears for themselves that I would say were the driving factors here, not democracy.
Like
because even Pence says it there. He was hoping that it didn't come to this, that it didn't come to some sort of prosecution. I would posit that the prosecution should have started immediately after the coup attempt happened, as a way to ensure the democratic functioning.
We haven't looked at Mike's. I don't think I've ever rated into Mike before, so I thought I might try that.
Of our society remains in somewhat tact. Now, thankfully, it's happening now. Jack Smith, I think, did a great job with the indictment.
Because we're about to raid into the Humanist Report. Thank you for being here, and make sure to hit that like button on YouTube if you haven't already. Rating and